2, 1. Hello everybody, welcome in to the 2025 Melbourne Regional Championships. My name is Scott Sellers. Today I am joined by Harrison McCowich. Harrison, how are you feeling today?
I'm very excited to get this stream underway. Our players have played through 8 rounds yesterday for 38 remaining, and are we ready to start our first round?
Yeah, it was pretty exciting. I think we have Nick Khan versus Alistair over here as well in the first round. Both 7-1 so far, so this is the winner in. Winner makes top cut, which is pretty exciting. Yeah. Two very, very good players as well. Nick Khan is I believe, a former world champion as well. I believe he won the juniors a few years ago. So yeah, super excited to see how this goes. I'm excited, man. Melbourne Regional Championships, our first streamed event in at this stage 2 years. I think it was Sydney 2023.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
pretty exciting for us over here. And it does look like our battles are about to start. I guess we'll take a second. I believe Steve's still getting things ready, so yeah, should be all right. But I guess what are your thoughts about the event so far? Obviously, anything crazy popping out to you so far?
Yeah, so this metagame was slightly different to what we've seen overseas. There was quite a lot of more Koraidon compared to Miraidons over in America last weekend, and if we don't have the usage graphics on us yet, but I did notice there was a high usage for wheezing, which was quite interesting and something that a lot of the players have had to think about. Some of them have prepared with the ability shield, of course, for that matchup, but a lot of them are just playing the matchup as they know it with their abilities turned off, which I think is very interesting, and it's going to be interesting to see how the players are going to approach those matchups if they face them.
Yeah, look, the rise in wheezing has definitely been interesting so far this format. Obviously, it pairs fantastically with Cataract's Shadow Rider as its abilities to do work. But yeah, as you kind of mentioned as well, I'm kind of shocked at the Miraidon usage. I did see a stat where I believe it's about 44%, I think, day 1 usage, which was crazy. It did fall off a little bit in day 2. I think it was about 28%. Yes. But still a very, very strong showing that, 44% of players, bringing this one restricted, I did think was kind of crazy. But yeah, here are our usage stats here for day 1. As you see, Miraidon just pretty far ahead, 10% ahead of Lunala, which again, kind of shocking to see that Mon also so far up in that second place. It's been a while, I guess, since Lunala's been, so heavily used in a format.
Yeah, something very interesting that I'd like to highlight on these stats is Ho-Ho. A lot of people thought maybe 1 or 2 Ho-Hos would appear at a regional, but it has taken that number 7 slot in front of Kyogre, Terapagos, Zacian, Pokemon that we're expecting to do quite well. But a lot of people wrote off Ho-Ho, and I'm quite aware that a lot of our good players at the 7-1 stage have actually chose to bring Ho-Ho in these kind of defensive strategies where you're just positioning here and there, because every time you switch out the Ho-Ho, it's going to get a third of its health back.
Yeah, Regenerator is a very good ability, and look, it's just a Pokemon as well that has such a good matchup into some of the top meta threats, right? Mainly Koraidon and Zamazenta, the two best fighting types in the format, has a very, very positive matchup into it. And with so much Sun going around, almost 25% of teams having it, just having that buff Sacred Fire, I think, is very, very good.
Yeah, and I was going to say, the only thing you really have to watch out for when you're playing Ho-Ho is those Miraidon players, because you are quite weak to the Electro Drift, and that is a very, very strong move. But you can use Terrestrialization if you find yourself in a position where that Miraidon is threatening to take out your big defensive restricted.
Yeah, and I believe we have seen Terra Grass as well pick up quite a bit on Ho-Oh because of that. Just having that ability to resist the Miraidon is very, very important in this metagame, because really outside of Miraidon, there is no other restricted that really can beat it 1v1, easily, outside of maybe Kyogre. But in saying that too, this one has such a big special defense stat there, where if you do get that defensive Terra, allowing you to eat things like a Water Spout in the rain, or the Electro Drift in terrain, it bounces off it. It eats it so well. As you said earlier, can swap out, it gets that third of its health back. And yeah, it's really impressive how it's kind of found its niche in the metagame.
Yeah, and initially people were looking at it paired with Koraidon, and I know recently it did very well with Miraidon. But actually, here in Australia, we've seen a lot of players pairing it with Shadow Rider Calyrex, which is an interesting pairing. I'm not sure I quite understand that synergy, but I'm sure it does make a lot of sense to the people who have made it. I'm very, very keen to see how it plays out in potentially some stream matches today.
Yeah, and look, I think when it comes to the Calyrex Shadow as well, it's a nice defensive piece, right? It pairs well with, the common partners you'll see with the Cali Shadow, right? You're talking about things like a Grimmsnarl setting up screens for it. You're talking about, mods like Rillaboom as well, which give you fake out support. Of course, Incineroar is another one. Even Pokemon as well, like Clefairy, which give, Friend Guard support. It's just, I think ways to increase this Ho-Oh survivability is really good right now. And again, you pair that up with Calyrex Shadow as well. It's a good defensive pivot, especially when Cali Shadow likes to be paired with Incineroar. Having that flying type, allowing it to, switch in on some moves like, potential, Precipice Blades from Groudon. Of course, Ursaluna has also started picking up a bit recently as well. So having something that can switch in to the Headlong Rushes as well is very important. So yeah, I do see why it is being paired with the Cali Shadow, or the Calyrex Shadow Rider. But yeah, I guess outside of that as well, what are your thoughts on the Zamazenta? Because that was a mon I think a lot of people thought Zamazenta was going to be one of the most played restricted, and it's in the 6th slot, so it's still pretty respectable, but definitely a bit lower on the usage stats than I thought it might be.
Yeah, I know Zamazenta did not have the showing that it was wanting over in the Milwaukee regionals, but here a few more players have been choosing to play it, and I do think the wide guard support that both Zamazenta and Lunala offer are very, very useful, especially into the likes of either of the Calyrex forms or a Water Spout from Kyogre or even a Dazzling Gleam, because a lot of the Miraidons are choosing to stick with the choice specs, Terra Fairy, Dazzling Gleam. And if you can click a wide guard after they've used their choice specs to lock in, that can just lock their kind of fragile restricted in to take a very meaningful hit from whatever is next to the Zamazenta. So I do know that Zamazenta has picked up quite a bit in Australia. There are quite a few good players running it. The original pairing was that Zamazenta with Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Oh, and it looks like we're into the battles here. So we have Alistair here leading with his Calyrex Shadow Rider and his Incineroar. We have Nick Khan leading with his Calyrex Ice Rider and his Urshifu Rapid Strike. Now, so to start with here, this is actually a pretty good board state for Nick, I would like to say. Sorry, not for Nick, for Alistair. Obviously, the Calyrex Shadow Rider is the fastest mon on the board right now. But I do believe, actually, Nick Khan is running a Choice Scarf Urshifu. So that is something to keep in mind here for the speed tiers. It could potentially be faster than it, depending on how it is trained. But yeah, this here should be a pretty good turn. There is Fake Out support coming from Alistair as well. So his Calyrex should be able to get an attack off if he wants it to.
It looks like Alistair here is prioritizing knocking off that Choice Scarf, because once the Choice Scarf is knocked off the Urshifu, that means Calyrex will be the fastest Pokemon in this game, most likely based on how it's trained. With the Focus Sash, I know they're usually opting to go as fast as possible because you can opt to lose a little bit of that bulk because you will guaranteed live the first hit. It looks like Alistair is choosing to switch out that Calyrex into the Zamazenta, hoping to preserve it later for the game, maybe to clean up in the end game.
Yeah, and we also see Nick here retreating that Calyrex Ice Rider into the Kyogre here, buffing up this Urshifu Rapid Strike. This could be a lot of damage coming out of this mon right now, depending on where it's targeting.
So it looks like a Terastallization is coming out here with that. It's on that Incineroar actually, so it's choosing to go into the Terra Water, probably hoping to survive a Surging Strikes, because especially in this rain, this Surging Strikes is potentially dealing a lot of damage to either of these targets.
It's going to do a lot of damage, and it is into the Incineroar, and look at that. That is taking a lot less damage than I thought it might be.
Yes. Rain boosted Surging Strikes does a lot of damage, but when it's resisted, that's like the only thing you can really do to slow that down.
Exactly, and look, Urshifu hits so hard, but Incineroar also so bulky. And we do see the knockoff come out there. Again, removing that Choice Scarf, very, very important for the late game here, as Calyrex Shadow Rider should now be the fastest mon in this game.
Yeah, even right now, this Zamazenta, it's quite likely to be faster than both this Urshifu and this Kyogre, although the Urshifu could be faster, so it'll be interesting to see how these Pokemon are trained in this coming turn.
And it does look like Alistair here will be retreating the Incineroar for now, of course. Getting that Intimidate for later is very, very important. Of course, having Fake Out support again is always a great thing, especially in a matchup like this, when you have that Calyrex Shadow Rider in the late game. I'm going to be very interested to see what Nick goes for here, though, as a Water Spout could be quite devastating, but it really, depends on what he's kind of predicting here out of Alistair, because there is always the option of Wide Guard support.
Yeah, you can't really afford to ignore a Kyogre, because if it hits a Water Spout on full health, even if it's through a resist, that's going to deal a lot of damage, again with that rain boost and the restricted. But it looks like we're going for the body press into the Kyogre to alleviate that option of the Water Spout.
And we see a big Surging Strikes coming out here too, just a lot of damage into both restricted mons here. It's going to be very interesting to see what the Kyogre locked in here. And it is the Origin Pulse. This might... Oh, the Zamazenta just lives on 10 HP. That is massive here for Alistair.
Yeah, I know Nicholas Khan is opting to actually hold the Covert Cloak on his Kyogre. It's got Icy Wind as well.
Yeah.
It's a four-move Kyogre. Doesn't have Calm Mind or Protect, I believe.
Yeah, that is right. I believe he has Thunder, he has Water Spout, Origin Pulse, and Icy Wind. So he does have that speed control here, but that Origin Pulse just did so much damage. He will actually opt to retreat the Kyogre for now. What he's going to bring in here, it is the Amoonguss, a very good defensive switch here if the body press does go into that slot. We see the fake out support coming too. And there is the body press into the Amoonguss, eating that very comfortably. On the Rocky Helmet chip, though, it is enough to get the Zamazenta out of here. That is a big loss for Alistair this early in the game. Losing that wide guard support, especially when there is the Kyogre in the game, could be crucial for the late game.
But it looks like Calyrex could come in and being the fastest thing on the field and neither of the targets resisting the Astral Barrage, that could deal a lot of damage. It'd be very interesting to see how much damage this Astral Barrage, if he opts to go for it, will do in this position.
Yeah, and look, especially when he has options like that Grassy Glide as well here, he should be able to pick up the Urshifu before it can attack. But again, we'll see how Nick wants to play this. Of course, the Urshifu here, I believe it does have Aqua Jet, so it will be interesting to see how he wants to play this turn out.
But also, depending on how this Amoonguss is trained, it might be able to take the Astral Barrage, which would mean that there could be a Spore coming out in that Calyrex slot. Of course, the Spore can't go into the Rillaboom because Spore does not affect grass types here. So I'm not sure if there is a good way for Alistair to stop this Spore from coming out here.
Yeah, that is very true, especially depending on how this Amoonguss is built. If it is, trained very bulky on the special defensive side in particular, it could potentially live that attack, as you said. And we will see Alistair here actually retreat the Calyrex Shadow Rider for now, bringing back in the Incineroar here. So this should be interesting to see exactly how Nick has decided to play his Urshifu.
Yeah, this is a good switch from Alistair here because he's resisting the moves that Urshifu is likely to hit, but it's also holding that safety goggles item, so neither of these targets the Amoonguss can safely Spore, so it would have to have gone for a different move here.
Yeah, and a very good call by Nick there as well, saying that the Calyrex wasn't going to attack and that there was not going to be a Grassy Glide, so the Urshifu does go down, but it gets very meaningful chip here into that Incineroar.
Yeah, it looks like Nicholas was identifying that if he wanted to put an Astral Barrage on the field, he would have to take a Spore. So he's covering that option for if he does choose to attack, but of course he did identify that the Astral Barrage would cost.
Yeah, and look, a very good play there as well by Alistair. He does take a little bit of chip on the Incineroar, of course, but, making sure none of your Pokemon are asleep this early in the game is very important because, as we said, this Calyrex Shadow Rider is the win condition in this game for Alistair. He needs to position it to make sure it can, kind of take home the end game. So I do think he needs that little bit of extra chip just to make sure that Amoonguss is in range for the attack later on.
Yeah, since he lost his Zamazenta and Rillaboom and Incineroar take more of a supportive role, there is quite a lot of pressure on this Calyrex to get those Astral Barrages to do a lot of meaningful damage. So it'll be interesting to see how Alistair positions in the rest of this game such that he can make the most of his Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah. And we do see the Terra coming out here on the Calyrex Ice Rider. Very, very important here to make sure it doesn't take, extra damage here from a potential knockoff as well. So very, very smart there. Getting the Terra Grass as well, giving it a resistance to the Rillaboom's attacks, which is very, very good. And we do see the Fake Out support coming here. And there's a big, big Wood Hammer there, chipping it down to around maybe 65-70% there. So, definitely not bad chip for Nick here. For Alistair. Again, I believe he's just, and he makes the read that the Calyrex would come in there. Very, very interesting. But, yeah, look, right now, I think, just getting the chip onto the Calyrex Ice Rider is very, very important for Alistair. He knows that Calyrex Shadow Rider is really his only way to deal meaningful damage for the rest of the game. So he just needs to make sure each of the mons on Nick's side of the board are in range of those Astral Barrages in the late game.
Yeah, but Nicholas preserving his Terra for the Calyrex, which now means that none of the moves that Alistair can do, except for U-turn from Rillaboom, will be super effective. And Calyrex Ice Rider has very, very high bulk, so it's a very hard Pokemon to beat without super effective moves. So it'll be interesting to see how much damage and how long it will take for Alistair to break this Calyrex before the Glacial Lances will do a lot of damage to either Calyrex or the Rillaboom here.
And we also do see Alistair right now is potentially looking at a U-turn. Of course, he knows Nick right now is trying to catch that Calyrex on the switch in. Nick most likely predicting that potential U-turn here. So this is a very, very smart play because, again, right now, we saw last turn, Nick wants to Spore Calyrex on the turn it comes in. And again, the assumption might be that it is going to be that U-turn out of Rillaboom to get the Calyrex in safely. And we could potentially see another Spore come into that slot right now. But the big problem here is Calyrex Ice Rider does get to click and attack. One thing I guess that we should note here is this is an Assault Vest Calyrex Ice Rider as well, so there is no Trick Room on this team. So there is no way for Nick right now to flip the speed control of the game, but getting a Spore right now into the Calyrex Shadow Rider is definitely what Nick is going to be looking for here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Nicholas does choose to Spore one of these slots, because remember, at the start of the turn, neither of these Pokemon could have been Spored, but looks like he chooses to go for the Pollen Puff. Very safe play, because that Calyrex...
Very, very smart.
We put a lot of work into chipping that down, but now it's just got 50% of its health back.
Yeah, and again, it's just healed definitely out of range of the Astral Barrage right now. That Assault Vest will go a long way in keeping it alive, and that Pollen Puff is definitely going to, I believe, secure it for at least one more attack. And we also do see Alistair not running a Fire-type move on this Incineroar, which definitely hurts here, just not really having the ability to deal massive damage to that Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, but it looks like Calyrex Shadow Rider may have a chance to attack on this turn. We've got Fake Out pressure from the Incineroar because it just came in from that U-turn. So there is a potential Fake Out Astral Barrage or Fake Out whichever move Calyrex chooses to click here. But I believe both of these Pokemon plays should be able to take whatever combination of attacks comes out here. So I'm not sure if a Fake Out plus attack move would give enough momentum to get back into this game here.
Yeah, and look, we do see the Fake Out option right now into the Calyrex Ice Rider, and we also do see a Amoonguss switching out here as well into the Kyogre, getting the rain back up here. But this is going to be very interesting because Astral Barrage would have been really safe with the play Nick has gone for here. But the Psychic going into the Kyogre slot, big question here is, does it pick up?
I know Kyogre has a very high special defense stat, and it looks like it just hangs on here.
It holds on, okay. So yeah, now all of a sudden, Alistair is in a bit of an interesting situation. Based on how much damage that last Glacial Lance did, it looks like his Calyrex might survive here. So potentially a parting shot into an Astral Barrage will keep the Calyrex alive for one more turn.
Yeah, and the key thing about Kyogre living here is, firstly, it would have given a reposition opportunity, but if the knockout was taken by the Calyrex there would have been a special attack boost from its ability, which could potentially help with knocking out that Calyrex. But that Calyrex Ice Rider is holding the Assault Vest, so the damage output from Calyrex Shadow Rider might be lacking because of that choice of that defensive item there.
That is very true, and we do see an interesting play by Alistair here, going for the hard switch into the Rillaboom and a Protect on his Calyrex Ice Rider here. Calyrex Shadow Rider. I'm guessing, just to let a turn, make sure he gets the Intimidate in later onto that Calyrex Ice Rider, and just assuring that his Calyrex here does survive an extra turn.
Yeah, but this Rillaboom could be taking a Glacial Lance here, so maybe it's just opting to use that Rillaboom as a chance to reposition.
And we see Nick Khan going for the crunch there. That is one of the benefits here of having the Assault Vest on that Calyrex Ice Rider. You are able to run a few more, coverage moves here, and we do see there a crunch there definitely would have picked up the Calyrex Shadow Rider from this amount of HP. So very, very heads up play there from Alistair.
Yeah, because it looks like Nicholas had identified that the Glacial Lance probably was not going to get the knockout on the Calyrex Shadow Rider, so he's opting to go for the crunch there to guarantee that knockout. I think because as soon as that Calyrex Shadow Rider goes down, there is a lot less offense on Alistair's side.
Yeah, that is very, very true. And as you said, a very, very heads-up play here by Alistair, just assuring that his Calyrex Ice Rider survives the turn. And we do see the KO onto Kyogre. That will give a +1 to the Calyrex Shadow Rider here, meaning its damage output is going to be very, very scary on the next couple of turns here for Nick.
Yeah, the key thing that turn is neither of these restricted Pokemon on Nicholas's side can protect. So the Fake Out Astral Barrage was guaranteed to hit 2 targets, whether they're switching into anything in the back or the restricteds themselves are taking them. But both of these restricteds have very high special defense. One of them through the Assault Vest, and the other one, naturally, Kyogre has a high special defense.
And we will see here, it does look like Alistair here is actually going to go for the Snipe onto the Amoonguss here, looking for the Psychic into it. It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out because, as you said before, we do believe the Calyrex might be able to hold here on that the Glacial Lance, meaning Nick here has to go for the crunch if he wants to pick up the KO, but is the U-turn plus Fake Out support going to be enough from the Incineroar to get through Nick's Calyrex?
Yeah, it's interesting to see because Alistair has done a very good job getting back into this game. It looks like he's used his Calyrex quite effectively. It's taken the knockout on Kyogre on the last turn, and now Amoonguss with the +1 Psychic.
Yeah, and look, that damage from U-turn was quite a lot. If the Rillaboom is able to get 2 more of those off, I do think Nick may go down here. And that Intimidator here as well will actually go quite a long way, but we do see the Calyrex Shadow Rider here go down on Alistair's side of things. So it's a Rillaboom and an Incineroar versus a Calyrex Ice Rider, but look, with Fake Out, I do think this could be the end of Nick's his Calyrex Ice Rider here.
Yeah, that was a very, very well played game by Alistair so far, because it looked like he was in a losing position, but that Calyrex is very low here.
Yeah, and look, I think 2 U-turns here should be enough to get it done, and with the fake out and the intimidate, I do think Nick is going to struggle to get through these 2 supportive pieces right now. We see the fake out into the U-turn, and that Calyrex is very, very low.
Yeah, and because that Rillaboom is faster, there is nothing stopping it from clicking U-turn or coming out on this next turn. And even then, Calyrex would not be able to take both knockouts, so even the knockoff from the Incineroar would probably be enough here.
Yeah, very, very likely. We will see the last turn play out here. And Nick is just going to cancel battles. So game 1 goes to Alistair here. Very, very impressive. The way he positioned that Calyrex, I do think was, again, it was phenomenal. In the end game, protecting it on that crunch was very, very important. And just, getting it to an end game where it was able to one-shot the Amoonguss, it was able to clean up the Kyogre, and just making sure it always had fake out support so that, the Calyrex Ice Rider was just not able to take it out at any time was, I think, just, fantastic.
Yeah, Alistair was making a lot of very good defensive plays there. I think one thing we didn't really identify as much is that Incineroar, every single time it comes back into play, that's an Intimidate on the Calyrex Ice Rider. I know a lot of Calyrex Ice Riders in other tournaments and other teams are holding that Clear Amulet item, but Nicholas is opting to hold the Assault Vest, which what that does is it helps you against Astral Barrages, but it also opens you up to having a few more moves, like we saw that Crunch, very useful against Shadow Rider Calyrex in that game.
Yeah, and again, as you said, the Intimidate from the Incineroar there, I do think was very crippling in the end game. Well, yes, he was able to pick up the Calyrex Shadow Rider thanks to having Crunch, but again, you look at that end game, you've got an Incineroar that's Terra Warded, you've got a Rillaboom who was pretty healthy, he was sitting about 60 to 70% in the end game, so it was going to take Nick a little bit longer than I think he would have liked to get through those supportive pieces. But look, again, fantastic play by Alistair there. He honestly played that end game very, very well.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how Nicholas adapts in this game too, if he does any Pokemon changes, or if he, chooses to terrestrialize a different Pokemon, or maybe the same strategy will work again if he can just position or make a few calls differently.
Yeah, look, it is difficult, right? Because one of the big reasons you Terra the Calyrex Ice Rider in that game is so you don't take super effective damage to the Astral Barrage, right? And of course, that is fantastic, but then again, you see it opens you up to that Rillaboom where, it's able to click and move like U-turn and deal, a good 40% to you. So it's a trade-off, right? You have to, pick your poison. Do you want to, open yourself up to potentially getting chipped down by the Rillaboom, especially because it's faster, right? You're not able to get that Glacial Lance off safely before it can pivot out with a U-turn. But at the same time, do you really want to sit there and eat an Astral Barrage from a Calyrex Shadow Rider? Probably not, but yeah.
Yeah, but the Terra Grass and Calyrex, the one thing it also does against Rillaboom is Rillaboom would much rather be clicking Wood Hammer, because that's a much stronger move and it gets a damage boost in the grassy terrain. So forcing it to use U-turn as its offensive move into Calyrex does have some benefit. So I do believe that removing that weakness to Astral Barrage is just very valuable, especially because that Calyrex can't protect, and I believe there's no wide guard option on his team.
No, I don't believe there is. At least not on the Monty brought back game, right? Of course, we saw that Scarf Urshifu, and again, potentially, maybe that's the save he looks to go for this game, right? Losing that Choice Scarf early on in the game was definitely very crippling for the Urshifu. Not having that speed control over the Calyrex, I believe, was very, very crippling for Nick. I will definitely be interested to see how he changes it up, because I believe he does have the Pelipper in the back. He had Pelipper, he had Chien-Pao. They were the 2 ones he didn't bring to that game. Of course, Chien-Pao is the one that matches up very well into the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Doesn't have the best matchup into Incineroar, but again, the Rillaboom, it's another Monarch that, it can help deal with it. So I will be interested to see how Nick changes this up. Again, he has that Pelipper, right? Does he want to bring that in? Potentially have Wide Guard support. Of course, having Hurricanes as well. It's a mon that also does pretty good into the Rillaboom. So it's going to be interesting to see how Nick plays game 2. I definitely think there's ways he can change it up to approach the game a bit better. I think for me, protecting that Urshifu is going to be the most important thing. I think leading with it was, in theory, it was great, but the Terra Water out of the Incineroar really kind of slowed down what Nick wanted to do that game. So I think if he can, preserve it for the late game, then he'll be in a much better spot.
Yeah, I do think Nicholas was going for the Urshifu as a way to deal with the Calyrex quickly, because if that Calyrex gets removed in the first few turns from a Surging Strikes in the rain, then that means you might be able to preserve the Terra on your Calyrex Ice and put it somewhere else. Exactly. But as long as that Calyrex is not knocked out, you might need to keep that terrestrialization. And I do know that Surging Strikes, especially in the rain, matches up really well into both restricteds, because the Surging Strikes has guaranteed critical hits, which is going to ignore that defense boost from the Calyrex. Oh, sorry, the
Zamazenta,
Zamazenta. Yeah. So it does look like Nicholas's strategy here is to get a well-positioned Surging Strikes into either of the restricteds, preferably Calyrex Shadow Rider, because that is why the Choice Scarf is on it.
Yeah, and look, Calyrex Shadow Rider was the Mon that was able to run away with that game. Of course, Zamazenta, an incredibly strong Pokemon, very defensive, has Wide Guard support as well, which helps out with that Kyogre matchup. But really, Calyrex Shadow Rider is the main damage dealer on Alistair's team. So I do think if Nick can position in a way to make sure he is able to take it, position that Urshifu to either one, take out the Calyrex, or just to keep its Choice Scarf safe. I think that's the most important thing, because again, in an endgame where, he needs a way to deal with that Calyrex Shadow Rider. If he's not bringing his Chien-Pao, the only real answer he has that can quickly get it off the board is going to be his Urshifu.
I know Urshifu's ability Unseen Fist, allowing it to hit through protects, means if you're trying to remove that Calyrex, you don't have to try and guess if it's going to protect, if you want to target the partner instead, because as soon as that is in play, you can click a Surging Strikes into it, and there isn't really much you can do outside of defensive switching or knocking off that Choice Scarf, which we saw Alistair valuing on turn 1.
And also, mentioning the protect as well, if you look at how Alistair played that endgame, it was a lot of protect the Calyrex, switch out into one of the fake out supports. So it was a very big, part of his game plan late game was, hey, let's just make sure that I can protect, which allows me to get my fake out cycled, and then once I've cycled in the fake out, I can then fake out the Calyrex Ice Rider, click an attack, and so on and so forth. So again, having Unseen Fist, and it does look like we are jumping into game 2 here, actually.
See if we have an adjustment on the leads if we're doing the same. So it looks like the Urshifu and Calyrex.
Once again, and we see Zamazenta Amoonguss here from Alistair. Now, going to be very interesting to see how Alistair plays this here on turn 1, because of course the Amoonguss here does not want to eat the Glacial Lands. So potentially Terra option there, but there is no rain on the board, which means the Zamazenta should be able to at least take any attack from either of these two Mons here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if the Zamazenta can stick on the board for a few more turns and maybe get a few more key body presses this game. Because I know last game we lost it quite early, and then all the responsibility of damage was left on that Calyrex Shadow Rider. So it looks like we're opting to switch the Amoonguss out here. I think we're expecting a Glacial Lance there, choosing to preserve that. The Intimidate is good onto both of these Pokemon here. I don't think we would be expecting a Surging Strikes to come out unless Nicholas is making a kind of a call here, because the Rage Powder from the Amoonguss is quite debilitating for that.
And look, that would be a very aggressive read, but we do see here Nick opting for the Terra Grass, giving it that Spore immunity, which is very, very important in this matchup. And as we said at the start of the game, it is very, very important, I think, to have that ready to go, because, again, 1, gives you a fantastic resist, of course, into that Calyrex Shadow Rider, but 2, a Spore immunity is very, very important here. And we do see the Urshifu here, U-turning out off of that Zamazenta, getting his own Amoonguss in here, which again, very, very good switching potentially to the body press, but we always see a crit into the Calyrex. That is very, very rough here for Nick Khan.
Yeah, and that Glacial Lance is not doing much damage in return. That Intimidate is really helping here, but also both of these targets are resisting that Glacial Lance as well, and the defense boost on the Zamazenta. So really, it was just a great switch from Alistair. He's leading with that Amoonguss to kind of force the Terra and force the Urshifu to switch out, because it couldn't really see a good target there.
Yeah, that was very, very well played there by Alistair. And we do see the fake out into the Amoonguss, and we will have the Urshifu coming back in here as the body press will come into the Urshi, and it crits again. Oh my god.
I think Urshifu would usually live that not get knocked out from that attack there, so it looked like a good positioning there next to the Amoonguss where you could Rage Powder away the next body press, but of course that critical hit there, we're not going to see that Urshifu get a Surging Strikes out.
Yeah, look, Urshifu is naturally a very physically defensive Pokemon, even without being trained in that way. So very, very crippling there for Nick Khan, obviously taking a lot of damage onto his Calyrex Ice Rider and now losing his Urshifu in one shot. That has really put him on the back foot here, and this Zamazenta is showing why it is still one of the best restricteds in the game. That body press has really taken this Pokemon to another level.
Yeah, we were talking about the Urshifu being able to threaten both restricteds here, and now that it's gone, both of these restricteds are feeling a bit more comfortable. We'll have to see, maybe that Kyogre can put a lot of damage down in this game, because I know that defense boost on the Zamazenta makes Calyrex Ice have a pretty difficult job of breaking through that defense boost, but the rain boosted Water Spout or Origin Pulse from the Kyogre would ignore that defense boost because it's a special attacking move.
It would deal a lot of damage. And we do see the Incineroar here on the Alistair side opting for that Terra Water, just allowing it to potentially, take a bit less damage here to the Origin Pulse, going from super effective to a resisted attack. And then we do see the Taunt coming out here into the Amoonguss. And this does mean Amoonguss is not going to be able to put that Zamazenta to sleep. But we do see the side Pollen Puff come out here as well, just to, it was full HP on the Kyogre anyway, but I do believe that Nick here was predicting a body press likely into that Kyogre.
Yeah, I think he could identify that his Zamazenta does not want to get spored, so it's quite likely that Alistair would go for that Taunt there. I know Taunt isn't always on Incineroar, but he's opting to run it maybe for this Amoonguss matchup.
Yeah, and we just see so much damage coming out of that body press there. And look, the Amoonguss right now is also taunted, so the only option it has here is Pollen Buff. It will heal up the Kyogre, but based on the damage we saw last turn, I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, and this Taunt here is very valuable because otherwise it could be Rage Powdering away these body presses, and neither the Kyogre nor the Calyrex Ice in the back want to be taking these body presses. So as long as Rage Powder isn't on the table, these body presses can pretty safely go in the left slot.
Yeah, and we do see Nick Khan there has cancelled the battle. Very, very well played by Alistair. Obviously, those crits, they played a massive role, right? Obviously, you look at the Calyrex Ice Rider, that's a the way it looks like it was trained, potentially could have lived 2 body presses. Thanks to that first critical hit, it was not going to live the second one. And of course, when you look at the that Urshifu, obviously that critical hit picking up the KO there was just very crippling for Nick. A very unlucky game, but that is how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, it looks like Game 2 really revealed why Nicholas was choosing to remove that Zamazenta as soon as possible, because in Game 2 we got to see Zamazenta and how powerful it can be.
Yeah, look, honestly, it just, the body presses, getting body press in Generation 9 or, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet it was very big for it, right, of course, and you see why. Just naturally, when you're coming in, you get that +1 defense, and this is a mon that is already so physically defensive naturally. So if you can train your Pokemon in a certain way where if you can increase that defensive stat, then, you get +1 to that stat, making it even stronger, and then you get a body press, which, same type of attack bonus, and it does insane amounts of damage, even if it's just a neutral attack.
Yeah, and then if it's super effective, I'm not sure if there are many Pokemon that can take that body press super effective. I know Brute Bonnet, maybe that Pokemon has been picking up. It's quite strong. But yes, getting that body press, using its defense stat, and not being affected by Intimidate as well is another reason why body press is very, very big on Zamazenta.
Yeah, and look, it's a very strong Pokemon, especially in a matchup like that. When you have Pokemon like Kyogre and Calyrex Ice Rider, whose 2 main forms of dealing damage are the Glacial Lance, the Water Spout, the Origin Pulse. Just having that Wide Guard support as well does make you play a bit different. And you just see Alistair there. He just said, you know what, I'm not going to click Wide Guard this game. I'm just going to sit here. I'm just going to keep clicking Body Press. I'm going to keep dealing damage. It worked out really well for him.
Yeah, it did look like Nicholas in general is hoping to Rage Powder away these Body Press and Flying type attacks. But Alistair's opting to run Taunt on the Incineroar. An interesting choice. And we saw how good it can be because it turns off that option of Rage Powder.
Yeah, and as you said earlier, just not being able to redirect those body presses, I think was really crippling for Nick. Because in a situation like that endgame, you have a Amoonguss, right? It has the ability to resist the body presses. So, where that Kyogre could really only take 2 body presses, Amoonguss probably could have taken maybe another 2 or 3 at least by itself. So, losing the option there to, redirect the body presses, I do think was pretty crippling.
But also that Rocky Helmet would have added up here and there every single time a body press or any other move gets redirected into it, a contact move, it takes some chip damage. And we saw in Game 1 that chip damage was enough to knock the Zamazenta out, actually.
Yeah, look, especially, in the rain, right? If Nick was able to position the Urshifu in a way where it was able to get those Surging Strikes out like it did in Game 1, it makes dealing with that Zamazenta a lot easier. Again, very, very well played there by Alistair. A little unfortunate for Nick, of course.
It was quite unfortunate, but it did look like it was a bit of an uphill battle in Game 1 and Game 2. It did seem like the Restricteds had a hard time into the team composition in general. I want to say that Zamazenta is naturally quite good into Calyrex, but when you're holding the Assault Vest, you've got a few more options than just the Glacial Lance, because I know Zamazenta's option to A, resist the Glacial Lance, and B, Wide Guard if the partner doesn't want to take the Glacial Lance. It's just naturally quite a difficult Pokemon for Calyrex Ice Rider to beat.
Yeah, and again, it's just, I do think, the more I think about, that matchup in particular, I do think, and again, I'd be interested to see what Nick says about this, but that Zamazenta definitely feels like a Pokemon at Team Preview that can be really difficult for Nick's team to deal with.
Yeah, I do think the game plan from Nick is very, very Urshifu based. I think Urshifu is the key to breaking through both of these restrictors. And if you only have to deal with one of the two restrictors, the matchup does become a bit easier, but it's still quite difficult because Cataract Shadow Rider has a lot of offensive pressure, threatening to deal damage to both targets with those Ghost Move, Astral Barrage.
Yeah, definitely. But look, I do think we're going to throw it to a short break here. We'll take a look at some of the brackets as well.
Yes.
Have a look at how I guess some of the other matches in round 9 turned out, and then potentially just preview as well some of the games that we might be seeing in that next round.
Yeah, I know our next round will be the last round of Swiss, so a lot of players are hoping to win that to lock up their spot in the top cut. So
yeah, I do think actually it is worth to mention as well. With that win, Alistair does move to 8-1, meaning he has secured his position in top cut. So very, very good for Alistair. We could potentially see them later on in the day. Yeah, I guess look, let's go to a break and we'll be back shortly to discuss what's happening next.
everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the Melbourne Regional Championships. My name is Henry, and I'm joined here today by Paul. Paul, how are we doing?
We're doing well. Pretty excited to get into round 10. We just had a big game between Nick Canvas, Alistair Sandover. One game was great. The other one ended far quickly than we were to expect. But not to dwell on that, we've got a big game coming up here in round 10.
Yeah, so we've got two very well-known players, one from Australia in the Oceania region, and another that people might be a bit more familiar with on the international stage. We've got Lewis Tan versus Shohei Kimura.
Sure do. All right, so we're just going to run through some of Shohei's just results. 2023 World Champion when it was held in Japan. And this season, he's also top forward at Brisbane, our previous regional that we had. So, showing a promising result and looking to give Lewis a bit of a run for his money in round 10.
Yeah, Shohei also managing to secure top 16 at the Latin American International Championships earlier this year / late last year. Such a impressive rack of results, like world champion, obviously nothing to scoff at, and no matter how long ago or recent it was, that stands, and he's shown that since then he's definitely no slouch. Like you said, top 4 in Brisbane Regional, cutting international championships. He's showing that he's still up there, and he's here today in day 2, ready to make another impression. But then, on the other hand, Lewis as well. No slouch on the home stage and the international stage. Lewis back in seniors in 2019. Second at Worlds, making finals with a really impressive Parish team and partying it really well. Moving up to Masters soon after that and showing that he definitely is not here to muck around. Making finals at Brisbane last year. He's been top cutting in the regional since he's got Masters and getting some really impressive results.
Yeah, absolutely killer results coming out here from Lewis. But we're going to take a bit of time just before we get settled into the game. We're going to have a quick run over the teams that both of these trainers are bringing today. We'll start with Shohei. So Shohei is using the restricted combination of Zamazenta and Maridon. A pairing that we've kind of seen a little bit on the rise a bit. With a supporting cast of Grimsnell, Volcarona, Shen Pao, and Iron Hands. Iron Hands naturally going on a lot of teams with Maridon. It gets great use out of its ability, giving it a nice little attack buff that helps turn some 3-hit knockouts into some 2-hit knockouts. Alongside the rising support Pokemon Grimsnell, Reflect and Light Screen, being able to help offset some damage output in this high damage output metagame is very welcome for a lot of these Pokemon. So a lot of that is all synergized together with the support that Volcarona gives in the form of its redirection as well.
Yeah, Volcarona, a Pokemon that we've seen picking up to a bit towards the end of Regulation G, and we've seen it a bit now as well. Not necessarily on this team too much, this style of team, but we saw it in Milwaukee just recently. A couple of players using it. Joe UX9, he's been on that Grimsnarl, Maridon, Volcarona train for quite a while now. He's been using it to such impressive results consistently, and we saw him adapt that into Regulation G by adding that Zamazenta in at Milwaukee. Whereas on the other hand, we also saw it on some of the slower paced teams. I believe Alex Underhill and Paul Chua using it on a Calyrex Ice team in Milwaukee, making it that Morning Sun variant, very supportive, very bulky, and able to just stick around the field a lot longer than most of their opponents would like it to. And then rounding that out with Iron Hands and Chien Power, those two big physical threats that really work well on those Maridon teams. Iron Hands getting that Quark Drive boost, and the Wild Charge getting that boost from the Electric Train as well. Just hits so hard and takes hits like an absolute champ. But then on the other hand, we've got Lewis Tan, also running Zamazenta, but pairing it instead this time with the Cali Shadow.
Yeah, so the Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta is what a lot of players lent towards at the very start of the Regulation I format when doing some testing and preparations for their own events. Lewis out here showing that the restricted pair is still great and it can still get those big results. Currently being 8-1 in this tournament, absolutely no slouch. With the supporting cast of generally consistent Pokemon that you see on a lot of teams, your Rillaboom, your Incineroar, your Amoonguss, and your Urshifu.
Yeah, Lewis, very well known among the Australian community for loving those balance cores. So in this case, Rillaboom, Incin, Incineroar, Rillaboom, Amoonguss, and Urshifu Water. Those four have been such a good fire, water, grass core that really balances out teams and makes for some really long, good, drawn-out games that revolve around switching, making sure that you're pivoting, getting into those positions that really give you a favorable position. Lewis, opting for something interesting on the Amoonguss, instead of what we've been commonly seeing in Terra Water, Terra Dark, maybe that rocky helmet, Lewis instead going for the Mental Herb. We've seen Taunt pick up a lot of people really relying on that if they don't have a Miraidon to stop those spores. But that Mental Herb, meaning that you've got to either knock it off first or get 2 Taunts into it, which just buying that one turn can often turn the tide of a game entirely.
There's another little bit of flavour on Lewis's team as well. The Urshifu is... I don't believe it's a water Urshifu. I do believe it is a single strike Urshifu with the Wicked Blow over the... what's been commonly seen in the Scarlet and Violet metagame in the Urshifu Water and its Rapid Strike variant.
Yeah, so instead of opting for that Fire, Water, Grass, going for maybe a bit more of that spot damage, Lewis is running that Terra Dark Black Glasses on his Urshifu. So much damage, really good for maybe some of those surprise Dondozos, but we're going to get into the game now as we see the leads come out, and it's that Grimmsnarl Volcarona against the Urshifu we were just talking about, and the Rillaboom on Lewis's end. Yeah,
so we've got that single strike out there. Wicked Blow, always being able to guarantee a critical hit, so offsetting a little bit of what the Reflex can do, being a Dark type as well, also being immune to any Prankster effective moves. Does need to be a little bit wary of a Spirit Break, because being part Dark type and part Fighting type, it will be taking a lot of damage from that Grimmsnarl, depending on how Shohei's look to train that Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, this Volcarona, though, sitting in a really nice spot. 2 physical attackers in front of it, and that Flame Body is so scary. You have to watch out for those burns coming out, because they can really cripple an entire game plan if it goes off at the wrong time. But Shohei opting to get the Volcarona out of there, recognizing how valuable it can be in this matchup, and that Urshifu, with its big critical hits, might be able to break through that big bulk that Volcarona tends to opt for nowadays, and ignoring those screens completely, as there it is, that Terra Dark from the Urshifu, ready to hit as hard as it can.
Yeah, so it's looking like Lewis is looking to go on that offensive, and it's looked like it's just going to throw a Wicked Blow straight into what was the Volcarona, now the Zamazenta, but you can just see, just with its natural bulk and its fighting typing, just how well it can take those Wicked Blows, even with the Terrestrialization Dark boosting that power. And we do see the Rillaboom opt to do a bit of damage, get himself out of danger, and going straight into Amoonguss.
Yeah, so Lewis playing that balanced game, not opting for a fake out on that turn 1, and just going straight for the pivot, as Shohei actually goes no screens, recognizing that those crits are just going to bust straight through them, getting that big damage down on the Urshifu turn 1 with that Spirit Break. Not going to quite get the KO with that Terrestrialization. Still weak to the Fairy move, but not quite as much as it would have been. The Amoonguss coming out from Lewis here. There could possibly be a Miraidon lurking in the back from Shohei's side, but now Lewis also has the potential to pivot to his Rillaboom, resetting any terrain that the Miraidon wants to set up to stop those spores.
Yeah, so we do see that, and it's you say his name and he appears. Miraidon is out there now. Urshifu, not sure if it's decided to stay on the field, despite the fact that Wicked Blow might not have been doing too much to either. But Amoonguss protecting the Urshifu from any damage coming from the Zamazenta, and we're going to see a big Wicked Blow here. And that looks like it's going straight to the Miraidon!
A massive Wicked Blow going into what was the 4 times resist in the Grimmsnarl. Miraidon switching in, Lewis recognizing that Spore is such a threat to that team. Miraidon has to be hitting the field somewhere, calls it correctly, and catches the Miraidon on the switching with a huge Terra Dark Wicked Blow, leaving the Miraidon on just a sliver of HP.
You're that so very close to knocking out. You must imagine that Shohei would have trained the Miraidon in such a way with that Terrestrialization boosted Wicked Blows in mind, to make sure that if the Miraidon needs to come in, it does live it and not be knocked out there.
Yeah, we were speaking earlier on stream about those wheezing Miraidon teams. Miraidon having to opt for those more physically defensive sets that we've seen lately. But Shohei preserving that Miraidon, knowing that it's going to be useful for later, whether it's stopping a Spore once that Rillaboom hits the field again, or even just getting some big damage out. no risk of any sucker punches, getting the Volcarona back out and making sure that Miraidon stays safe. As we just see the Urshifu going for that protect, and the Amoonguss as well, and body press, not finding the mark that it really wanted to, because this Urshifu has been putting in so much work.
Yeah, putting in quite a lot of work there. The double protect there, just getting eyes on what the Miraidon might want to do, because they do see that the Miraidon is a choice specs variant, which means once it's clicked a move, that's all it's going to click until it switches out again. So they can Lewis can look to make a play based on what Shohei has looked to lock in, but Shohei has opted to go for the Volcarona route here. So we'll have a look to see what they've decided to lock in this coming turn.
Yeah, so heavy slam, Zamazenta recognizing that, yeah, I don't really want to be throwing more body presses into this Amoonguss, but Volcarona with the spread move, Struggle Bug, something we've been seeing picking up lately, gets around that Rage Powder, actually outspeeding the Urshifu as well, and manages to pick up the KO. It doesn't have that fighting type anymore, so that is super effective damage. And yeah, Lewis's Amoonguss only just holding on, but that's a big damage dealer off the field for Lewis now.
Yeah, big threat off there. Bringing in Zamazenta now. Amoonguss, being able to live both of those hits, is able to look at potentially redirecting another body press to keep the Zamazenta safe for maybe one or two more turns, depending on the decisions that are made by Lewis and Shohei in this upcoming turn.
Yeah, that Volcarona though, right now, sitting in a really good spot. It's staring down this Amoonguss, it's staring down this Zamazenta. Amoonguss is in range of kind of whatever Shohei wants to throw at it, and this Volcarona is one of those that have opted for a more offensive set rather than going that Rage Powder, that Morning Sun, potential Will-O-Wisp. It's the Quiver Dance variant with Flamethrower and Struggle Bug. So this is a perfect opportunity for that Volcarona to either start getting some big damage onto this Zamazenta, or just setting up to outspeed it and get some damage down later.
Yeah, knowing that the Rillaboom is in the back as well as the fourth Pokemon with the Grassy Surge activating now and at the start of the game as well, Volcarona is sitting in a fairly happy spot, but we do see Lewis here making the decision to go for the Terra Ghost on the Zamazenta, looking to assist herself in the body press wars against that one. Oh no, that was Shohei with the terrestrialization of the Ghost on the Zamazenta.
Yeah, so Shohei making sure that his Zamazenta is not weak to the body presses of the opposing Zamazenta, and also has the added benefit of protecting it from any future fake outs coming out. That Volcarona, as we mentioned, going for that Quiver Dance. The body press from the Lewis's Zamazenta going to that Volcarona, trying to get some damage out, not getting any burns from the Flame Body. The Volcarona, it's resisting, I think, every hit that can come out at it at the moment, and any damage on it without any burns following is really good for Lewis. But that Volcarona is now in a prime spot to start dealing out massive damage, especially with no Terra available on the Zamazenta.
Yeah, Lewis did use the terrestrialization on the Urshifu early on to put on a lot of that damage pressure, as we saw in the Miraidon taking almost all of its HP down to 0. So Volcarona is looking very pretty here. And from what we can see here, Lewis looks like he's happy to move on to a game 2. It looks like, I believe they did lock in a concede there. Just waiting on Shohei's inputs here to round out this game 1.
Yeah, so Lewis, understanding that with the position that he's in there, that Volcarona being set up and the Zamazenta being Terra Ghosted, there's so much to overcome in that game 1. Ready, willing to move on to that game 2, kind of take that time to think, what do I need to do? How do I adjust? And how am I going to overcome? I think this Volcarona is such a big threat. We saw there, Lewis brought, opting to forego the Calyrex Shadow, bringing 3 big physical attackers and the Amoonguss to support. And yeah, Shohei was just able to overcome kind of that big damage that we saw that Urshifu dealing. It was massive damage, catching them right on the switch and not quite getting the KO, but bringing it right down. But the Zamazenta really coming in to protect that Volcarona there, getting it off the field, Shohei recognizing how important it was.
Yeah, good board state awareness, and just playing 2 or 3 turns ahead just goes a long way, especially when they can see they've seen all 4 Pokemon, they've gone, right, Volcarona is the win condition here. We can have a look at getting it in a good spot, get it set up, and then get the ball rolling. which I think without the forfeit from Lewis, I think that's what we may have potentially seen fold up there. I think Lewis might have seen that coming as well. So looking to just get a mental reset going into game 2, new game plan. So it'll be good to see what Lewis looks to come up with to see if he can break Shohei's Volcarona, Grimsnarl, Zamazenta.
Yeah,
the trio.
Yeah, so Lewis, we saw he didn't bring the Calyrex Shatter here. While it would be beneficial bringing it into that Volcarona, being able to hit it on that special side, potentially before any Quiver Dancers get up, and without any risk of burning and that sort of thing, it is so hard to bring into Shohei's team with that double Dark and the Wide Guard there. Grimmsnarl, Chien Pao, Zamazenta, you've got Light Screen, you've got Sucker Punch and Crunch, and you've got those Wide Guards that can come out as well. It's so easy to see why it didn't come to that game. But there's so many options that can kind of come from it. He's got that balanced core, he's got the fake out pivot, he's got the sport as well. You can go for that sort of thing, kind of pivot around as he did. The Urshifu was really good at getting that damage down, but it went down so easily, and once it was down, it was so hard to break through that Volcarona. And here we go into game 2. We've got the leads again. Shohei, tried and true, sticking with that Grimmsnarl, and the Volcarona being there once again, while Lewis is going with the same thing as well.
Yeah, so we see the same leads from both of our trainers here. So interesting to see if there's any changes in their backline.
Yeah, so Lewis has that fake out pressure again. The Volcarona, though, it's still in such a good position against these physical attackers. It's going to take a lot of damage if it gets hit by one of those big wicked blows, but the fake out pressure is also good here to stop the Grimmsnarl from maybe trying to snipe down that Urshifu again.
We don't see any switches here, so we are going to see the Urshifu terrestrialize into the Dark type. The Volcarona staying on the field. Game 1, it swapped into Zamazenta. Zamazenta drank that wicked blow like an absolute champ, but Volcarona staying in here, maybe looking to do some damage. Go for the flamethrower onto the Urshifu, dealing quite a high amount of damage, but we're going to see how much this Wicked Blow does to this Volcarona here now.
Yeah, so Grimmsnarl not moving thanks to that fake out, but the Volcarona, such a pivotal part of Shohei's game 1, has gone down this turn. That Terra Dark Wicked Blow going into it, Lewis going, oh look, you might switch into that Zamazenta again, I'm going to make that call, I still need to hit this Volcarona. He gets it, but Volcarona on its way out says, I'm going to get you back. It gets that burn, which is really going to cripple this Urshifu now that it's not only so low, but it's also got its attack halved now.
Yeah, so it's basically going to sit there just with the halved attack. With the grassy terrain on the field, its burn isn't going to be chipping away at its HP because it's going to constantly be replenished by the grassy terrain. So Urshifu not looking like the absolute menace that it could be without that burn, but will be interesting to see how much damage it can look to push out now, to see what Shohei looks to bring out in response, and it is that Zamazenta.
Yeah, at the same time though, while the Urshifu is burned and a bit crippled at the moment, it's done its job. It got that big KO on the Volcarona, which is what it really was aiming to do. It missed out on that game 1 and then went down before the Volcarona could take any more hits. The Volcarona, as we saw then ending game 1, being faster than the Urshifu really was really important because it was able to get that struggle bug KO before Urshifu got the move. Lewis here switching out the Rillaboom, getting Amoonguss onto the field. No protects coming out from this Urshifu though. It's done its job. Lewis is willing to keep there and just get as much damage down as he can.
Yeah, pivot into the Amoonguss there, taking that body press. We are going to see the Wicked Blow come out there. The Grimmsnarl has set up the Reflect. And even through all that, Urshifu's just going to keep swinging. It's just going to keep doing its thing.
Yeah, so Amoonguss coming out, threatening that Spore. Grassy terrain's up at the moment, so unless we see a Miraidon come in like we did last game, those Spores are heavily threatening Shohei at the moment, but this Urshifu will not be dealing quite as much to a potential Miraidon on switch in this game.
Alright, so we do see the protect from the Amoonguss. There's no Miraidon switch in as of yet, so Spore is still able to be thrown out there. We see the Heavy Slam go into the Amoonguss. Into the protect there, we do see an attack coming out from Grimmsnarl as well, looking to be I would imagine the Spirit Break that was come out, similar to what we saw in that game 1. And the double target into the Amoonguss, so good protect there from Lewis.
Yeah, so Shohei, recognizing that the Urshifu, especially with these two Pokemon on board, resisting those big hits, even the close combat coming out super effective on the Zamazenta, that defense boost from its ability as well as the burn, really mitigating that damage to the point that it's not a threat. Wanting to try to snipe a potential KO on this Amoonguss with the double up without needing to switch Miraidon in before that really hits the field.
There, we're going to see the switch up now. There's also the Reflect as well that the close combat has to combat with as well. Just a lot of physical modifiers that are not in Urshifu's favor in terms of close combat damage. But we do see that they've looked to change it up there. The Urshifu has gone down now, being the target of that body press. Shohei looking to read a potential Spore coming out here from Amoonguss this turn. And yep.
There it is. That Spore, Shohei calling that really well, getting it the catch with the Miraidon, setting up that electric terrain, stopping the sleep from ever happening. Urshifu, the mighty warrior that it was in this game and the previous, finally dropping to another body press.
There we are. So we've got Rillaboom back in now. Rillaboom's got fake out pressure. Miraidon's on the field, so it can't reset the terrain. So there is also Spore pressure back online as well here for Lewis.
Yeah, so Lewis, timing that well, Urshifu did its job and left the field exactly when you wanted it to as well. Able to get that Spore off with that grassy terrain up. Miraidon, stuck on the field, is not able to pivot out and back in time. Doesn't get to move this turn because of the fake out. Doesn't get to move next turn because of the sleep. This Zamazenta is still sitting in a pretty nice position. The Rillaboom's not threatening it too much. The Amoonguss isn't threatening it with much more than a sleep, potentially. The Amoonguss is also looking very low. I'm not sure whether it's quite in range from another Heavy Slam, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, so Amoonguss is clicking that Protect there just to keep itself healthy for another turn, seeing where the Zamazenta is going to look to throw out its attack. Throwing the Heavy Slam into the Amoonguss there. Lewis protecting that well, making good protect plays into Shohei. And we see the U-turn, so we are going to see Lewis's fourth come out now. And I do believe from what we have seen, it is the Calyrex Shadow Rider, which has been brought over the Zamazenta in this game too.
Yeah, so that adjustment that we were talking about between games 1 and 2, the Calyrex coming out, Lewis playing this really well, like we said, those switches, keeping his terrain up, keeping that Spore pressure up, really big. And now we've got a sleeping Miraidon, and the Calyrex Shadow is in a prime position to start dishing out some damage.
Yeah, looking good to dish out some damage here. Just got to look and maybe look at playing around Wide Guard, a move Zamazenta is commonly known for having on its moveset. I do believe that we also saw Lewis had the option to even go for some setup with the Nasty Plot, which is what Lewis has elected to go for.
Yeah, there's that Nasty Plot, but we've seen no Wide Guard, no Protects coming out from Shohei's side, so we'd have to assume that this Zamazenta is wanting to get some damage down, and that Heavy Slam doing so much, getting just over 50% of the Calyrex, but it'll heal just back into the green thanks to that grassy terrain, but Miraidon not getting to wake up that turn. There's no light screen at the moment mitigating any damage from this Calyrex. Only the Reflect got set up. And this Miraidon's sitting pretty scared at the moment of what this Calyrex might be able to dish out to it.
Yeah, looking a little bit scary. Both an Astral Barrage and a Psychic. Miraidon would prefer not to take. So if Shohei looks to call that an Astral Barrage and looks to throw out a Wide Guard there, that'll be pretty nice for Miraidon, letting to bypass another turn. But we do see the Miraidon faked out, and we don't see a Wide Guard, so we're going to see a boosted Astral Barrage into both of these two, getting the knockout on the Miraidon, doing a very big chunk to the Zamazenta as well.
Yeah, Lewis not seeing through the bluff. That is Wide Guard. It's such a good move, even when you don't need to click it. But Lewis going straight for that Astral Barrage. And a body press coming down onto the Rillaboom. Shohei opting not to maybe throw another Heavy Slam into that Calyrex Shadow, instead wanting to get that damage down onto the Rillaboom. The Calyrex is still sitting in a really nice spot, but Shohei's Grimmsnarl does have that oh-so-fun move in Thunderwave, that priority paralysis that can halve the speed. Really wants to get that down onto the Calyrex here.
Yeah, I do believe Lewis's gameplay is going to look like they've gone for the light screen first, just to help offset that damage a little bit more before the Thunder Wave there. The Rillaboom has gone down. I do believe it was looking to click a U-turn there to safely get Amoonguss back in. But with a knockout on the Rillaboom, Amoonguss is going to be getting in safely. And with that Protect there, and with the Amoonguss coming in now, it's going to keep Calyrex as safe as possible from any potential Thunder Waves, as you mentioned earlier, because getting fully paralyzed in a situation like this for your endgame Calyrex can be pretty make or break, especially at this level in a tournament where when both of these trainers want to go in with the highest seed as possible going into top card.
Absolutely. That previous turn, Shohei not seeing through the Protect and getting down some really valuable moves there in getting that screens up. Amoonguss going for that Rage Powder, getting rid of that Thunder Wave, making sure it's not going into the Calyrex Shadow, because even just the half speed can be so detrimental in these end games. You really want to be moving first. You want to be moving for your opponent. Shohei making sure that his Zamazenta is safe this turn. Getting that Thunder Wave down, which... Oh, the Grimmsnarl, a massive critical hit, but the Grimmsnarl hanging on with just a sliver. It's the new Miraidon of Game 1 this game. And we just see straight into it. Another Rage Powder, protecting again from that Thunder Wave. No full paralysis on the Amoonguss, so being already paralyzed, that Thunder Wave isn't going to have any effect. And a Psychic coming down onto this Zamazenta. Another crit and a KO for Lewis.
Alrighty, so don't want to call it too soon, but I think Lewis is looking in a much more relatively comfortable spot to take out this Game 2 here. In front of the Grimmsnarl, standing as strong as it can, but there we see it. So we have the privilege of getting a Game 3.
Yeah, so Lewis making those big adjustments. Game 1, it seemed so tough, especially with that Volcarona. As soon as that Urshifu went down, Volcarona really had its lay of the land. It got to do what it wanted, and Lewis didn't really have the tools necessary to stop that. Game 2, he made that adjustment, bring the Calyrex Shadow, and really played his Amoonguss and Rillaboom so well. Able to get that Grassy Terrain on the field after the Miraidon is stuck there, and able to threaten those big spores, getting it on the Miraidon, and Miraidon didn't quite wake up when it might have wanted to, going down to those big astral barrages from the nasty plotted Calyrex Shadow.
Yeah, absolutely. The critical hit on the Grimmsnarl, taken quite a lot of damage out of there, and the Amoonguss clutching up, not being fully paralyzed, because we saw the Zamazenta go for an attack if there was a Thunder Wave successfully put on that Shadow Rider, and there's an attack going off, and if the Shadow Rider ends up fully paralyzed, well, that may potentially ended up in a different result.
Yeah, so we're on the back end now where we might have to see Shohei adapt. He let his Volcarona go down at that turn 1, and we saw how much of an impact it had on the late game. Like we said, it carries that Quiver Dance, it carries that Struggle Bug. While at a base, it might not want to take any Astral Barrages, when it comes to late game, if one of those Quiver Dances up, Struggle Bug, putting in so much damage, breaking the Focus Sash, even the big single target Flamethrowers will deal with something like that Amoonguss really quickly and not let it apply that much pressure as it did in that game. We saw the Volcarona go down. We saw how much Lewis was able to kind of pivot around after that, because there was no big fire damage and no big Struggle Bugs avoiding the Rage Powder and redirection of the Amoonguss.
Yeah, there was a Flame Body that happened on its parting way out, but unfortunately not enough for Shohei to lock up the set. So will be interesting to see as we get straight into our Game 3. We do see a change up from both sides. We see the Zamazenta and the Volcarona lead from Shohei, and we see the Incineroar making its stream debut for Lewis here, alongside the Amoonguss.
Yeah, so Lewis still going with that Fake Out, but instead of that instant damage and that Grassy Terrain, he's gone with that Incineroar and Amoonguss. So Spore being threatened out here. Incineroar, though, being so much better into this Volcarona, threatening big knockoffs, and also the Will-O-Wisp. If we saw in Game 2, that burn onto the Urshifu really just killed its damage, but the reverse is also true. If a Will-O-Wisp comes down onto this Zamazenta, it could be detrimental for Shohei, because this Incin is also holding a Chopple Berry.
Yes, so not too commonly seen because of the rise of the Calyrex forms.
Oh,
Big live from Among Us there with that double in with the flamethrower and the body press. We're not going to skip over that. But yeah, the Chopper Berry halving the amount of damage the body press would have done to the Incineroar. So potentially train in such a way to be able to tank that, to live that hit, and then be able to put a Will-O-Wisp off, as we see the Spore get thrown into the Among Us as well. So double status options for Lewis in this game 3.
yeah, a massive turn 1 from Lewis there, with the threat of body press plus a potential double up into the Incineroar and the Miraidon in back. The Zamazenta and Volcarona double up both managed to not actually get the KO on Amoonguss. So close, but not quite enough. And that allows Lewis just to go for the Spore into the Volcarona, no Electric Train to worry about, and a huge Will-O-Wisp into that Zamazenta, which Zamazenta really wants to be hitting those full power body presses, and it's just not going to get to now. But there is going to be a bit more damage coming out from it, thanks to another change we see from Shohei.
Yeah, we see the Shin Pow come in with that sort of ruin ability, boosting the damage output the body press can provide. Burn being quite big on the Zamazenta, because normally when you slow down a physical attacker, you're looking to do like throw Intimidate or a parting shot to lower their attack. But Burn, that affects the physical moves, not the physical attack stat. So body press being fired off that defense stat, even though while burnt, still comfortably living.
Yeah, even while burned, even with the Chopper Berry, that body press still doing 40% or so to that Incineroar, showing why Zamazenta has had such a rise in usage since gaining access to the move. It hits so hard. That Chien Power helping it along as well. But the Chien Power on switch in, normally that big damage dealer cops a parting shot on the way in as Incineroar gets out, and that Amoonguss, which Lewis switched out earlier this turn, coming back with a little bit more HP than we saw it leave with.
Yeah, thanks to the Regenerator ability that the Amoonguss does have access to, it helps in his role of being a nice, very bulky pivot, being able to heal HP every time it switches out. And with the amount of switching that you can sometimes see on some balanced teams, 33% more health your Among Us, you're not going to say no to that.
100%. And this Calyrex Shadow, again, in a nice position to be dealing damage, supported by that Amoonguss, doesn't want to be taking those dark type moves. And there's the Amoonguss actually switching out back into Incineroar. Instead of going for that redirection, opting to, let's just drop that Chien Pow's attack a bit more. It's now at -2 attack. And there's actually a Terastallization coming out here, and it's the Chien Pow going for that Terrastella.
Yeah, the new Skeletype that was added in the DLC 2, being not the most commonly used Terra, but Shen Pao being a rising user of it, just for some boosted damage on some moves. As we can see, the Crunch there looking to go into the Calyrex. Calyrex protecting itself there from damage, keeping its Focus Sash intact as well. And we do see the double up there, so Lewis making a good call on that Protect there for the Shadow Rider, seeing that the double in can look to knock it out past its Focus Sash.
Yeah, Lewis really leaning into the pivoting and protects of his team. It's such a big impact on how these teams like to play. Getting the Incineroar out, getting the Incineroar in, getting Amoonguss out and in with that Regenerator ability, and Lewis making some really nice protects here, taking that double up as Shohei tries to mitigate some of those damage attack drops with a damage boost of his own in that Terrastella. But speaking of damage boosts, here's the Terastallization on the Calyrex. That ghost typing, increasing those big Astral Barrages even more as the Chien Power not only takes the Fake Out and the flinch, but gets its Focus Sash broken.
Yeah, losing the Focus Sash. No Wide Guard there as well. We've been seeing Astral Barrages thrown out from Lewis there. Calling those Wide Guard turns correctly from that Zamazenta, just being able to get just big spread damage that Calyrex is known for.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen any Wide Guards this set yet. I don't think Lewis has been not falling for the option of that Wide Guard that's sitting there. Just happy to throw out those Astral Barrages. If there was a Wide Guard coming out that turn, Incineroar was stopping any punishment play from that Chien Power with those Fake Outs. So the Fake Out does do what it wants to do, and that Chien Power wasn't able to get something off like a big Sucker Punch or a Crunch that turn.
Alright, we're going to see Protects there from the Calyrex. We see the Protect from the Shin Power as well. a Protect from the Zamazenta as well. So 3 Protects come out here. Incineroar has a parting shot target, but not going to be able to switch out this turn.
Yeah, Incineroar trying to do what it does best in Pivot and then get an Intimidate for later as well as a Fake Out. But with all 3 Protects, it's stuck on the field for now. No Wide Guards, no big Sucker Punches or hits coming out or attempting to be coming out from the Chien-Pao or Zamazenta there. But with the Protect, you can Wide Guard. You can Protect and then Wide Guard, but you cannot Wide Guard and then Protect. It is same as clicking Protect twice. It will have that chance to fail. So Wide Guard is actually online this turn. Lewis, recognizing that with the Terastallization, Sucker Punch is really threatening that Calyrex Shadow, switching out and revealing his 4th Pokemon in that Urshifu Dark.
Yeah, we do see the Wide Guard come out there. We don't see the Sucker Punch, we see the Crunch there. With the Wide Guard there, Chien-Pao and with its Dark typing, protected from both the Astral Barrage and the Psychic there. So Crunch was a safe play from Shohei with that Wide Guard coming out there. But Urshifu Dark, you'll take that. And there's a parting shot out now, and we are going to have Amoonguss back in. And what was almost a knockdown Amoonguss, back looking so incredibly healthy just with the generator and the pivoting that Amoonguss has been able to do from Lewis's side.
Yeah, so that Flamethrower we saw from the Volcarona early on pretty much rendered mute now. But at the same time, the Chien-Pao now has the absolute speed advantage on the field, and with the Terastallization, big Icicle Crashes are still going to be doing a lot to that Amoonguss, and the Zamazenta, while it doesn't have the output that it did have earlier in the game, next to this Chien-Pao, Body Presses, super effective into this Chien-Pao, and even Heavy Slams are still going to be doing pretty decent damage.
Yeah, they'll be doing some sizable damage despite the burn. I do believe Incineroar has been coming in and out quite a bit, so I think the Intimidate drops have been taking a toll on the Chien-Pao. So looking to switch out there as we go back to the Volcarona here, the Sleeping Volcarona, and there's a double switch. So we're going to look to see the 4th Pokemon on Shohei's side, which is that Miraidon.
Yeah, so the Miraidon that didn't make the appearance turn 1, coming in now. Unfortunately, that doesn't wake the Volcarona up, but Amoonguss out at the same time. There's no grassy terrain on Lewis's side for this game, so that electric terrain is here to stay. Amoonguss getting out of there, getting a bit more Regenerator, and a Wicked Blow once again coming out, not quite able to get the KO on the Volcarona without that Terastallization, but there's the burn again. Urshifu really not liking hitting into this Volcarona at the moment.
Yeah, the Flame Body's been putting in quite a bit of work in this set, just keeping Urshifu just sort of at bay, just bringing it down back to the battlefield before it gets momentum rolling and just gets quite out of hand here. But we do have Incineroar just come in this turn, so we do have Fake Out Pressure live from Lewis's end. We'll see how Shohei looks to react to that as we see a Miraidon pivoting out of there, not looking like to take any sort of hits from either of these two, and we see the burnt Zamazenta come in here as well. We see the Volcarona burn, I believe it's first turn of sleep, as we see the Wicked Blow living that because of the burn. Absolutely incredible. And we see the parting shot as well, so we're going to see Incineroar leave the field once again.
Yeah, with so many Pokemon so low on HP, Shohei wanting to keep that Miraidon, that big damaging threat, alive, like it's keeping it healthy, keeping it alive and happy, making sure it's around later in the game to deal damage. Volcarona staying asleep. It's taken its mandatory turn now, so it has the potential to wake up. But Calyrex Shadow, there's no Sucker Punches threatening it now. Even if a Wide Guard comes out, Psychic doing so much damage to either one of these Pokemon. Drops so low. The Wicked Blow. Oh, the burn actually being enough to take out the Zamazenta here.
Wow.
Fainting not to any of the attacks, but to the Incineroar's Will-O-Wisp from turn 1.
Turn 1 there, the burn just doing a lot of just that chip between turns, slowly bringing it down. And now there's no more Wide Guard left on Shohei's end, so Astral Barrages are looking a bit more open for Lewis to click. But however,
there's that Sucker Punch.
There is the Sucker Punch there. That's why the Chien-Pao has made itself known to the battlefield, saying, we're not quite done yet. You're You can't be clicking those moves just yet. So we'll have a look to see how Lewis and Shohei look to play out these next couple of turns. They're going to be pretty big in deciding the result of this game 3.
Yeah, a fresh Chin Power. It may have its sash broken, but it has no Intimidate drops anymore until now. We see Lewis, again, that Incineroar getting out, getting in, getting the Intimidates down, having that fake out pressure. The Urshifu staying in, and Shohei not going for the Sucker Punch, going for that terrestrialized Icicle Crash into the Urshifu, but not quite enough for the KO.
Yeah, Volcarona taking another turn of sleep. That could have been the first chance of Volcarona waking up there. But Volcarona has now been knocked out by that Urshifu Wicked Blow. So Shohei back a little bit against the wall there, just with the Miraidon and the Shen Power. But if there's two Pokemon that can look to crawl back a game, it could very potentially be these two here.
Absolutely. We see the Urshifu there is on such low HP. The Chin Power is in range of something like a potential close combat from that Urshifu. The Miraidon, though, it's hit the field. It's got its electric terrain for now, but what it really needs to decide is what it's going to lock into. This is the Dazzling Gleam variant, so there is access to that. That electric terrain is only going to be around for so long, and you really need to take those turns into account when choosing what to lock into. There's things like the Amoonguss in back, which doesn't really mind taking an Electro Drift or a Fairy type move. It resists both of them, but the Calyrex is also lurking there.
Yeah, we do see Sucker Punch there. Just a little bit of chip on that Miraidon there. Miraidon going for that electric terrain boosted Electro Drift. That I do believe was enough there to take out the Incineroar. And we're going to see the Shin Power looking to go for another Icicle Crash onto the Urshifu. And that is enough damage there to take that as well. So now we're back to a 2-2 game.
Yeah, Lewis opting not to go for that fake out that he had available to him there. Instead, potentially trying to get either a knockoff or maybe even just another parting shot into Shohei's side. But without that fake out pressure, Miraidon not going for anything like potentially a Dazzling Gleam or that Draco Meteoric Mist, goes for that Electro Drift, takes out the Incineroar, and is ready to charge forward and deal some damage.
Oh yeah, we've just seen a good state of mind there from Lewis there. He's just checking how many of electric terrain turns are left. There's only the one. So going for the double protect, they're locking it in to get rid of that terrain, not only to weaken the Miraidon damage output, but it also allows Lewis to start clicking Spore again, put some stuff to sleep.
Yeah, that Calyrex Shadow generally being trained to be a bit faster than Chin Power, threatening with pretty big Astral Barrages. And while that Amoonguss is there, it is protected from any potential Sucker Punches that the Chin Power might want to go for. With the damage that it's got on board, that Ghost Terrestrialization threatening so much into both of these Pokemon, and there we see it, and Game 3 goes to Lewis. A really impressively played best of 3 set. We saw some amazing adjustments. We saw adjustments in Game 3 from both players, but after how really dominant Shohei was in that Game 1, it's really cool to see how players adapt, and Lewis did such a good job of that for Game 2 and 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you see some players fall under a little bit of pressure. Sometimes it's get that pressure going into top cut. Sometimes it's that pressure being on stream. Lewis stayed cool, calm and collected. Thought out his game plans for that Game 2 and Game 3. He came out with a victory against a very, very strong opponent in Shohei.
Yeah, so as we touched on before, Lewis, a former world finalist, Shohei, a former world champion, it was always going to be an impressive match. And such a good set, such a close set. Like, even in that Game 3, things could have gone either way. There were calls this way, calls that way. If any of those are different, the game can be so different. But that's what these best of 3s are all about. Seeing what your opponent does Game 1. You may not necessarily know them. You may not know how they play. You figure that out in Game 1. Whether it goes your way or it doesn't, you've got room to move, room to adapt. These teams that we've been seeing coming out of Regulation I have been so versatile. We saw teams at Milwaukee, like the winning team that Andrew Ding used, that Assault Vest on the Miraidon, which we haven't really seen before. It's also versatile, and we saw that come into effect here. Both players really showing the different ways that their teams can play, and Lewis coming out on top.
Yeah, good showcasing there. Alrighty, so from the look of things, I do believe we are going to quickly run into a brief break now. We will be back with some more action shortly.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Top Cut for the Melbourne Regional Championships. For those of you who haven't seen, my name's Henry, and I am joined here by Scott.
Hello, how are you going?
We have come a long way since yesterday, so our players have fought through a grueling day one and then a further 2 rounds of Swiss today for day 2. And we've cut them down to just 14 players left, our technical top 16, and that's what we're going to have coming up next. We've got 2 very good players, very high in our standings at the moment. We've got Masayoshi Kuro versus Joji Kaida.
Yeah, and look, Joji is on an absolute tear this season. I believe he has won 3 global challenges this year, which very impressive, especially when you think about what we've only had. Is it 6 this year? 7?
At that, yeah.
Yeah, so the fact that he's been able to win so many of them, incredibly impressive. And on top of that as well, he's had great performances at the regionals. I believe he also got top 8 at Brisbane, only losing to the eventual champion Diego.
Yeah,
Very impressive.
He had a very tough match up there, but he also top cut Perth as well. He's been on an absolute tear. He top cut EUIC this year at first seed, I believe. He's last year when he came in, he came second at one of the European regionals. He's just been absolutely so insanely consistent, and it shows. He's at the top of our standings. Like, you can absolutely see why. And he's running an interesting team as well. Why don't you take us through that a bit?
Yeah, so look, he's coming in here with a Groudon and a Calyrex Ice Rider. So a very unique pairing, not one you tend to see too often. They have paired it up, of course, here with the Raging Bolt as well. Raging Bolt helps out a lot on these Calyrex Ice teams in particular because they can tend to struggle with some of those Kyogre teams, so very, very good. And then, yeah, just a pretty standard defensive backbone here with the Incineroar and a Moongus, obviously 2 of the best supports in the game, giving you Redirection, Spore, and, of course, Fake Out and Intimidate. And to wrap it up, of course, there is the Terra Stellar Fluttermane here with Focus Sash. Obviously, In the Sun is one of the fastest Pokemon in the game with that Photosynthesis boost. And, yeah, just 2 very, very strong stab moves.
Yeah, and we're actually going to be having a Sun v Sun matchup here. Kuro going that kind of more modern style in he's running Koraidon Calyrex Shadow. But with a twist, we've got that ability shield Koraidon that we've seen popping up lately with the Galarian Weezing. Rounding that out, he's got a Photosynthesis Pokemon of his own, but one that we don't commonly see, he's got the Walking Wake. So it's actually an Assault Vest Walking Wake with Snarl, really helpful into those Lunala teams, those Cali Shadow teams that have been coming up. And then Chiyu and Incineroar to round it out. The double Fire Dark move Pokemon. Chiyu, again, these teams really struggle into opposing Ghost types, especially those Calyrex Shadows, especially those Lunalas. Chiyu and Incineroar just round that out so nicely, and it just pairs so well with Sun. If we don't even talk about the supporting the team into specific things, Chiyu just likes to go absolutely ham with those massive heat waves, those massive overheats. And we actually see the defensive Terra of Ghost. We've seen a lot picking up Terra Fire to kind of dish out a bit more damage, but Terra Ghost, being that it can avoid those fake outs and really dish out some early damage, is really cool to see.
Yeah, look, we will be jumping into the games very shortly, but yeah, just to, I guess piggyback what you said about Chiyu there, on a team like this as well, you have the Koraidon giving you the Sun, right? So you're buffing up your own, fire type attacks, which is incredible. But then you have Calyrex Shadow Rider, one of the fastest Pokemon in the format, one of the strongest special attackers in the format, and then you give it, the support of Beads of Ruin, and all of a sudden this Pokemon just does insane amounts of damage. So yeah, really, really cool to see. I'm personally a huge fan of this team. And as you mentioned as well, the Walking Wake, because another one this team can really kind of struggle into as well is the Ho-Oh, which has been rising up quite a bit. It's a Pokemon that has a massive special defense stat, so it's able to take hits from the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and also with its flying and fire typing, it normally resists the common moves run by Koraidon. So having a Pokemon like Walking Wake on this team as well is very, very good into some of those matchups.
Yeah, we've seen things like Grimmsnarl as well popping up. But we're going to jump straight into this match here. And we're going to be watching from Joji's perspective here. We've got the Groudon and Fluttermane lead into that Walking Wake with the Cali Shadow.
Yeah, and look, this is a pretty good position, I think, for both players. It's going to come down to a bit of reads here, of course. You have the Walking Wake in position here to really threaten that Groudon, but you also have the Fluttermane here to threaten both Mons on the side of Masayoshi here. Of course, the Moonblast can deal massive damage here into the Walking Wake, and the Shadow Ball also putting a lot of pressure onto that Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, so I believe that was the speed boost that we've seen coming from both the Fluttermane and the Walking Wake there. Masayoshi really taking advantage of the sun that Joji's Groudon has brought to the field, getting that speed boost and threatening some big damage with something like a Hydro Steam. Fluttermane ignoring the super effective Moonblast into the Walking Wake, instead opting to go straight into that Calyrex Shadow.
And we see a big survival there by the Groudon. That Assault Vest put in a lot of work there, allowing it to live that Hydro Steam, but unfortunately it does go down to the double up there from the Astral Barrage, and Fluttermane does get dropped to its Focus Sash here, so a very, very strong turn one here for Masayoshi.
Yeah, a very offensive turn from Masayoshi as well. That Assault Vest on the Walking Wake, meaning that it can relatively happily attack even with that Fluttermane in front of it, and such a hyper-offensive lead. The Groudon can't defensively Terra out of that Hydro Steam. Even in Sun, that Water move is hitting harder than ever. And the double up from these two massive special attackers is enough to overcome even the Assault Vest on such a powerful restricted Pokemon.
And look, we are in a bit of an interesting position right now here for Joji as well. He does have the Terra Normal ready on the Calyrex Ice Rider here, which would be very, very important if it wants to survive a +1 Astral Barrage coming out of the Calyrex Shadow Rider. But of course, you know, this is Masayoshi, a very, very good player. He could read this. He could opt to just maybe take out the Fluttermane. But of course, the Fluttermane here is still putting a lot of pressure on the board. It can threaten a lot of damage into both Pokemon. And we do see the Shadow Ball here coming into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and it will pick up the KO.
Yeah, so a return KO here. Both players now down a restricted Pokemon. Joji's team, much more Trick Room centralized, Trick Room oriented in than Masayoshi's team. Getting that Trick Room up and really trying to turn the tide and put himself into a position where now he can try to get some sweeping damage going with the Calyrex Ice.
Yeah, look, and this is a very, very fast team on Masayoshi's side of things here, as we do see the Crydon come out onto the board. So Calyrex Ice Rider right now is in a pretty comfortable position. It should, pretty easily underspeed both of these Pokemon here in the Trick Room. But the big question here is, what is Joji going to do with that Fluttermane, as it is very likely the fastest Pokemon on the board right now.
Yeah, Caridon having that Terastallization available. Terrafire, the perfect answer to these big potential Glacial Lances coming out. And speaking of, there is that Terrafire coming out. So Caridon now happily going to be taking those Glacial Lances that could possibly be coming out. Normally it'd have to be a bit scared of those high horsepowers, but Joji instead opting for Body Press on his Calyrex Ice instead of that ground move. A bit of a detriment against this Caridon. Really good in those matchups where Intimidate can come out, but not in the case of a Terrafire Caridon.
Yeah, look, as you mentioned, that Body Press is very, very good into Pokemon like the Incineroar here, but we are going to see I believe this is the Flare Blitz coming out, and it will just pick up the KO onto the Calyrex Ice Rider. So I believe, this is now too restricted down for Joji. And while he does, potentially have the speed control here with the Trick Room, and we do see the Raging Bolt is the next Pokemon here. It is looking a bit rough right now for Joji, I think.
Yeah, Raging Bolt on the slower end of things. It can be trained to be a bit faster, but generally people prefer to go for bulk. It's got the Sun Up. That offensive power is there. It's got that photosynthesis ability. Both of these players taking advantage of each other's sun. This Raging Bolt also carrying that Life Orb, really threatening some powerful Thunderbolts or even Draco Meteors into both of these Pokemon. They're both chipped, both at around 50 to 60%. Almost definitely going to be in range of something like maybe a Terra Electric Thunderbolt, maybe a Draco Meteor, especially since there's just so much damage threatening from this Raging Bolt here. But the Fluttermane still kind of just sitting there and seeing what it can do with kind of these speeds really not working in its favor.
Yeah, and it looks like Joji here will be locking in the Terra Electric coming out on his Raging Bolt. And I believe he may have actually also locked in the Thunderclap there.
Yeah, Wheezing, we haven't seen it yet on stream, makes its debut, getting rid of those abilities. So that photosynthesis boost that the Raging Bolt has, no longer applying. Same goes, though, with the Walking Wake and the Fluttermane. Both dropping their speeds down, but with Wheezing hitting the field, it looks like most of the speed tiers will stay relatively the same, as Raging Bolt leads off the crowd with a massive Thunderbolt, even without the photosynthesis boost, taking out the Assault-vested Walking Wake and getting a KO around this Wheezing.
Yeah, that was a massive KO there for Joji. It is very, very crucial that he picks that up, because now we're in a position where this Raging Bolt really Under Trick Room needs to start picking up KOs as fast as possible. Of course, getting rid of its Dragon typing here does mean it does no longer take super effective damage to the Strange Team, but it no longer resists the Flare Blitz here coming out of the Koraidon, which could be very, very crucial. And of course, the Flutter Mane's on 1 HP. I feel like Joji right now, the Protect is pretty obvious on it. Looking at the Trick Room turns there, he knows he is running out. So we could potentially see a double here into the Raging Bolt, predicting a potential Protect. But the Flutter Mane's move choice here will be very, very crucial as to how the end of this game here plays out.
Yeah, so as Trick Room turns slowly burn out, this Raging Bolt threatening what looks to be likely a KO on either of these with a big Thunderbolt. Draco Meteor would almost definitely KO the Koraidon from this range, but you can't hit that into the Weezing, and Thunderbolt keeps your damage up. Whereas if you go for the Draco Meteor, you might miss, you might hit, you might KO, but it might hurt you in the long game against the Weezing. There's the Koraidon protecting though. Joji also opting for the protect on that Flutter Mane. Weezing actually underspeeding the Raging Bolt here, and both players just attacking into protect, kind of stalling out, seeing what their opponent wants to do. And then moving into the next turn in exactly the same position that they had previously.
Yeah, and look, I think Masayoshi realizes right now the only quick way through his Koraidon is going to be a Thunderbolt from this Raging Bolt. So it is very, very important that he can get the speed advantage back in his side. And he does go for the double protect and gets it. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see what the Weezing does here. The Weezing, ideally, the Flutter Mane misses the double protect on its own side here. And the Weezing will pick it up with the Play Rough.
Yeah, so both players with their speedier Pokemon on the field, both trying to get that double protect, both trying to let those specific Pokemon stall out those Trick Room turns. Masayoshi, successful. Joji, not quite, as the Flutter Mane goes down. But this Raging Bolt is still threatening so much damage. The Life Orb, the Terra Electric, it all stacks up, and the Koraidon is getting low, but no Thunderclap comes out, and this is just a Flare Blitz straight into the Raging Bolt.
That's
not
a lot of
quite
damage.
enough, but a lot of damage. Life Orb recoil is going to start stacking up.
Yeah, and look, that was a really heads-up play there by Joji, predicting that third protect there, so the Koraidon wouldn't take any damage from the Thunderclap. We do see Weezing here go down to the Thunderbolt, and now look, we're in an endgame. Does the Raging Bolt's Terra Electric Thunderclap pick up, and is he able to get the prediction correct here? Because we could start seeing a bit of Thunderclap and a bit of Protect, swapping here. It's going to be which player gets the right call.
Yeah, so that Thunderclap, not quite as powerful as the Thunderbolt being there, and there is no Sun. Neither of these Pokemon are getting a boost anymore. But that Terra Electric, the Life Orb, the multipliers, it stacks up so much, and that Koraidon has been taking a good amount of Flare Blitz recoil. Joji really smart there, letting the Koraidon hit the Raging Bolt, letting it hurt itself a bit in the process, and taking that opportunity to make sure I'm going to get some damage onto this Weezing. I'm going to try to KO it. I don't really want to take a Flare Blitz and a Play Rough. And with the recoil, maybe Thunderclap is enough. We see Masayoshi here going for that Protect, stalling out a Thunderclap. There is only a certain amount that you can use, and it's going to be all dependent on whether that gets off.
Yeah, and look, we see that another Protect from Masayoshi, another Thunderclap by the Raging Bolt. Of course, Joji here does have 5 PP left on that Thunderclap. The question is, at some point, does Masayoshi attack predicting a Thunderbolt, or does Joji go for the Thunderbolt predicting the Protect?
Yeah, we've seen these mind games before. Generally, we see it with Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch and Thunderclap only both working at +1 priority if the opposing Pokemon attacks. If they don't, it fails. We see these situations where you've got a slower Pokemon with that priority move versus a faster Pokemon with a heavy hitting move that can knock that Pokemon out or at least do a lot of damage to it. And it's what we're seeing here. These Protects, we've seen, I think, 3 or 4 Protects in a row from this Koraidon now. It's trying to stall out those Thunderclaps. But the thing is, Masayoshi doesn't know how many more times that Thunderclap can be going off. Whether it's been trained to use it a bit more, trained to use it a bit less. But we also don't know if the Thunderclap is actually enough to get the KO on this Koraidon as well. But if there is a double Protect attempt where it fails like this one, we see a Thunderclap go off again there. But if that's something like a Thunderbolt, it can really catch things off guard and turn the tides of a game on the spot.
And it does look like Joji has opted to lock in the Protect here as well, just to buy himself another turn. Of course, the Crydon does only have a certain amount of Protects itself. Normally, the Protect obviously will outlast the number of Thunderclaps here. So Joji just taking a turn here to see what his opponent will do. Of course, this is where the mind games come into it, right? We see another Protect there by the Crydon. He's going to click it every single turn. I guess the question is going to be, does Joji ever just throw out a Thunderbolt at some point? Or can Masayoshi, potentially predict that Thunderbolt turn and throw off a Collision Course or a Flare Blitz of his own?
It's such a hard call to make, and it's so often on the back end to be clicking not that priority move.
We see the Protect fail.
There's a Crydon going for that double Protect. It doesn't get it. And Joji making that call, going for that Thunderbolt. Such a risky play, but it pays off. He makes the right call. There was no double Protect. It failed that second move. And the Thunderbolt is more than enough now to KO this Crydon and pull Joji into a Game 1 win from what was looking like a pretty dire situation from turn 1.
Yeah, look, that was a fantastic comeback by Joji there. When you look at turn 1, of course, that Fluttermane was putting a lot of pressure on both Pokemon on Masayoshi's side of things. Of course, Joji ends up predicting the Terra Dart coming out on that Calyrex Shadow Rider. It doesn't go for it. The Moonblast only does about 40%. That leads to the Fluttermane getting dropped to its Focus Sash. It also leads to the Groudon getting picked up before it could, basically deal any damage. So Joji on the back foot from the very beginning of the game, but that Calyrex Ice Rider and then that Raging Bolt under Trick Room was really just able to kind of turn that game around. Basically put Joji in a position where he was able to come back from a big deficit.
Yeah, so Groudon, that Pokemon that you really want to be playing in Trick Room with, or you don't really want to be up against water types, generally the Sun's enough to turn them away. But Walking Wake, with that signature move boosted in the Sun, just doing so much damage next to Calyrex Shadow. But once that Trick Room got up, that's when Joji really was able to start taking KOs, building up momentum again. And that Raging Bolt with the Terra Electric is really what he needed and utilized really well to come back. I'm very interested to see how the adaptations for the Game 2 come out, if they come out. Masayoshi has things available. We've seen that Wheezing. He brought it in the back there, but it has access to things like that Taunt, like that Will-O-Wisp. It doesn't want to be in front of the Groudon. But if Joji decides to maybe preserve that a bit more, or if you want to play around the Groudon again, getting those early knockouts, Taunt and Will-O-Wisp from the Wheezing could be absolutely massive in the early game.
I think another important Pokemon to mention here as well on Masayoshi's side of things is that Incineroar. Joji's team here does not have Clear Amulet on either of his restricteds. This is an Assault Vest Groudon, and it's a Lumberry on that Calyrex Ice Rider. And we do see an Incineroar here with a Terra Bug. So this is a very, very interesting Pokemon in this game, I believe, because again, you can intimidate both those two restricteds, really lower the damage output, but then you've also just got fake out support, right? You look at that end game there where, we see that constant protect, waiting to see, if he was going to keep catching those Thunderclaps. If you have an option like fake out potentially, you don't have to make those reads. So I would be interested to see if Masayoshi does decide to bring in. Of course, the other three Pokemon he brought in that matchup, all very crucial. Of course, that Calyrex Shadow Rider dealt a lot of damage on turn 1. It did clean up that Groudon. And of course, as well, that Hydro Steam coming out of the Walking Wake was massive for getting that Groudon in range of the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen in previous sets, we saw in our final set of Day 2, that pivoting is so big. Whether it's with the Incineroar, getting Fake Out in, pivoting it out, getting Intimidate down, then it's so crucial, even with the Rillaboom and everything. But here, if we get that Incineroar pivoting in and out, it really impacts the Groudon. But here's that adaptation from Joji specifically on this one, not wanting to let his Groudon go down from the get-go, but also making a complete switch up and bringing his two slower, more Trick Roomy Pokemon in the front, ready to deal with the Walking Wake and the Cali Shadow.
Yeah, and look, we do see Joji here toying with the idea of potentially going for what I believe is a Terra Normal plus Trick Room. And then, of course, the question here is, what is Raging Bolt going to do, right? Because, again, we know how much damage this Pokemon can do. It can threaten both Pokemon on Masayoshi's side of things. But there is that Draco Meteor on the Walking Wake. There is also a Snarl as well. So there is either the option to deal massive damage into that Raging Bolt, or kind of lower its damage output for later on in the game. So it's going to be really interesting to see how our two trainers here kind of want to play this.
Yeah, normally we see on the Raging Bolts that Assault Vest, but this one is that Life Orb. It's not likely to be able to take a double up from any of the big special attack moves that we could see from the Walking Wake and the Calyrex Shadow. But like we were talking about, as you said, there's that Incineroar, a really nice adjustment from Masayoshi here.
Yeah, and look, with that Terra Bug as well in this game, it is very, very strong because as we mentioned earlier, this is a body press on that Calyrex, right? Obviously, it understands, hey, I'm going to get intimidated because I don't have a clear amulet, but because of that, I do have an option like body press to kind of, mitigate that, right? I still have a super effective attack into the Incineroars that I'm able to, essentially deal massive damage to him without having to worry about my attack stat being dropped. And we do see that Draco Meteor coming out for the one-hit KO into the Raging Bolt. My goodness, Walking Wake, very, very powerful there. That is a massive loss for Joji. And this is a very, very good position for Masayoshi now.
Yeah, so Masayoshi really playing that turn 1 out well. He led the Calyrex Shadow, baited out that big terrestrialization on the Calyrex, the Terra Normal. Last game, that Terra Electric on Raging Bolt was so big, so important. Masayoshi not falling for that, getting that Calyrex out of there, bringing in the Incineroar, having fake out pressure ready, having that intimidate down, and go straight for the Draco Meteor into the Raging Bolt, which didn't protect in front of such a big threat.
Yeah, and look, this here, I believe, is a pretty good position for Joji, right? Of course, Masayoshi right now does have Fake Out on the board. He can potentially stop either of these two Pokemon from moving this turn. But you also have the option of clicking Precipice Blaze right now, which would deal massive damage into that Incineroar if it doesn't Terra. You also just have a Calyrex Ice Rider that, again, even at -1, this one still does quite a lot of damage. The Glacial Lances will still do quite a bit to this Walking Wake. And again, the option to potentially body press that Incineroar slot is also very, very good.
Yeah, but something we didn't see last game that we get to see now is this Groudon under Trick Room. It's coming in unintimidated and really has its lay of the land. Those Precipice Blades are going to be hitting really hard. We see that. There's the Walking Wake getting out of there, wanting to kind of preserve it for later. And the Calyrex Shadow actually coming back in instead of that Walking Wake. And there's the Fake Out into Groudon, just ensuring that no big Precipice Blades come off this turn.
Yeah, and look, there is that body press we were talking about. Dealing 50% to an Incineroar at -1, I think, is very impressive for that Calyrex Ice Rider. So it just shows the value there of that body press. But now we're in a position where neither of these Pokemon are too fond of taking a Precipice Blades from a Groudon. And there's nothing really to stop potentially something like a Glacial Lance plus Precipice Blades from coming out here on Masayoshi's side of things.
Yeah, so Calyrex Shadow Rider actually managing to get in front of these two spread move using Pokemon with its Poké Sash intact. And there's the Protect coming out from Masayoshi's Incineroar. Not something we see very often at all, but a really good way in this situation to help stall out those Trick Room turns. Incineroar generally built to be a bit slower. Groudon also in this situation a bit slower. It'll be very interesting to see how the speeds interact between these two Pokemon. Whether Incineroar is able to get off something maybe like a parting shot into that Groudon before taking a Precipice Blades. But at the same time, we saw how much that body press from Calyrex Ice did. Incineroar might not get that chance at all.
Yeah, and look, as you just mentioned, obviously, Incineroar here on this team does not have a fourth attacking move like they tend to run, or a fourth supporting move. They tend to run things like that Will-O-Wisp, right? And again, on this team, we do actually see Will-O-Wisp is on the Galarian Weezing, which I do think is definitely something of note to mention. Okay, and we're going to see a big Glacial Lance here, though, come out, dealing very, very good chip damage here to that Calyrex Shadow Rider, breaking its Focus Sash here. But the question is, will the Precipice Blades land here for the Groudon? And it is going to be a double connection, and it is going to be a double KO for the Groudon.
A big KO. Masayoshi keeping that Calyrex Shadow in there, not opting for the parting shot into the Groudon, instead going for that knockoff, getting rid of the Assault Vest, assumably because of the Astral Barrage. Maybe thinking, Calyrex, I've got a bit of bulk on it, potentially. The Calyrex Ice is at -1 attack. Maybe I can live this double up and get a really big hit off on this Groudon. But the Groudon powers through, double connects that Precipice Blades. That's such a risky move. It misses so often. But Groudon coming through and just getting a massive double KO.
Yeah, and look, we're in a bit of an interesting position here for Masayoshi, right? Of course, he does have the option to go for the Terrifier onto the Koraidon here. Oh, and we're not going to see a Protect coming out of the Koraidon, actually. And this Precipice Blades could be enough. Oh, and we're actually not going to see the Precipice Blades. We're going to see the High Horsepower. Both of Masayoshi's Pokemon did survive this turn. And we're going to see a big Collision Course come out. And that is going to be... Oh, did that survive? It did. It lived on 7 HP. The Hydra thing will come out into Groudon, who did lose its Assault Vest. But yeah, now all of a sudden, Masayoshi getting a bit of tempo back in this game.
Yeah, so I believe that's down to a 2v2 now. The Koraidon not going for the Protect there, realizing, look, I'm happy to take a -1 Glacial Lance. There's a good chance that you want to double up on this Walking Wake, the one thing that can't protect. Both hits not quite getting the KO, and this really apparently defensively bulky Calyrex Ice with that body press, it makes sense. Those hits were hitting hard, so the defensive hits should be getting a lot more easily taken. But we've still got Trick Room up. These Pokemon are still very fast, and like we said, that Walking Wake can't really protect you.
Yeah, no, look, with the Assault Vest, it can't, but it is so low on HP that as long as the Calyrex connects with a move onto it, it should be enough to finish it off. But the question here is going to be, is this... Oh, the Aqua Jet coming out to break the Focus Sash here on the Flutter Mane. The Shadow Ball will come out. It looks like the Trick Room has actually ended. The Koraidon will live the Shadow Ball here. Oh, is this going to be enough to get it done? He's going to go with the...
That looks like a Flame Charge into the Calyrex Eyes, and it's enough to pick up the KO.
So all of a sudden, Masayoshi has found himself in a pretty strong position now. Of course, +1 speed onto this this Koraidon here means the speed tiers could be a bit interesting between the Flutter Mane and the Koraidon, as they do have the same base speed. And we do see, it looks like the sun has just disappeared here. And yeah, Koraidon likely to be the fastest mon on the board.
Yeah, so Koraidon and Flutter Mane, both in very interesting situations when it comes to their speed. As you said, that same base speed, but two very dynamically different teams. Masayoshi's a very fast-paced team, but Joji's a very slow one. And there it is, the Koraidon manages to move first here. Yeah, that takes the KO on the Flutter Mane, and that gives the game to Masayoshi to bring us to a Game 3.
Wow, look, that was very, very impressive. Crazy, right? Because you look back at Game 1, it looked like Masayoshi was in control that whole game. Joji somehow claws it back. That game, Joji looked like he was in control the whole time, and then somehow at the very end, Protect on Incineroar came in clutch there. Allowing it to survive that extra turn was huge, and then you see he was able to just stall out the Trick Room turns enough. Because of that, he was able to just basically stall it out, get into a position where he could win. That Flame Charge as well on the Koraidon was very, very important, because the second that sun went down, it meant at +1 speed, it should have outsped that Flutter Mane most times. And yeah, we saw there he didn't have to play around with it too much. Also, preserving the Terra Fire as well was very, very big.
Yeah, we saw that Game 1, that Game 2. The first turn, Masayoshi make that really impressive call of dropping that Draco Meteor into the Raging Bolt, taking it out before it gets to do any damage at all that game. And the Incineroar coming in, like we talked about, that really good adaptation. The Protect coming in clutch, helping him stall out those Trick Room turns. And some really impressive lives as well. We had the Walking Wake survive the double up of Glacial Lance High Horsepower. On the opposite side, we had a massive Collision Course come out onto that Calyrex Ice when it was Terrestrialized to the normal type, making it super effective. Collision Course in Sun gets a boost from being super effective, and that ability shield helps when Weezing's on the field, but that ability is there the whole time. So much damage coming out from that Koraidon. Calyrex hanging on, but in the end, it wasn't quite enough. It still went down to that Flame Charge, and Flutter Mane was left all on its own.
Yeah, and another important thing I think to mention as well is that Intimidate is a big reason why the Koraidon was able to eat that Glacial Lance as impressively as it did, because, again, it did a lot less damage than I personally predicted. I think it only did roughly about 50% to a Koraidon that wasn't terrored. So, that goes to show that potentially Joji doesn't have that much attack investment into his Calyrex Ice Rider, but also to potentially there is a bit of bulk on the Koraidon on the other side.
Yeah, so like we talked about, we touched on the fact that there's that body press on Joji's Calyrex Ice. We saw how much it dealt and how much it took from a Collision Course. It looks to be one of the more defensive builds. It's really interesting how it plays into this, because Calyrex versus Koraidon generally, it's pretty 50-50. Like, you need to take into account what Terra is available, how much damage, the speed tiers and all that. Generally, if Trick Room's up, Calyrex gets the advantage pretty quickly, but Masayoshi and his Koraidon were able to hang on really well there, and it paid off in the end.
Yeah, and look, I think those Pokemon being able to survive those attacks under Trick Room, as you said, the Walking Wake surviving to get off that Aqua Jet to break the Focus Sash, very, very important. But we do here see a bit of a change up here going into Game 3. It is going to be Joji leading with the Flutter Mane and the Calyrex Ice Rider into Masayoshi's Koraidon and Walking Wake.
Yeah, so opposite to Game 1, Masayoshi realizes it's probably not going to be any sun for me this turn 1. I'm going to give it to myself. Koraidon off the lead, threatening a lot of damage when doubled up with this Walking Wake. Flutter Mane threatening big fairy type attacks into it. But that Terra Fire is the perfect way to resist not only those fairy type attacks, but those glacial lances we saw previously. Flare Blitz, Collision Course, it's all dealing so much damage across the board, and then the Walking Wake's there to dish out big Hydro Steams in the sun as well.
Yeah, and look, again, we see the Fluttermane in front of 2 Dragon types here. These are 2 Pokemon that do not want to eat an Ice Blast coming out of this Fluttermane right now. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Masayoshi wants to, potentially play this. Of course, there is that Assault Vest over on the Walking Wake, which will allow it to, potentially eat those Moon Blasts a little bit better. And again, a Terrifier, as you said, on the Koraidon could allow it to resist both moves coming out of the Fluttermane here and the Calyrex Ice Rider. And we do see the Terrifier coming out turn 1 here onto the Koraidon. It's going to be very interesting to see what it wants to target here.
Yeah, so there is no Protect on this Calyrex Ice. Joji has opted for the Body Press and Imprison. But unlike Game 1, we see a massive Moonblast coming out into this Walking Wake. But thanks to that Assault Vest, able to take it quite handily to be able to deal back with a big Hydro Steam as Koraidon comes out with one of those massive Flare Blitzes. No Terrestrialization, super effective. The defense was good enough for the Collision Course, but not quite for the Flare Blitz. And the Flare Blitz is able to take out that massive Trick Room Mon. Turn 1, that Trick Room centralized game plan that Joji has been trying to lean towards these last 2 games is off the table turn 1.
Yeah, and look, that was a very, very good turn 1 here for Masayoshi. It's going to be really interesting to see how Joji wants to kind of play it out from here. Of course, the Groudon come in and threaten super effective damage into that Koraidon. Of course, based on that last turn, we know the Fluttermane does have enough here to pick up a KO on that Walking Wake if it chooses to. But yeah, Joji's in a bit of a pickle here. Losing his Calyrex Ice Rider without getting any damage off or any attacks off it's not the best position to be in right now.
Yeah, so this is actually a rematch from Swiss as well. Joji and Masayoshi playing yesterday in day 1 of the competition. Joji won that one, but this game 3, Masayoshi has taken such a huge knockout in this game 3. And Joji is looking to be a bit on the back foot here, but Raging Bolt has access to its sun, and there was no Terrestrialization used on the Calyrex Ice this time. Terra Electric is ready and waiting to deal out a lot of damage.
Yeah, and look, we spoke in Game 1 about how important that Raging Bolt was for Joji to bring that game back. And again, we're in a pretty similar position here where the Walking Wake has been chipped down. It is in range of the Fluttermane, and we know it. There's no Terra available on Masayoshi's side of things here. So the Walking Wake right now is threatening massive damage into both of these Pokemon. The Fluttermane here can kind of pin the Walking Wake, meaning you can't get that Draco Meteor into the Raging Bolt here. And without that, there's no real consistent way here to potentially pick up a KO on that Raging Bolt in one turn here.
Yeah, and there's that big Terrestrialization from that Raging Bolt, that Terra Electric, powering up its attacks. Not only does it have the Life Orb, it's got the Photosynthesis, it's got the Terra Electric. Any move coming out from this Raging Bolt is going to be dishing out so much damage here. The Koraidon protecting, not really wanting to take any hits from that. Walking Wake, just like before, putting in that work to make sure that Assault Vest gets broken on the Fluttermane and recognizing that I'm slower, I want to do something before I go down.
Yeah, and look, that Focus Sash could be very, very crucial because, again, when you look at Masayoshi's side of things, this Koraidon does so much damage with Terrify in the sun that it could potentially pick up that KO from Fluttermane if it was full HP. But thanks to that Focus Sash, it just guarantees that it lives that one extra turn. But yeah, with that Aqua Jet there, breaking the Focus Sash, it does put the Fluttermane into a bit of a different position.
Yeah, and we've got to think about it now. With this, with the Calyrex Ice down, Joji has to change his game plan. He can't go for that Trick Room. He's not getting the speed advantage in this game, aside from the Fluttermane. The Fluttermane does not have access to Icy Wind. It is opted for the Taunt instead. So there's not going to be any Icy Wind speed drops to potentially put anything below the Raging Bolt speed-wise. But the Fluttermane needs to stick around. It needs to be getting off fast Shadow Balls, fast Moonblast, fast and quick hits, getting the damage stacked up before something like this Calyrex Shadow gets a knockout or two and really stacks up its special attack boosts.
Yeah, and look, we do see a bit of an interesting play here from Joji. It looks like he's making the prediction that the Koraidon will either protect or switch out here into whatever Mon is in the back and opting to go for the double up here into the Calyrex Shadow Rider here. Oh my god, and that Thunderclap did massive damage there. It looks like it dropped it to its Focus Sash. And then the Fluttermane will just pick up the KO here. So we're getting into a bit of an interesting endgame here. The Koraidon will threaten massive damage to either Pokemon here. Oh, it's going to be very... Oh, and And there it is. That's a one-hit KO with the Flare Blitz, picking up the Raging Bolt. Yeah, I don't think things are looking too great for for Joji right now.
Well, here's the thing. Both of those big Pokemon getting big knockouts this turn. Calyrex Shadow, unfortunately, not able to get much of an impact on this game. It didn't get to utilize those big Astral Barrages that we've seen from it in the past, dropping to that double up. But at the same time, this Raging Bolt, this pivotal Pokemon for Joji, has been knocked out at the same time. Groudon is still there, though. Groudon is very good into Koraidon and Incineroar, especially considering this Koraidon has locked in for that Terra Fire. So these big Precipice Blades, these strong ground type moves are going to be hitting for a lot of damage here. But the Groudon has been intimidated and there is fake out pressure on the board for Masayoshi at the moment.
Yeah, and look, we just saw that as well. The Sun is only 2 turns from ending, so the Flutter Mane is potentially only 2 turns away from losing that speed boost that could right now be giving it the advantage over the Koraidon here. But the other thing to keep in mind is Koraidon now is below half HP. It can't just freely start clicking Flare Blitzes and just keep tanking hits. So we will see here a Moonblast coming into the Incineroar, doing really nice damage there, around 40 to 45%. But the question here is, what will the Koraidon do this turn? And it looks like we will see a potential Flame Charge there into the Flutter Mane. So it does get that speed boost, of course. Flutter Mane now does drop, but the question is, next turn, can Groudon connect on its Precipice Blades?
Yeah, so a really good play there from Masayoshi and from Joji. Masayoshi realizing, I don't want to be taking Flare Blitz recoil. Flame Charge should be enough here. I won't need the speed boost after the Flutter Mane's gone down, but the recoil is the important thing. Joji getting that chip onto the Incineroar with that Intimidate. It's not guaranteed to be able to survive the massive burn. Flare Blitz burn onto that Groudon. A huge turn there. No Terra Fire available on the Groudon, so it's taking full damage. And with the burn, even without the burn, I'm not sure if it was capable of picking up the knockout on that Incineroar, but either way, the burn damage is absolutely huge. And
that's it, the knockoff.
There's the knockoff. That burn, just guaranteeing that Groudon is not going to be getting that knockout. The Incineroar hangs on. We've seen it happen so many times. Incineroar is the last Pokemon on the field, and it hangs on and wins the game for Masayoshi. So that rematch from the set that they had yesterday in Swiss, Masayoshi comes out on top this time, whereas Joji won yesterday. So a really impressive adaptations all throughout that game.
Yeah, and look, it's crazy to see that ending, right? Because Flare Blitz is a move you don't normally see it burn. It does have a very low % chance. But on top of that, it's also a move that normally picks up a lot of KOs. So the fact that the Groudon was able to survive, but it gets burnt, it made that endgame very, very interesting. And as you said, look, we don't know if it was going to be enough damage. At -1, the Incineroar might have still been able to hold that anyway, but just kind of locking it up there for Masayoshi. Really crazy ending to that game.
Yeah, and such good adaptations from each player. I believe we talked about this last round as well, but going from such dominant games to dominant game from the other player just from these adjustments. We saw game 1. It looked pretty dominant from the first maybe 2 or 3, like 1 or 2 turns from Masayoshi. As soon as Joji brought up that Trick Room, he pretty much reverse swept. It changed the dynamic so much, but it still came down so close between that Raging Bolt and the Koraidon. Game 2, Masayoshi makes that big change. Incineroar comes. It's got the capability of intimidating these 2 big physical restricteds. It can protect, it can fake out, it stalls out these Trick Room turns so much. And it really paid off. And then game 3, we saw another change up from both players, and Masayoshi was able to hold on.
Yeah, and look, I think actually one important thing to mention there as well is the player who brought Sun in the first 2 games was actually the player who lost, and Masayoshi brought it into game 3 there, giving the Photosynthesis boost over to that Flutter Mane. But he was able to hold on and eventually win it. And again, you saw the power of that Koraidon in that game. It picked up the KO on the Calyrex Ice Rider. It picked up the KO on the Flutter Mane, and it didn't pick up the KO on the Groudon, but it did enough damage to put it in range of that Incineroar. So, very, very impressive showing for Koraidon in that 3rd and final game there.
Yeah, and the Incineroar, again, just so pivotal in the end game there. Staying back until it was really needed. Masayoshi, game 2, baited out the Terastallization from that Calyrex Ice. Game 3, Joji recognizing, I really don't want to Terastallize my Calyrex Ice here. I want to save that. I want to get massive damage on my Raging Bolt. Did so, and it really paid off. He got those big knockouts on the Calyrex Shadow.
Yeah, he put it in range of the Fluttermane, which was very, very important.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, it meant it went down to the Flare Blitz, but it really tried to clear the way for Groudon, because Groudon in front of the Calyrex wasn't really going to be having the best time, but in front of two fire types with that Terrestrialization on the Koraidon, it was really going to be able to take charge. That burn, as we said, it may have been absolutely the game changer, it may have not, but it still brought it down so close. Living that Flare Blitz, Terrifire Flare Blitz from Koraidon in Sun is nothing to scoff at, and Groudon able to hang on from that just shows why it's restricted.
Yeah, incredible physical defense on that Pokemon. And again, talking about those Terras as well, we didn't really see that Terra Electric come into play. Of course, it did deal a lot of damage into that Calyrex Shadow Rider, but of course, it was a Focus Sash set. And based on what we saw in previous games, the Fluttermane probably had the damage to pick it up anyway. But because it opted to go for that Terra Electric as well, it didn't resist that Flare Blitz anymore, which meant that one-hit KO potentially could have been, a survival from that Raging Bolt, or maybe, 40-odd%. And then on top of that as well, there was no Terra Fire in the end game for the Groudon to live as well.
Yeah, 100%. Like, those Terra Fire on Groudon, it's so big generally in matchups like these Koraidon, like opposing Calyrex Ice. But without it, it's just not taking the hits that you really want it to. Koraidon, there's no Intimidate coming out from Joji's end there. He did have Incineroar available, but it just didn't really fit into the game plan of how things work. That Walking Wake really especially scary for it. Especially since you can't intimidate things with Weezing on the field as well.
Exactly.
But like that Incineroar, saving it for the end game, getting that Intimidate and the Fake Out at the last possible moment when you really need it is really big.
Yeah, exactly. And again, look, that was a fantastic set from both players. Two incredibly good players. There's a reason they were in the top cut of this event. Massive congratulations to Masayoshi. They're moving into the top 8. Definitely well deserved, and yeah, I'm very excited to see what he does in the upcoming rounds.
Yeah, I believe this is a repeat performance as well. So I believe we touched on Joji's accomplishments this season, but we didn't really talk about Masayoshi. Masayoshi top cutting the Perth regional event as well earlier in the year. I believe he made top 8 at that event as well. So again, these players that we've got here just showing so consistently why they're at the top. Their play is so good, whether it's adapting, making these calls off of game ones. It's all come together. And if we look at the team building as well, both of these teams, very kind of unorthodox, what we haven't really seen. We've seen a lot of Miraidon, Lunala. We've seen specific Koraidon, but we haven't seen a lot of the Weezing until this weekend. It's really good to see, kind of as we're getting into the Regulation I and progressing, the meta is changing and we're seeing these new teams pop up and do really well.
Yeah, and look, it's developing, it feels like each week something new pops up. And again, you look at Joji's team here, he just brought this into the top 16. I don't know if I'd seen a Calyrex Ice Rider Groudon pairing before this, and there's one here in the top 16, and as you said earlier, Groudon in Trick Room is a very, very strong Pokemon.
Yeah, so, it takes me back to 2022, back when Dynamax was available and we had Regieleki everywhere, and it really made a showing at the World Championships, and I believe in some of the side events, like the special event at the World Championships in London, it performed amazingly. I think it came first and second, and we see those old duos performing really well here as well. But other things like Walking Wake, I think throughout all of Reg G and all of Regulation I, we've only really seen it once or twice. I know Jamie Boyt's used it on his Koraidon team to great effect there. We see it here now working just as well. It's one of those picks that we don't see often, but it put in so much work.
Yeah, and look, we've also just got a bit of news as well. Apparently there is a Terrapagos mirror currently going on that hasn't even reached Game 3, so there might be a little bit of a delay going into the top 8, but we should have some stats we can pull up shortly to go over here. As we do see here, this is our top 8 from the Brisbane Regional Championships, where Diego Fiera here went on to win it with what was a pretty interesting team. And one thing I kind of want to mention here is Diego did actually knock out Joji in the top 8 with a imprisoned Calyrex Ice Rider. And Joji, this event, brought his own imprisoned Calyrex Ice Rider. So very interesting thing to mention there.
Yeah, so Joji recognizing the potential in that and bringing that here. But if we just taking a look at these past regional events, Brisbane, our most recent one, as you said, Diego winning that with such an interesting team. He utilized this sort of team at Worlds as well. Not a lot of Protect, a lot of hard Trick Room, and a lot of options as well. whether he's going that Terrifier Talker, whether he's going that Ursaluna, there's always a lot of big damage coming out. Then we've got some other names in this top 8, both familiar and a couple of unfamiliar as well. Joshua Sutherland-Smith, not a player that most people were really aware of going into the event, making it so far, making it through so many incredible players with his own really impressive play. All that way with something that we didn't really see much of in Regulation G, with that Zamazenta Dragonite Chian power combination.
Yeah, and then look, even, to carry on from that, we had Shohei Kawara coming in with, Lucas Cherubelli's team that he used to win the World Championships last year. So, again, you're talking about a previous World Champion coming in with a team, that was good enough to win the World Championship. So, look, just a lot of incredible players at this event. And Shohei, again, today has also come out and had a fantastic showing, obviously top-cutting this event as well. He's just, honestly, on an unbelievable run right now.
Yeah, we've seen the similarities between that and between this event here. We've seen Joji lost to the Imprisoned Calyrex Ice, picked that up for this. We saw Shohei using that very standard, very solid Miraidon Iron Hand stuff, bring that again, but changing it for Regulation I. The adaptations that people have been making to Regulation G teams into Regulation I has been really impressive to see, and kind of what you'd expect to see in these early meta games. And then you look at Perth Regionals here, and it's a whole different ball game. We don't have any restricted Pokemon here, but we still see a lot of the same names that we're seeing now as well.
Yeah, well, look, 2 names to mention here as well that both top 8 of the Brisbane Regional Championships were Kieran and Christian. Another thing here to mention as well, the champion of this event, Oliver Ramsey, currently is in top 16 right now. So another incredibly good player having another incredibly good run.
Yeah, I think if we look at the standings here, I believe 6 out of 8 of these people or so made top 8. Made top cut or day 2 at this event. We look here, we see the Swiss standings as they are for this event now. Binji Wang, a name that we haven't really seen very often. Personally, one of my favorite team builders around the world. Putting in such good work, cutting this event at first seed with kind of a unique team. He had that Leech Seed Calyrex Ice, which I don't think was anything really on anyone's radar, but we saw it used to great effect here.
Yeah, no, and again, it was a very, very interesting team, right? If you look at the team that he brought, he had Miraidon and he had Amoonguss. 2 Pokemon that tend to be pretty counterproductive, right? You have one Pokemon that sets up electric terrain, and you have another Pokemon that wants to put Pokemon to sleep. And of course, that electric terrain prevents it. But again, as you mentioned, we have this very interesting Calyrex Ice Rider set where, it is the pretty standard, Trick Room stuff with Trick Room, Glacial Lance, and Protect. But having that option in the Leech Seed can be very, very good for just allowing that Pokemon to constantly heal up. And again, you factor in it has, support like Rillaboom there with the Grassy Terrain, of course, giving you that recovery each turn. You also have the Amoonguss there as well to, give you side Pollen Puffs, another fantastic support Pokemon. So, yeah, a very, very interesting team. And yeah, I'm curious to see if we get to see him on stream later today.
Yeah, there are a lot of good players in day 2. A lot of them really impressive players when it comes to top 16 and top cut. And I'm sure we've not seen the end of it. We've got more coming up. We've got top 8 coming up, top 4. Finals is always so impressive. And yeah, we're going to see who makes it through, see who we get up next on the stream. And for now, we're going to cut to a short break and be back soon.
don't want to.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the stream of the Melbourne Regional Championships. We've just received word that the final round is concluding as we progress into that top 8. But for the meantime, we've got a bit of a segment. We've got our caster predictions, which we chose yesterday, and we're going to see how that shaped up.
Yeah, so we've got caster predictions from all of our casters here. We've picked the best restricted combo alongside 4 Pokemon to watch. So we'll run over them. We'll start with Henry's first. Henry has picked the combination of Koraidon and Lunala, a combination that we've seen quite a bit of success of this weekend. Alongside his Pokemon to watch, he's got the Brute Bonnet, Raging Bolt, Tornadus, and Shenpao. We've seen a few of those on stream actually.
Yeah, it looks like all 6 of his choices can actually work well together. It looks like maybe a bit of a meta call here that Sun would be very powerful in this event with that Brute Bonnet. We've seen Brute Bonnet, if it gets the photosynthesis boost in its defense, it can hold on through some attacks you wouldn't expect, like a collision course even from a Koraidon with that damage boost if it's super effective. And also Henry and we both chose that Raging Bolt. And I think that last game from Joji was a good demonstration for why Raging Bolt is very good in this game. I think with Raging Bolt, because it's benefiting both from the sun with photosynthesis, but it also benefits from the electric terrain. So I think Raging Bolt, the reason why I chose it for this event is I feel like even if you aren't running Koraidon or Miraidon, as long as you're running one, it's quite strong. But if the opponent is running the other one, you can get your sun-boosted Thunderclaps in electric terrain. And now we'll move down to Scott. It looks like he saw something that Joji saw as well in that Groudon. Again, looking at that sun. Groudon and Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, a very strong combination that we saw on stream. Also, we saw with there as well on stream the Walking Wake. Walking Wake has made quite an impact in that round on stream. We've also got it paired with Weezing to watch. Weezing, quite a popular Pokemon this weekend, from what I've seen and heard around the grapevine. Alongside the Indeedee, which we will be seeing coming up, so we won't spoil too much of it just yet. And Scott's beloved, the Chi-Yu, of course.
Yes, Chi-Yu. I think it's one of the strongest Pokemon in the games, but it has one caveat. It has to hit its moves. If it can hit a Heat Wave, it's a lot of damage. If it can burn a Heat Wave, that can just win the game on the spot. But on the other hand, if you can miss a crucial Heat Wave into a Pokemon that you are aiming to knock out, and it gets to attack the Chi-Yu back, the Chi-Yu's, it doesn't have that much bulk. It can't take many hits at all, especially when there are surging strikes in the metagame, maybe some Aqua Jets, close combats. It really, really needs to land those hits and make sure nothing can hit it on the way back. Also, that Weezing, I want to highlight because that has shown up a lot in this tournament, particularly because the As-1 ability of Calyrex, Weezing does not shut that one off. And then with the ability shield, you can put it on a Koraidon. We've seen a lot of players playing Koraidon. So you get to play with both of your restricteds at full power and your opponent does not. Now we can move down. So these are my selections here. I saw the showing in the Milwaukee Regionals with that Miraidon and Lunala pairing, and I personally have been playing a lot of these 2 restricteds together, and I think they are very, very strong together. And that's beyond just the colors matching each other. They just do a lot of damage. You've got Lunala, one of the most defensive pieces. If it's at full health, it will not go down to many moves at all unless they're dark or ghost types and boosted. So a lot of the restricteds in the metagame, Shadow Rider, Calyrex, Miraidon, Koraidon, they're looking to move first and do a lot of damage. But if they're moving first, the partner can't break that Shadow Shield on the Lunala. So that is largely the reason why I think Lunala is quite strong here. You can see I've already mentioned the Raging Bolt double up. That's just because it benefits from Pokemon both in your team and what you expect the opponents to bring. But I also want to highlight the Amoonguss, because I know Brute Bonnet is in the spotlight because nobody was running it for a while, and then Jamie Boyd got top 4 at a regional with it, and everyone's like, maybe it is better than Amoonguss. I'm not certain. I think on a Sun team, for sure, but I think the poison typing on that Amoonguss, being able to Rage Powder away the body presses, which we saw earlier, I think Amoonguss has a lot going for it. I think they're both good, but it depends on the team you're playing.
Yeah, I was just going to tag in there as well. You just saw what Lewis was able to do with that Amoonguss, basically living in that red, then basically a couple of pivots in later, it's back at full, it's nice and healthy. I I'm going to quickly run over through mine. So we've got Ho and Maridon. We saw that perform quite well in Milwaukee. Alongside Urshifu Single Strike, and we've got the Entei as well, alongside Whimsicott and Ting Lu. Ting Lu just lets us all have everyone's Pokemon. Thought it was a little bit of fun. But we've seen Lewis do incredible work with that Urshifu, the Single Strike, allowing him to come to great success. Entei, for me, it's, Sacrifice a good move. Not too much is happening yet. We'll run through. And Whimsicott, I think, is just a sleeper Tailwind setter at the moment. So I think what we will look to do is we'll look to quickly discuss the two players that we have and their teams that they are looking to bring. So I'll start. We've got, I believe it's Scott Kennedy and the other...
And Riley Hackville.
Yes. So I will run over Scott's team now. So Scott's running the Maridon and Calyrex Ice Rider, alongside a Grimmsnarl, Annihilate, Iron Hands, and Indeedee. So without spoiling too much, you're going to see some interesting techs on Scott's team, and hopefully we'll get to showcase those in the set. Naturally, Grimmsnarl, with filling that screen's role, it's just, just as we've said multiple times, it just helps offset that the power in the metagame. And Scarf Annihilate as well, with some pretty interesting techs on there, so... We'll leave that to the game, and we'll have a run through of what he'll be up against.
Yeah, and then the other team is a little bit more standard. No Annihilates. It's got the Brute Bonnet that we were just talking about. It's looking to be the Sun team. So it's the pairing of the Koraidon with the Lunala, and then that's being supported by a Brute Bonnet, a Fluttermane, Incineroar, and Ursaluna. So it looks like this team's looking to set up the Sun, and a lot of the supporting non-restricteds can benefit from the Sun. That Fluttermane with the Photosynthesis. The Brute Bonnet, as I mentioned, probably expecting a Photosynthesis defense, but we'll get confirmation when the game starts, so it can live some of those very powerful attacks like the Glacial Lances, or in this matchup, Glacial Lance. It doesn't help you against Final Gambit. And then, of course, that Ursaluna. A lot of people, they're calling it the Luna-Luna pairing, where you use Ursaluna with Lunala, and it's very, very powerful, because Lunala is a Pokemon that can set up the Trick Room, and there's not many ways to stop it outside of Taunt. So that Shadow Shield, it's hard to knock out. And with that Ghost typing, you can't fake it out as easily. And then once the Trick Room's set up, you can Wide Guard if your opponent looks like they're going for a spread move, or you can just Wide Guard an Earthquake, and then your Lunala's not going to take any damage from that Earthquake.
But both of them in tandem together have pretty nasty offensive coverage as well. Just throwing out those burnt facades is doing a lot of damage boosted by Ursaluna's Guts ability. A lot of the stuff that doesn't mind taking one of those facades, they don't want to eat a Moongeist Beam.
No,
they're not going to want to take those at all.
Exactly, yeah, no, it's very good pairing there, because you go Terra Ghost because you don't want to take the facade, but if you do that, you're going to get Moongeist Beamed. And the other thing about that team is your opponent doesn't know when you're going to click Trick Room. So a lot of the time you can lead Lunala with something else. And you have to remember with Ursaluna, it doesn't enter the battlefield with the burn. It needs a turn for that Flame Orb to activate. So I've seen it paired a lot with with Maridon, but a lot of the time you can just lead Lunala next to another Pokemon, click Trick Room, switch to Ursaluna, and if it's a safe and good defensive switch, the opponent does not know the Trick Room is about to go up, and then by the time the Trick Room goes up, Ursaluna is ready to hit those Earthquakes or those facades if there's one thing in particular that you want to focus in on.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of builds that'll like to bluff it with potentially something like a Rillaboom or an Incineroar. Something that has that fake out pressure, but also a move like a slow, bulky Pokemon with a pivoting option with the U-turn or parting shot to help Ursaluna get in with as little damage as possible while the Trick Room goes up. And then at end of turn, you get that burn, and then they're good to go for 5 turns.
Yeah, this will be an interesting matchup to see, because we're talking about using Ursaluna under Trick Room. The thing you have to keep in mind is on Scott's side, he does have the Calyrex Ice Rider. So if you set up the Trick Room, you are enabling one of your opponent's strongest Pokemon. But at the same time, we can see that there's the Fluttermane and there's a lot of fast reps. So it's pretty difficult to navigate and try and figure out if the Koraidon Lunala player is more comfortable playing inside or outside the Trick Room. I would think outside the Trick Room just in this matchup because of the Calyrex, but we'll be very interested to see how that one plays out.
There'll be that one. There'll be an Iron Hands as well. Iron Hands known for being fairly slow, fairly bulky, dealing quite well with a lot of Trick Room threats. We can also see right in front of us, you'll probably see it in game. It's not your usual Iron Hands. It's got, with a lot of Scott's Pokemon, there's a lot of cheeky tech options on there, which will hopefully be good to showcase. And it's done Scott well so far to get him here, so we'll see how that ends up going on stream.
Yeah, another interesting thing I wanted to say is Miraidon and Didi, you don't usually see them together because you think their terrains might get in the way of each other. But there's an interesting tech. Should we tell them the tech, or should we wait till the Indeedee comes into play?
We can hold it. This will be a little bit of suspense there for the viewers. Maybe they'll be able to guess what it is. No, it'll be fine. No worries there. But I do want to point out that the Annihilate does have brick breaks. So even though that Scott does have screens on their end as well, they have an option for opposing screens as well, just to help with keep pushing on that big damage.
Yeah, this team does look quite defensive. I will say the Iron Hands, rather than the usual Assault Vest that it's holding, the Assault Vest to help with special moves, it's actually opting for the Electric Seed, which when it sees the Electric Train with the Miraidon, that's going to boost the defense. But that could sometimes influence the Quark Drive boost. I'm not certain how that one works, but I do believe that in some situations it could give it Quark Drive defense, but we have to see how that Pokemon is going to be trained.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting interaction to see what happens. Hopefully we do get to see it all in full swing when the games come through. It looks like our trainers are getting ready, getting locked in. We should be having a game one in front of us shortly. We will be pretty exciting to see what basically looks like a pseudo Trick Roomage team goes up against a pretty aggressive Sun team with Trick Room options of its own with the Ursaluna and the Lunala, the Moon combination.
Yeah, the Luna.
Luna.
Yeah, no, it is a very interesting team from Scott's side because it has a lot of very slow threats. But if you have too many slow Pokemon, you can just get blown out by the likes of Fluttermane, Koraidon, and all of those Pokemon. But there is that Choice Scarf Annihilate. So if there's a particular Pokemon that it doesn't like seeing, a lot of restricteds at the moment, and if you can just Final Gambit, if you trade a non-restricted Pokemon for a restricted Pokemon on turn one, you're playing with two restricteds and they're playing with one. That's quite an advantage, but that's not the only way to use it because even though the restricteds are generally strong, they're not always the strongest Pokemon. Okay, looks like the game's starting and we've got that Miraidon Grimmsnarl lead, looking to set up screens probably, and that very, very offensive Koraidon plus Fluttermane lead.
Yeah, so the Koraidon Fluttermane lead is it can be very oppressive. It can just look to throw out like some icy winds, getting the speed booster from the Protosynthesis as well, allowing Fluttermane to potentially look at going for an icy wind, and then Koraidon just looking to send big damage any way it wants. The Grimmsnarl lead from Scott's end is good, being able to set up Reflect to help sort of offset that damage if necessary. The Miraidon is it's not your Specs or your Choice Scarf variant. It's holding an Assault Vest, so it's got a lot more bulk on the special side, which is handy for taking a potential Fluttermane hit, but not looking the best in front of Koraidon, because Koraidon with just with the boost it gets in the sun with the Occult Pulse, just does a lot.
Yeah, it looks like this lead with the Fluttermane and the Koraidon, the two probably fastest Pokemon on the field, but if that Koraidon and that Miraidon, the speed stats are the other way around, the Icy Wind can then fix it for the Koraidon player. And interesting to note that this Grimmsnarl does not have the Thunder Wave option, so Scott isn't able to change this speed interaction, so he just has to use the defensive moves to hope to live these attacks.
There we are. So we do see that there's a big Moonblast coming out of there, and we have seen the Terrestrialization fire on the Koraidon going for the Flare Blitz straight into the Grimmsnarl. That is with Reflect.
Yeah.
Just want to throw that out there. That's a one-hit KO with the Reflect up. That is just the sheer power that Koraidon can deliver.
Yeah, so it looks like Scott is saying Light Screen or Reflect, you can choose one, but you can't have both. We do not want to play this game with Grimmsnarl. He wants, because his team is quite aggressive, whereas Scott's team is quite defensive. So he's saying, I just want to start taking knockouts from turn one, and I don't want to have to play these slow games. I just want to take a knockout every single turn in this game.
Oh yeah, so it looks like that Scott's brought in the Calyrex Ice Rider now in exchange for that Volt Switch that they threw into the Fluttermane there. We've got to see what is going to be paired with it. It looks like it's going to be the Iron Hands.
Yeah, so it looks like this Electric Seed is going to be activating here, boosting that defense, and then we'll see which Quark Drive boost it gets for the attack or the defense here. looks like it's going to be the attack as usual. Now these two Pokemon in play, Iron Hands, Calyrex, two of the slowest Pokemon in the game, up against Fluttermane, Koraidon, two of the fastest Pokemon in the game. It looks like Scott is going to try and set up the Trick Room here. Oh, sorry, my mistake. That's Riley trying to set up the Trick Room.
Yeah, so it's looking to be a pretty interesting situation because the Scott does have Fake Out to pressure the Koraidon looking to throw out more damage, but the Fluttermane has Taunt. So they can look to Taunt to deny the Trick Room from the Calyrex if they make that call correct. If they're looking to stop that Koraidon, looking to potentially take another knockout with that sun-boosted Flare Blitz.
It looks like they're switching that Fluttermane out here, hoping maybe to save it for when Trick Room ends, or we can see the Lunala coming in, maybe instead of Trick Room ending, because I assume the Trick Room is going to go up this turn if it does, maybe instead of it ending in a few turns, they might try and reverse it back with that Lunala coming in here.
Yeah, it looks like a good play there to made from O'Reilly's end there.
So we've got the Terrestrialization on that Calyrex. It looks like it didn't want to take a Flare Blitz here, and it looks like they went for the close combat anyway, just to cover either play and probably not wanting to lose all of that recoil damage.
Yeah, absolutely big hit there. Close combat is a good play into the Terrestrialization that's happened from the Calyrex, hitting it as hard as possible with that close combat. And we do see a Glacial Lance, so there are no Trick Room coming out here just yet. Lunala with the Shadow Shield will be able to take that with relative comfort.
Yeah, it looks like Scott is just willing to put damage down on the board this turn rather than get that Trick Room up. Regardless of if it was Flare Blitz or Close Combat, that low kick did pick up. So covering for the Terror with that Close Combat still seemed like quite a wise play with that.
Yeah, so we do see the Fluttermane come back in here. Fluttermane's going to be... With no light screen up, Fluttermane does have the opportunity to have a look at pressuring either one of these two with a potential knockout. The Iron Hands cannot Terrestrialize out of it, and it's not holding an Assault Vest, so it's not going to be as specially bulky as what you would commonly see. So maybe it's trained in a way to look to take those Moonblast.
Yeah, Iron Hands still has quite a high attack, HP stat, so it's interesting to see, or only just holding on there. Let's see if Iron Hands... Okay, Iron Hands takes the double up, but that's opening it up for Calyrex Ice. What will it go for here? Is it going to be a Trick Room or a Glacial Lance? Either, or High Horsepower, the third option. Looking to knock out that Fluttermane here.
Yeah, knocking out the Fluttermane there, looking to play around that wide guard. Just got to respect that option that the Lunala can throw out there. With Calyrex as one getting an attack boost there, so things are looking slowly getting more into KO range for the horse.
So it looks like Scott's avoiding putting that Trick Room up because he doesn't want the Ursaluna on the other side, which I guess he respected the fact that it could have been the last Pokemon, and we see it coming out now. So now this Miraidon's in a great position. It is the fastest Pokemon on this field, most likely, and it's looking at both of these targets, looking to do a lot of damage, but it's not holding that choice spec, so we'll have to see how much damage it can do in this position.
Yeah, so it'll be two Pokemon apiece each side left. Electric Terrain has been up for a good majority of the game so far, so interesting to see how many turns are left. Ursaluna happy to tank any electric move that the Miraidon wants to throw. Curious to see how much a Draco Meteor might do without the choice specs, but we do see the wide guard there looking to potentially block a Glacial Lance, and if they opt for an Earthquake on Ursaluna, that as well.
So we've got the Draco Meteor coming out, and Ursaluna only just hanging on. If there's a Glacial Lance here, that wide guard would have blocked it, but it looks like Scott is respecting that wide guard and going for that high horsepower, making sure that Ursaluna cannot attack here. If Ursaluna managed to get that attack off, it could have taken both knockouts, but it definitely would have taken the knockout into that Miraidon. And once that Miraidon has been knocked out, that Lunala is looking very good to close up this game. Of course, respecting that wide guard, putting him in the great position, gets to keep both of his restricteds.
Oh, we do see the Snarl as the fourth move on that Assault Vest set, lowering the special attack on the Lunala to mitigate that damage, looking to see if the Calyrex absolutely taking that like an absolute champ. And here's the Glacial Lance, and that is going to wrap up game one in favor of Scott.
Yeah, so that was a very interesting game one there. We really thought it looked like they wanted to go for the Trick Room, but Scott just saying, I don't need the Trick Room, my Pokemon do a lot of damage, and if I set the Trick Room, we might start doing speed ties where this Ursaluna could be threatening me back.
Yeah, the Ursaluna in Trick Room looking like it could have very definitely changed the pace of how the game went at the end, especially with the Miraidon in the back as well. Seeing how quickly Pokemon were knocked out during that game, it's probably a good thing that Scott didn't opt to go for that Trick Room, because if that Trick Room goes up and then it's just the Iron Hands just hanging out, it comes down to those speed ties depending on if the Iron Hands and the Calyrex are both trained to be as slow as they possibly can to get that jump in the Trick Room.
Yeah, and setting the Trick Room can be quite a detriment, because if your Miraidon gets forced in under that Trick Room, we know that it's going to be the slowest Pokemon, most likely in this game, except for that Fluttermane Koraidon, and it cannot protect. So if it's sitting there, it will either have to take a powerful attack from maybe one of the Restricteds or one of the very powerful Ursalunas, or you're going to have to switch and something in the back is going to take that hit. So the Trick Room might be quite detrimental if the opponent forces your hand a little bit and forces you to be out of position.
Yeah, absolutely right. So we'll see what adaptations that each trainer can make. See if Scott's happy just running that same. If it worked game 1, it worked game 2 kind of a mentality. We'll see if Riley looks to lead that aggressive Sun lead again, or if they look to commit more into that Trick Room option with the potential Koraidon coming in maybe to do some late game cleanup. Could be an option at their disposal. Okay. But we are going to see Calyrex Indeedee lead and into that Sun offense again with the Koraidon and the Fluttermane.
Yeah, so we've got this offensive lead here, and a lot of people recognize this Indeedee Calyrex lead. A lot of the time they can opt to go for the Follow Me Trick Room, but something very, very interesting has just happened here. And if you look at the terrain, there is no terrain because this Indeedee is opting for the Synchronize. Now it's done that because it's actually carrying the move Fake Out, so it's interesting to see if it goes for the Fake Out hit, not wanting it to be blocked by the Psychic terrain.
Yeah, and works in tandem with that with the Miraidon as well, looking to not offset or override the Hadron engine to keep giving it the boost on its special attack, which it does appreciate considering the bulk that would be put into it. So we're going to see a swap immediately into Lunala on the turn 1, as we're going to see a Terrestrialization come out turn 1 from Scott into the Calyrex Ice Rider, going back, just happy to be a water type during this set.
Yeah, it looks like it doesn't want to take either this Shadow Ball or maybe a Flare Blitz from the Koraidon who were just in play. But of course, going for a Shadow Ball here is a very risky play in front of the Follow Me. Looks like Fluttermane is opting to taunt that Indeedee. It says no Follow Me's, and then it's kind of stuck on the field for the next turn. We've got the Glacial Lance coming out, knocking that Fluttermane down to 1 HP through the sash and breaking that Shadow Shield on the Lunala.
Yeah, not a bad result, all things considered, from Scott that turn. Interesting to see, though, with the Indeedee. The Indeedee isn't able to struggle. It does have an attacking move, so while taunted, it can't struggle to look to take out a Fluttermane. It will need to switch, because Fake Out will just fail for a couple of turns, so basically not making it too much of an issue at the moment. So Riley can have a look to see if they can capitalize that, knowing that the Indeedee is likely to switch, whether they look to target something threatening that can come out, or if they look to full send something into the Calyrex.
So it looks like the Indeedee is forced to switch, and it is choosing to switch out here, and we see the Iron Hands coming in. It's a good defensive switch because it's a very bulky Pokemon, but it doesn't have that Electric Seed boost yet. So it's still holding its item. So we've got the Wide Guard. It looks like he does not want to take a Glacial Lance here, as the Moonblast goes into that Iron Hand switch, doing about 70% of damage, while the Fluttermane drops to a high horsepower.
Yep, just taking the high horsepower knockout, just getting that +1 attack. That's all Calyrex is really after at the moment. Respecting and playing around the Wide Guard quite well.
Yeah, Scott is playing very well around these Wide Guards. Every turn a Wide Guard comes out, I'm seeing him go for a single target move, and he's getting some well-timed Glacial Lances as well, despite the Wide Guard pressure. Now, it's interesting to see. It looks like the Koraidon is going to get switched in here. So we've got our double restricted pairing on this side of the board with the Koraidon and the Lunala into those two very slow Pokemon again in Iron Hands and Calyrex. We have Fake Out pressure live with this Iron Hands as it just switched in. So it's interesting to see what Scott can do with that.
Yeah, we'll see what Scott can look to do with it. We'll also see how Riley looks to play around the option of the Fake Out and those boosted Glacial Lances and high horsepowers as well, both with a +1 attack boost thanks to the as-1 chilling Neigh boost that it does get as part of its ability. So we're going to see Lunala just look to take out the Iron Hands, the Koraidon protecting itself from that Fake Out, and looking to protect itself from a potential Glacial Lance that does get put out here. But we do see a high horsepower just dealing sizable damage into Lunala, putting it in KO range for another high horsepower or for another move that in the back, potentially that Miraidon Snarl.
Yeah, it looks like a very offensive pairing of Pokemon here in the Koraidon and the Lunala here. So it's interesting to see how Scott can respond to this with his two restricted pairings here.
Yeah, we do. Riley still has Terrestrialization at their disposal. So if they do look to see if there's a Glacial Lance looking to come out and there's an opportunity where they don't really want to wide guard, if they look to attack with Lunala instead, they do have that option to play around that.
Yeah, it looks like the wide guard here, like while Snarl is a useful move for lowering the special attack, it is also doing 4 times damage into Lunala. So wide guard is an effective way to block that if we predict that coming out. But it looks like the close combat into the Miraidon, is that living on, only just living there, yeah. Interesting to see how the Miraidon's going to respond after that close combat. Draco Meteor saying we're going to trade restricteds, except this Miraidon is staying in play on that tiny little sliver of health at -2 special attack.
Yeah, very little left from there. Big live from that Miraidon there. Looking to be trained. Quite bulky, and the Lunala dodging that high horsepower, seeing that would have very likely picked up, seeing the damage that it did in the previous turn. Lunala living another day, as Riley is looking to bring out their 4th and final Pokemon now, being that Ursaluna.
Yeah, that is a 95 accurate move, so these misses do not happen very often, and you definitely don't want to see them happening in the top 8. We'll see if Scott can get through this one, even through that miss.
Yeah, we do see the wide guard come out from that Lunala again, looking to protect it, just from Snarls, just from Glacial Lances. And we do see the Volt Switch there, that'll go through, chipped a little bit, but Miraidon getting out, Lunala still standing strong, going back into, I believe all that is left is the Indeedee in the back there, but the Hadron Engine Electric Terrain will still remain alive there. We see the Lunala get double attacked and knocked out there, while the Ursaluna looks to go for an attack here. It's not going to have its Guts boost just yet, so it won't hit quite as hard as what we would expect, but still a very sizable damage hit nonetheless.
Yeah, looks like this Ursaluna getting that burn. It's Ursaluna against the world. I'm not sure if it's got the damage to win here. We might have a speed tie, though, if it chooses to go for that Guts-boosted Earthquake. We saw the first Earthquake, the damage into the Ice Rider. I'm not sure if the Guts-boosted one will pick up the knockout here.
Yeah, we'll look to see, because we are seeing the Ghost Terrestrialization to dodge and avoid the Fake Out coming out from the Indeedee. Earthquake looking to be the move of choice just in case of the Follow Me, which we do see front and center from the Indeedee. So we're going to see the speed interactions between these two. Now, the Ursaluna getting the jump on the Calyrex, not quite enough to pick up the knockout, but on the Calyrex, but we do see the knockout on the Indeedee. And we see the Glacial Lance come out here. This will be single target, and still just too much damage for even a neutral hit on something just as bulky as Ursaluna as well, just taking it out, and that's a 2-0 win for Scott.
Yeah, we really thought that it was going to be a Trick Room matchup, but proving that you do not need the Trick Room, you just need to click Glacial Lance. It does a lot of damage. If there's Wide Guard, just click High Horsepower.
That's it. So yeah, with a lot of the interesting text, you saw them all. You saw the Synchronize on the Indeedee. We saw the Electric Seed on the Iron Hands. You didn't see the Annihilate come out in that matchup, and we saw the Grimmsnarl once. It clicked Reflect, and then we didn't see it again.
Yeah, it was interesting that taking out the Grimmsnarl on turn 1, I think it's a good play. He's choosing to not play with the screens, but maybe the Grimmsnarl wanted to do a little more, or maybe focusing on that Grimmsnarl might have been, if it was focusing down on something else, there might have been a little bit less offense coming from Scott's side.
Yeah, we do have to give Riley a small shout out there. Making it this far in the tournament is absolutely incredible, and they have played well. Sometimes just the results just don't fall your way. Unfortunately, it is just one of those cases, but very well played from both of our trainers here today.
Yeah, of course, top 8 at a regional, it's no small feat. It's a very, 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 very strong accomplishment that he's had here today, but of course only one of the players can progress through that top 8 round, and it looks like it's going to Scott here.
Alrighty, so with that one all wrapped up, we are going to cut to a quick break now. We will be back shortly with some more Top Cut action for you.
Video.
And we are back. We are heading into the top 4 of the 2025 Regional Championships for Melbourne. Pretty good game coming up here as well. We have a Jude Lee versus Lewis Tan, 2 incredible players. But before we jump into the games, let's look at some of our... let's take a look at some of the usage stats so far for the event.
Yeah, so we've had some pretty interesting highs and some pretty interesting lows when it comes to the usage stats here. We can see the list here for day 2 now. Big majority still on the Calyrex Shadow Rider train there at 47%.
Yeah, its conversion rate was honestly incredible. You know, Miraidon was at 44% in day 1, the most used Pokemon in the event. I think Lunala was seeing about 34%. So we see Lunala there had a massive drop off going down to 16%. But these Calyrex Shadow Riders have converted very, very well.
Oh, I'm happy to see Giratina there. Giratina is what I used at the tournament as well. The trainer that I team built with, that we bounced back and forth ideas together, they made top 16. Unfortunately, not able to get past, knocked out by Lewis Tan, who we will be seeing in our upcoming top 4 match.
Yeah, do you want to give us a bit more information on Giratina? I guess why was that mon brought to this event?
So Giratina's defensive typing and its ability Levitate allows it to match up quite well into a lot of restricted Pokemon. So and we've got the Terrestrialization Fire as well. So with the Fire Terrestrialization type, we wall Ice Rider, we naturally wall Koraidon, we naturally wall Groudon, because Giratina is quite a lot heavy as well, so we don't take a lot from the Heat Crashes or the Heavy Slams, which also allows us to do quite well into Zamazenta as well. Shadow Sneak one-shots Calyrex Shadow Rider. So just a lot of really strong matchups into a lot of things as well. And with the wide guard support that we had from our own Zamazenta, we were able to take on Kyogre pretty well as well. So it's just a lot of really great matchups as well. And even the Zacian there, the Terrestrialization Fire walls both of its stab or same type attack bonus moves. So
yeah, look, and it is funny you mentioned some of those Pokemon as well, because it is crazy to see that the day 2 conversion here was Giratina having the same usage as Groudon and Zacian, which is historically 2 of the best Pokemon I've got in the game, and seeing them both come in here with the same usage stats as Giratina is quite surprising.
Yeah, bit of a shocker there when you see it with the numbers all in front of it. We're going to have a quick look at some unique Pokemon as well. So we're going to have a look at showcasing something that isn't normally showcased, just some unique picks that were brought by some of our trainers at this regional.
And look, so these are Pokemon that only showed up once on day 1, right? And there are some pretty good Pokemon there. But surprisingly enough, Ogerpon Hearthflame was only used once out of 38 teams, which I think is incredibly low. But in saying that as well, I guess it just shows the power of that Ogerpon Rockmaster that has really been picking up a lot recently.
Yeah, the Cornerstone Ogerpon, just the ability sturdy, and the Rock-type Ivy Cudgel going into the ever-rising popularity in Ho-Oh has been quite phenomenal. I'm going to point out another Pokemon on this unique list was Entei. Entei was one of the prime partners with that Giratina. I know we're going on a bit of tangent here with the Giratina, but we've got to love what we ran. Entei just has a lot of pretty good merit to it, and I think it's very underexplored at the moment.
Yeah.
But
and look, Sacred Fire is an incredible move. We have seen that with Ho-Oh, and of course, Extreme Speed is very, very good. But also moving on to some of the other usage stats here for day 2, we see Incineroar once again, the king of VGC, coming back in at 55%. This one's incredible. It's so diverse. It has so much support for the team. And as we saw in some of the earlier games, it has such good matchups into a lot of the top restricted. Pokemon like the Calyrex Shadow Rider can struggle into it, and that is the most used restricted at this event. Of course, even Pokemon like Lunala, yes, they do sometimes carry moves like Meteor Beam and Moonblast, but again, this is a Pokemon that can threaten the one-shot into them if they don't have that terror. And again, it's just incredibly good.
yeah, and we do see there, as you said before, the Cornerstone rising up. There it is, 7th on usage as well. We do see Weezing there as well, so Weezing is also something else that's been on that rise as well, alongside Grimmsnarl as well. Some Pokemon that you didn't really see too much in the older regulations, really finding good footing into the double restricted format of Regulation I.
Yeah, and look, you mentioned that Weezing earlier. Obviously, this is it's an incredibly good Pokemon in the current metagame, right? A big reason for that is how it kind of combos with the Calyrex forms in particular, as it doesn't turn off as one, and because of that, you are able to keep the Unnerve and the Grimming Neigh, or the Chilling Day, that one. The fact that you've got those two abilities there still with the Weezing on the board, obviously, it definitely makes the Weezing a bit stronger there. And of course, you can pair it with something like that Koraidon carrying the ability shield. And then you'll have some games where your two restricted Pokemon have their abilities and your opponents just don't. And that is just super, super valuable in a double restricted metagame like this one.
Yeah, it also just goes to show that a lot of Pokemon really thrive with their abilities. Rillaboom, with that Grassy Surge, not being able to get that set up, not being able to have boosted Wood Hammers, Priority Grassy Glides, Incineroar not being able to have Intimidate on switch-in. Very big part of its usage is due to how great of an Intimidator pivot it is.
Yeah, I mean, even adding onto it, right, Grimmsnarl, the ability to stop it from having that Prankster screen that could potentially, result in it getting KO'd before it gets an attack off is huge. Of course, Urshifu, a Pokemon known for breaking Protects, if you pair this with Weezing, it no longer breaks through Protects, right? And again, you go down, the list, the ability to turn off things like Beads of Ruin and Sword of Ruin for the Ruinous Pokemon here. Again, very, very important because that is such an important part in their kit. So, again, Chi-Yu, right? One of my favorite Pokemon. What is so strong about it is it can lower the special or defense stat of the opposing Pokemon, allowing for things like itself or the Calyrex Shadow just to deal massive damage. And Weezing being able to shut that down is just, it's very powerful in this metagame.
Alright, so it looks like our trainers are getting their teams picked, so we'll be getting some games shortly. We do have Lewis 10. We did see Lewis on stream before with that Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow Rider here. But we are going to run through... this is Jude Lee's first time on stream, and Jude has the Terrapagos and Calyrex Shadow Rider, alongside Incineroar, Cornerstone, Ogerpon, Fluttermane, and Rillaboom. So a lot of those Pokemon you saw pretty up there in those stats, with the exception of Terrapagos, that's a bit lower than normal in comparison to the rest of your restricteds, but Jude's making it work.
Yeah, and look, Jude Lee is known for his Terrapagos. He has been running it as far back as restricteds have been viable or legal in VGC. Jude Lee has been running that Terrapagos, and he's been very successful with it. But we do see here we have loaded in, and we have Lewis Tan leading with Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta, and on Jude Lee's side of things, we have the Terrapagos with the Incineroar.
All right, as you say, speak of the devil, the Terrapagos is there on lead. Almost said the 4 restricteds were left, just how prevalent and how strong Incineroar is.
And look, one thing I think that is really important to mention about Terrapagos, right? Of course, its ability, Terra Shell, is very, very good, right? Allowing it to take, any attack is not very effective when it's full HP. Very, very important. But the other main thing this Pokemon has going for it is the fact that it is immune to Calyrax's Astral Barrage. Calyrex Shadow Rider is considered one of the best Pokemon in the format, so having an immunity to it as a restricted is just very, very important.
Yeah, absolutely there. So we go see the turn 1 now. We do see the Psychic come out into the Terra Shell. Terra Shell just looking to take that Psychic as if it were a not very effective move, while the Zamazenta is flinching from the Fake Out, looking to potentially go to follow it up with the Body Press, and we see the Carmine come out for the Terrapagos. So the Terrapagos is looking to get out, set up and get online.
Yeah, look, Jude getting up this Carmine here is very, very important. Of course, it will, start to lower the damage output coming out of Lewis's Calyrex Shadow Rider here, of course. But the main thing now is how do you keep it safe from this Zamazenta? Because the body presses coming out of Zamazenta will do quite a bit of damage. So I do expect to see Jude here try to position some fake outs potentially to allow it to start getting some attacks off. One, to get around Lewis's wide guard, but also to, again, just to make sure that it can't get body pressed.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the options that Jude has there. Jude does have another fake-out pivot in the form of Rillaboom that could be in the back here, but we're looking to see a Terrestrialization that might come out straight away from the Terrapagos, as we do see there. Now, Terrapagos' ability changes when it goes into its Stellar form.
Yeah, so here there is no terrain or weather to turn off, but obviously getting that increase to its stats here is going to be very important. But we do see here Jude doesn't opt to go for the wide. Sorry, Lewis doesn't opt to go for the wide guard here. But also Jude has made the call here that potentially, Lewis was going to ignore the Terrapagos here. So the Incineroar does go down to that body press, but we are about to see what I'm assuming here is a Terra Starstorm coming into these two Pokemon on Lewis Tan's side.
Yeah, this hit's going to hit nice and hard, especially at +1. Zamazenta taking that Rocky Helmet chip, maybe putting it in range of a potential knockout or two, but both Pokemon still sitting above 50% of their health.
Yeah, look, they were able to take that pretty comfortably there. Of course, because of the Terra, they will now lose that same type of attack bonus. But going forward here, Jude is in a bit of an interesting position because it does seem like he potentially needs another Calm Mind up here, but of course he now brings in his own Calyrex Shadow Rider here, which does have the Focus Sash item, meaning that the opposing Calyrex here cannot threaten a one-shot on it with its own Astral Barrage.
Yeah, we do see with Lewis does have the option of potentially looking to go for a wide guard here in front of two Pokemon that are pretty known for clicking some powerful spread moves here. So we'll see if that's what the Zamazenta looks to lock in here. There is still a juicy body press target in Terrapagos, but we do see the Zamazenta just look to protect there.
Yeah, a very, very good read here by Jude Lee here. Just, going for that Astral Barrage, saying, hey, I want to get some damage out. He's not going to click the wide guard. But of course, Lewis, he knows he has to preserve that Zamazenta right now. So just making sure it stays alive for one more turn. He will have access to that wide guard next turn. But we are about to see what Jude Lee decided to lock in here on his Terrapagos, which was the Earth Power, giving it some super effective damage here into that Zamazenta.
Yeah, with the Sash intact for Jude, I do feel Jude felt he was happy to take a potential Astral Barrage from his own end, as long as they're able to get the Earth Power into that Zamazenta, looking to try and take out that Wide Guard Pokemon.
We will see here, though, there is this Dark Urshifu sitting in the back here for Lewis Tan. Of course, this is a Pokemon that normally naturally does resist the stab attacks coming out of the Calyrex Shadow Rider here. But one thing to keep in mind is that these trainers do have slightly different moves, right? If this was Jude Lee's Calyrex, this is Jude Lee's Calyrex, which does actually have access to the Pollen Puff here. And because of that, it does have a way to threaten some good damage into this Urshifu.
Yeah, it's a very interesting tech. Pollen Puff, one of those coverage moves that does hit quite hard with the bug typing, and also can be used as a heal option for the Terrapagos. But we see just absolutely massive damage coming out there from that Astral Barrage, taking another knockout, getting another Grim Neigh boost, now at +2 special attack.
Yeah, and look, that was a pretty good read there by Jude, right? Because, again, he's in a position where it seems like, the Astral Barrage seems pretty obvious, right? Again, you have Wide Guard on the Lewis's side of the board. You can potentially just click it. That Astral Barrage, does nothing there. And again, they're threatening the Pollen Puff into the Urshifu, right? So you see, Lewis makes a call. He's like, all right, this is potential Pollen Puff and attack. Jude just says, no, I'm going to Astral Barrage. And because of that, it picks up a massive KO on that Zamazenta, which then just allows, of course, the Terrapagos there as well to clean up the Urshifu and put Jude in a very, very dominant position here. Yeah,
Jude looking quite strong at the moment. Incineroar can do a lot of things, but we will see if it's able to claw back this one, or if Lewis has respected it, knowing we can adjust, as he did earlier on stream, with a strong Game 2 and Game 3 game plan to overcome the power of this Terrapagos and the Calyrex Shadow Rider that Jude's been able to put big pressure on, especially in this Game 1.
Yeah, and look, Lewis there obviously does lock in the forfeit. I think he just understands, look, he's so far behind. He's lost both his restricteds. Of course, he's, opposite to other very powerful restricted Pokemon. And of course, with an Incineroar, as your only one left in the game there, it's going to be really difficult to kind of break through basically the rest of Jude's team with just an Incin. So, look, very, very good play there from Jude Lee. Fantastic victory for him, of course. So we got to see the power of that Terrapagos as well there. You see how little damage that Wicked Blow did to that Terrapagos. Normally a Pokemon that you would normally think would take at least 50%, but Jude Lee showing that potentially that is a very defensive invested Terrapagos there.
Yeah, Apps took that Wicked Blow like an absolute monster. Just with the sheer amount of bulk that you do get when you enter that Stellar form for that Terrapagos, just that extra HP and the extra defense that you do get just allows you to take those hits just so much more comfortably. With the leftovers as well, just allowing it to just stick around with a nice bit of longevity there.
Yeah, and look, especially when, as you said, you have such a high HP stat as well, so having an item like the leftovers that does give you percentage-based regen, it's just incredible on a Pokemon like that, right? You heal back so much HP each turn. And look, I will say as well, Jude played very, very aggressive in that game. He made some fantastic reads. Again, that turn 2 where, again, you would normally very commonly see something like that Terrapagos protect there. Lewis read the protect, he doubled into the Terrapagos' friend there, which I believe was the Incineroar, but Jude just attacked, and again, it didn't seem like it was that much damage, but getting, 40% chip onto 2 restricted Pokemon, and then having your own Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back, very, very good. It basically just set up for that Cali Shadow to kind of end the game that turn.
Yeah, if that was Jude's plan, it was very well executed there from Jude there, being able to run through and just slowly overrun what Lewis had in store for the Game 1.
Yeah, look, I'm very interested to see as well how Lewis kind of adapts for this Game 2 here, of course. We're in a position where that Terrapagos kind of runs away with the game, right? I don't want to say the number one Pokemon on Lewis's team, but really the two big threats into it are the Zamazenta and the Urshifurai. These are the two Pokemon that you need to really basically utilize to kind of break through it. I wouldn't mind seeing, potentially some fake out support next to that Urshifu Single Strike as well. As we do load into the game here, it looks like there is no change on the lead for Lewis Tan, but on Jude's side here, he has actually opted to bring the Fluttermane instead of the Incineroar.
Yeah, interesting adjustment there from Jude. We're looking to see what kind of game plan Jude has for a game 2. If he's found an attacking line that helps him win the game in a much more quicker fashion. But we do see that the booster energy is coming out, and it's booster speed coming out there from the Fluttermane there.
I think one thing to note as well, this Fluttermane does not carry Shadow Ball, so it should not really be able to threaten that one-hit KO into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but it does have access to both Thunder Wave and Moonblast. So it does have the ability to potentially cripple it and make it a bit slow with that Thunder Wave, but you also have Icy Winds as well to kind of give that Terrapagos a bit, better of position in terms of the speed tiers.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what's going on there. We do see the Thunder Wave, as you mentioned there, looking just to slow down that Calyrex there. Just a little bit, looking to potentially see if the Terrapagos can take the Body Press into a Psychic there, looking to set up the Calm Mind in that way, or if they look to go on an early attack.
Yeah, and look, that Thunder Wave there, showing, very, very important, right? One, it means that if Lewis did opt to go for the Psychic into the Terrapagos there, that it was the Body Press that was the non-resisted attack, and we do get to see that come out there. So making sure that the Zamazenta goes first was very crucial there for that Terrapagos to get to live that turn. But also as well, we did get to see that Fluttermane, it gets off that Thunder Wave, which means the Terrapagos gets off that Calm Mind, which then means the Psychic does even less damage.
Yep, that's right, and we do see there that Lewis has a slightly different backline there. We will look to see. I think he is going to be bringing one of those in, but we will see that head on stream shortly. The Fluttermane being switched out, so that's lost its booster energy boost, but I feel like with the Thunder Wave being put out on the Shadow Rider, I think it's happy to just look to switch out, and it's gone into the Incineroar.
Yeah, look, I think right now Jude's happy for the Fluttermane to no longer have that speed boost. It should be the fastest Pokemon left in this game, depending on how it's trained. It is naturally the fastest Pokemon here. We do see here Lewis as well, opting to bring in one of those Pokemon in the back, being that Amoonguss, which is a new Pokemon for this game here. And of course, threatening things like that Spore into the Terrapagos could be really, really important here for Lewis.
Yeah, this could be the opening that Lewis might need to get in there. Spore, 100 accurate sleeping moves. Sleep is so incredibly strong. Anything that you can put to sleep, you don't mind being put to sleep there.
Yeah, and another important thing to mention in this game as well is Jude is carrying Taunt on his Fluttermane to stop things like this, but Lewis does have a mental Herb Amoonguss here. So it is very, very good at making sure that it can take one Taunt and then potentially put a big threat to sleep.
Yeah, we do see that there as well. Yeah, that's also handy for if it looks to go for to sleep or something. Encore is generally pretty prevalent as well. Any of those kind of moves, it's always handy just to buy that extra turn.
Another thing as well that I kind of forgot to mention before is neither of these Incineroar are running the Safety Goggles item, which in the past has historically been one of the most popular items on Incineroar, allowing it to be a pivot into Pokemon like Amoonguss. So we do see here Jude does opt to take his own Terrapagos out here and bringing in that Calyrex Shadow Rider.
There we are. That's interesting decision there. We'll see what Jude's looking to cook there. We see the fake out come out on the Amoonguss looking to flinch there. The Zamazenta going for the Body Press, getting that in safely on the Shadow Rider.
Yeah, and a great read from Jude Lee there. He knew that there was likely a Body Press coming into either Pokemon there. Both would have taken super effective damage. Of course, he makes the correct read. He gets that Calyrex Shadow Rider in. And that was a very, very good turn for Jude. None of his Pokemon went to sleep, and yeah, he was able to take no damage thanks to the Body Press.
Okay, we're going to see, I believe, our first terrestrialization of the game 2 here. That one's coming out on the Calyrex Shadow Rider. That's going to be the terrestrialization Ghost. So we're going to see those Astral Barrages hit even harder if we get some more of those Grim Neighbors happening.
Yeah, and we are going to see the Zamazenta click Protect here.
Yeah, Zamazenta clicking Protect, and there we go. We see the Astral Barrage. Do we see a double up into that slot with the Incineroar?
I don't think a single attack here is going to be enough to take out the Amoonguss, but a follow-up with a knockoff might be enough just to get it done, and we are going to see... I don't know if this is enough for the Incineroar to pick up, and it's not. The Mental Herb has been knocked off, but the Spore will now go into the Incineroar.
Yeah, so the Incineroar is going to be sleeping for a couple of turns now. We do have the wide guard still in play. You might need to look at potentially making some calls to see, are they going to wide guard, are they not going to wide guard? Okay, will the Amoonguss protect, will the Amoonguss not protect, will it Rage Powder, will it switch out to get some health back with the Regenerator? A lot of options here.
And look, as we mentioned earlier as well, Jude is running a bit of an interesting set here on that Calyrex. He does not have the Psychic Stab option here. He is running Will-O-Wisp and Pollen Puff as his other two moves, so with Wide Guard, there really isn't that much, there isn't really any good way to kind of deal with that Zamazenta right now outside of Astral Barrage.
So we do see that no Wide Guard coming out. We do see the Astral Barrage that will look to definitely take out Amoonguss, and we'll see it probably do a fairly decent amount of damage with the Terrestrialization Ghost Boost there onto the Zamazenta.
Yeah, that was really nice. And we do see Lewis here. He will be going for the Heavy Slam into the Calyrex Shadow Rider here, which could be very important because we have seen in the back that Urshifu Single Strike is there and it does have access to Sucker Punch.
Yeah, the Intimidate drops that the Incineroar has been providing did offset that damage a little bit, so if maybe also potentially with a little bit of defensive training on the Calyrex, because a lot of the time you sometimes do like to see the Sash Calyrexes sometimes have a look to not be one-shot by Rapid Strike Urshifu, which is essentially Dark Urshifu's brother, who hasn't been seen too much, but we've got the Dark Urshifu on board.
And we are seeing a bit of an aggressive read here from Lewis. It looks like he's predicting a potential switch out from this Calyrex here, and we are going to see the Terra Dark Sucker Punch into the Flutter Mane. And it looks like neither trainer is actually going to switch out here. So Jude may have actually just kept this Calyrex in, as we do see the Terra Dark come out here onto the Urshifu. The big question now is how much damage is this Terra Dark Sucker Punch going to do with the black glasses?
It's going to do a big amount of damage there. We see the Protect from the Zamazenta. So we're not seeing a Protect from the Calyrex. We do see the Sucker Punch come out here. And going straight into the Flutter Mane, and
it's it's not enough, and the Astral Barrage will come out here. This could be, Lewis could be in a bit of trouble here, I think, depending on when this Flutter Mane has targeted to attack. We could potentially see the end of the Urshifu here.
There we are, Urshifu taking the right down, and we see the Moonblast go off. That's going into the Urshifu. The Urshifu has come and gone, unfortunately, for Lewis.
Yeah, and look, Jude right now is in an incredibly strong position. This Calyrex right now, really, I don't want to say it's without anything opposing it. As we mentioned earlier, it doesn't really have a great way to get through this Zamazenta without Astral Barrage. And of course, we did mention as well, there is no Shadow Ball on the opposing side. So potentially a Wide Guard plus Astral Barrage here might be able to get Lewis into a bit of a better position. But at the same time as well, he's a bit on the back foot right now, and we are going to see the Protect coming out here. Ooh, and there is a Protect on Jude's side as well. We also saw that Lewis has opted for the Protect here. Can he? Yeah, okay, he doesn't get paralyzed, which is very, very important. The question is now, what did Flutter Mane target? This could just be a Taunt, and it is, as it will stop the potential Wide Guards in the future. But now the big question is this enough with those Intimidates? Oh, sorry, it was.
Yes.
It had already been chipped by the Sucker Punch, I'd forgotten. But yeah, no, the Flutter Mane will go down. But of course, there is still that Terrapagos in the back, still pretty healthy as well.
Yeah, Terrapagos looking healthy. Flutter Mane coming in. All it needed to do was to prevent Wide Guard from continuing to be an option for that Zamazenta, and that's what it's done. With the Calyrex on Lewis's side being paralyzed, it can be in a little bit of a rough spot because sometimes you're fully paralyzed and can't attack.
Yeah, and look, this Astral Barrage here might almost just be enough to end the game. We will see the Zamazenta here. Oh, sorry, the Calyrex does get dropped to its Focus Sash here, and I believe that was enough to get rid of the Zamazenta. So Zamazenta going down, getting carried there, meaning, yeah, Lewis 10 right now does not have a great way through this Terrapagos. And yeah, with that, Jude Lee wins the set 2-0. Very, very impressive, showing why, again, he's one of the best Terrapagos players in the world. And I believe he is now our first finalist of the event.
He is one of our 2 confirmed finalists now for the Melbourne 2025 Regional Championships.
Yeah, that was honestly just an incredible performance by Jude there. He played those games incredibly well. Again, you saw like that Flutter Mane support in Game 2 in particular, getting that Thunder Wave into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, making sure that he had the speed control in the mirror match up there, and then of course getting that Taunt onto that Zamazenta, just making sure that he was unable to click Wide Guard, basically just allowing his own Calyrex Shadow to eventually just win the end game there.
Yeah, very well executed late game there by Jude, being able to lock that up there. Lewis had an absolutely phenomenal run. We saw how well Lewis did on stream earlier. Very rough sort of end to a run, but with every tournament, there's got to be a winner and a loser. So congratulations to Jude heading into the finals here. And Lewis has done so incredibly well to reach that top 4.
Yeah, and look, one thing to keep in mind here is Jude Lee is the last player in this event who is not from the Australian region, so he potentially could come in and get his world's invite today, heading into the finals. But as we see here, these are some of the top players coming out of Australia right now, of course. And yeah, we see Lewis Tan there. He's in a pretty comfortable spot right now. He was 9th coming into this event. I would like to think with a top 4 here today, he's probably secured that invite to Worlds 2025. But yeah, just, again, an incredible performance from both players.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. We've got the championship point leader roster out here for our Oceania region. And as you can see, some names there. Joji at the top with how he's performed in some of the global challenges, winning 3 of them, and just consistent performances at the regional levels as well.
Yeah, and look, something else as well here. I've just been told Scott Kennedy has actually gone on to make the finals here as well. So Scott is a player right now who's not in this top 22. He's currently not, sitting in a great position to win Worlds. Well, sorry, to qualify for Worlds. But now he's one, set away from actually just getting his Worlds invite straight up.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if he can go through and look to clutch that up. Do have a lot of names here. There could be some little shifts. We're going to have to see how all those add up at the end of the event.
Yeah, but now look, honestly, Scott Kennedy right now, the last hope for Australia to win our last regional. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. Of course, Jude Lee right now is playing phenomenal. But yeah, Scott also, he's in the finals. He's played great. We saw him on stream earlier. So I'm very excited to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, it should be good. All right, so we are going to cut away to a quick break. We will be back shortly with the grand finals for the Melbourne Regional Championships.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the grand final for the Melbourne Regional Championships. It's been an amazing time so far. We've had some close sets, we've had some really cool teams, and we're about to get onto a final between two really cool teams and really amazing players.
Yeah, so we just saw Jude Lee win there with the Terrapagos. Now, I wasn't expecting Terrapagos in the finals, but of course, I love Terrapagos. Seeing it in the finals is very exciting for me. And his opponent is actually going to be Masayoshi, which we saw earlier. He was playing the Koraidon with...
Koraidon Walking Wake.
Yeah, that's right.
It's some really innovative teams have come out of today. And Masayoshi's team, like, we've got the Weezing, we've got the Ability Shield Koraidon, we've got that Walking Wake, Assault Vest Walking Wake with Snarl, Aquajet, and like these two teams, two very unique teams. I think, like, we've both got the Calyrex Shadow Rider, we've both got the Incin, and then from there the teams just kind of spin away from each other into what's going to be a really cool matchup.
Yeah, I remember at the beginning of this stream, the very first round, I was talking about Weezing. From talking to the people in the field, everyone's either playing Weezing or they're scared of Weezing. And now we've got Weezing in these finals. And something very interesting about that Weezing is it turns off the Terra Shell from the Terrapagos, which means what makes Terrapagos so good is all of those offensive Pokemon like to be moving first, and then it halves the damage. But if you turn that off, the collision course will now be super effective on the full health Terrapagos. And we'll be very interested to see if that comes into play in this matchup. What do you think?
Yeah, well, it's Sun versus Balance. It's not the only thing that gets turned off as well, depending on whether the Weezing is on the field, because the Weezing is really great for keeping the terrain away, for keeping the Terrapagos, Terra Shell away. But on the reverse, if Weezing's not coming, Terrapagos is really good for getting rid of that Sun. When it terrors, it gets rid of the terrains, the weather, and it comes into really good effect here because you're dropping the speed on the Fluttermane, you're dropping the output of the Koraidon and the speed and output of the Walking Wake. There's so many different factors that go between these teams when it just comes to removing abilities, and that's the starting point. When you look at everything else, it comes together in such a way that this matchup, it could go either way, and there's going to be so many cool interactions that we can see.
Yeah, for sure. And then another thing is that Fluttermane on Jude's side is opting to hold the booster energy. But if that Fluttermane sees the Koraidon, it won't consume the booster energy, meaning it can take advantage of that Sun and then switch out later in the game, come in with that booster energy. So it does look like there are options for Jude to take advantage of Masayoshi's Pokemon, but we'll have to see how the games play out, and we'll have to see if this Weezing shuts off the abilities in just the right way that the Koraidon can put that damage on the board.
Yeah, one of the big things that we've got to look at as well when it comes to Jude's team here, his two restricted Pokemon, Terrapagos and Calyrex Shadow, both those big, especially offensive Pokemon. And on the other side, we've got double Snarl. We've got Snarl on the Scarf Chi-Yu, which, depending on how it's trained, is going to be outspeeding both of those restricted Pokemon. And you've got Snarl on the Walking Wake, which with the Assault Vest, it's going to be chewing up a lot of hits on the special side, of course. On the physical side, Jude's team really has its Incineroar, Rillaboom, and Ogerpon. And on this sort of team, generally the Incineroar and Rillaboom are much more bulk oriented. You want to use them to switch around, position yourself, make sure you're giving yourself that advantage rather than dealing damage with them. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Jude kind of gets around that Chi-Yu specifically. I think is going to be more impactful than the Walking Wake here and gets around those styles.
Yeah, it's a good call out. A lot of the offense is special, so that Assault Vest is going to reduce a lot of damage. And those Snarls, while they're not as good into the Rillaboom or the Incineroar, they still have some value in breaking that sturdy on the potential cornerstone. So I do worry where the physical damage could come from on Jude's team, because he might have to rely on the Calyrex and the Terrapagos to deal damage. But if they keep getting snarled, they could struggle to put that damage out fast enough such that the Koraidon or the Calyrex does a lot of damage in return, or even just the Chi-Yu, because we know Chi-Yu in Sun does a lot of damage as long as you land your hits.
Yeah, so we've seen it in earlier sets. Something like a well-timed knockoff to get rid of a potential choice scarf and things like that could really come into effect here. But here we go. We've got the leads for our grand final. On Masayoshi's side, we've got that Koraidon Weezing And on Jude's side, there's that Terrapagos that he absolutely has loved all format. And the Fluttermane beside it, getting that booster, would normally get that boost from the booster energy or the sun, but thanks to the Weezing, gets neither of them.
Yeah, very interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how these speed interactions play out, because traditionally that Fluttermane is going to be faster with that booster energy, but that Weezing did turn it off. So it looks like we've got a Terastallization coming out on turn 1 this turn, and it looks like it's coming down from the Terrapagos side.
Yeah, so the Terrapagos not going to actually be able to get rid of the sun, I believe, because of the Weezing that is currently on the field. No Terra from the Koraidon or the Weezing. Koraidon opting just for that Protect, seeing what Jude wants to go for here, but the Weezing free to go for an attack here.
Yeah, it looks like that Terastallization was to boost the HP of the Terrapagos, hoping maybe to live a Collision Course there. With that Protect there, it's a big missed opportunity to put a Collision Course into this Terrapagos. Looks like we've got a Terra Starstorm coming down, valuing that damage onto the Weezing.
Yeah, so Koraidon staying safe, not taking any damage there. But the Weezing going for a taunt into the Fluttermane. This Fluttermane being one of those very supportive types. No Protect, booster energy. It's got that Icy Wind, Taunt, Thunderwave. Thunderwave, something you really don't want happening to your Koraidon. Because then if you lose Sun, if you're up against the Kali Shadow and don't have a speed boost, it really hurts your game plan for the rest of the game. So a really smart taunt there from Masayoshi, but still taking a good bit of damage from that Terra Starstorm on the Weezing.
Yeah, it looks like Masayoshi really does not want a Thunderwave to come into that Koraidon. I think he's valuing the fact that the Collision Course goes before the Terrapagos' attacks there, and he wants to make sure that that remains true no matter how the game plays out.
Yeah, but this Koraidon still... We actually see the Fluttermane moving before the Koraidon here, even without the speed boost. The Koraidon really not wanting to Terrastallize here, because while you want to Terrastallize for the Moonblast potential, you don't want to be taking a super effective Starstorm. The damage stacks up and you're only likely to be able to take 1 or 2 of those hits. But a huge Collision Course managing to actually take out the the Terrapagos there. Yeah. Koraidon busting through those speed drops and just going for the KO on this Terrapagos, which we saw in previous games was so hard to knock out.
Yeah, you can see why this matchup, the Koraidon, is so valuable, because normally the Terra Shell is your only hope to live a Collision Course. Weezing can turn off. If you Terrastallize, it's gone. And that Collision Course took that knockout. And I know Terrapagos has a very, very high HP stat and defense stat. So that is a very, very strong move.
Yeah, although now the Calyrex Shadow has hit the field, both Weezing and Koraidon have been chipped pretty well. And this Calyrex Shadow's Astral Barrage is going to be hitting very hard. The Koraidon's at -1 speed now. The Fluttermane's already been seen to move before it, so it's definitely going first now. There's that Astral Barrage coming out. Weezing protecting itself, keeping itself safe. Koraidon just barely hanging on, but it's not enough to hold on to the Moonblast as well, even with the... no resist, sorry, because the no Terrafire. But yeah, it's just not able to hold on for that turn, and the Koraidon, which has pretty much already done its job, goes down.
Yeah, it looks like Masayoshi choosing to protect there because he does not want this Calyrex to get any free special attack boosts. Maybe aware of the fact Koraidon is going to go down, but as long as it's going down to the Fluttermane, it is not going to give that Grimnay boost to that Calyrex.
Yeah, but there's that Chi-Yu that we spoke about coming in. The Terrapagos is gone, so there's no potential for a Terrastallized Earth Power to go into it. Likely faster than both of these Pokemon here, and able to drop some really impactful Snarl, whether it's breaking a Focus Sash, breaking a Sturdy on the Ogerpon Cornerstone that's just come in, dropping the special attack. Chi-Yu is really, really well positioned. But instead of the Snarl, opting just for their Heat Wave, going, look, a Snarl's going to drop your special attack, it's going to break some stuff. I want to break some stuff by a lot. Yes. And it's doing so much damage to both the Ogerpon on the switch-in and the Calyrex Shadow.
Yeah, even though Koraidon did go down earlier, Koraidon still lives on, setting up that Sun to boost those Heat Waves. And it looks like with the Sun boost, these Heat Waves are going to knock out both these Pokemon in play in 2 hits. Without the Sun, maybe they wouldn't have.
Yeah, and the Sun's still up for when this Walking Wake hits the field, but the big thing between clicking Heat Wave and clicking Snarl is hitting Heat Wave versus Snarl. Both can miss. Heat Wave a bit more likely, and Shiyu has been notorious for missing when you want it to the least. So Heat Wave, really good position right now, but you've always got to take into account that it may not hit what you want it to hit.
Yeah, with that Choice Scarf, it will be moving first, and I'm not sure on the booster on the Walking Wake. I believe it was speed, so I think that both of these Pokemon are actually faster than this Calyrex.
It was speed, yes.
From a previous game, yeah.
A Hydro Steam coming out. So Calyrex protecting, Hydro Steam going straight into that Ogerpon to finish it off, and Ogerpon goes down. It came in, it took a hit, and then it took another one, and left again. So, yeah. Ogerpon, which can really put in some work in this matchup. Unfortunately, switching into that Heat Wave rather than a maybe preferred Snarl really didn't do it any good. And now that the sun's down, Fluttermane comes in, and the speed advantage might change here because that booster energy didn't get consumed earlier. There was a Wheezy on field as well as the sun, so the booster energy was doubly not being used. So that Icy Wind that booster energy likely makes it faster than the Chiyu, giving it an opportunity to Icy Wind both of these Pokemon and make Cali Shadow potentially faster.
Yeah, we've got a Terrestrialization coming out here. It looks like from Masayoshi's side, as the Trapagos was Terrestrialized earlier. It looks like the Walking Wake is choosing to Terrestrialize the Water type, maybe to get the damage boost or remove that weakness to Fairy moves here.
Yeah, Terra Water, a more offensive Terra on maybe a more defensively built Walking Wake. But the Walking Wake not really getting to go for the Calyrex Shadow here, but with that Terra, that is going to be more than enough for the Hydro Steam to take down the Fluttermane. Heat Wave connecting on both ends, just what you want, and that will bring game one to an end in favor of Masayoshi.
Yeah, that Assault Vest on the Walking Wake. Without that Assault Vest, it probably may not have been able to take an Icy Wind and an Astral Barrage, but then Jude could see that that would be the case, so he had to go for a different play, maybe that Moonblast. I'm not sure, hoping for a Heat Wave miss, but when all of your Heat Waves miss, Chiyu definitely feels like one of the strongest Pokemon in the game.
Yeah, Jude playing really well there in that end game, knowing that he has to preserve that Fluttermane, let it come in, activate that booster energy. Even if it came in a bit earlier on Sun, maybe if the Ogerpon went down, it still gets that booster energy, protecting that Calyrex Shadow to give himself his best shot at gaining speed control and getting off those hits. Unfortunately, it just didn't get there in the end. That Koraidon taking out the Trapagos in that one hit was huge. So much damage. We see that that's the kind of one of the biggest reasons that people use Weezing Koraidon towards the end of Regulation G was to snipe a lot of these balanced teams that pick up. Koraidon is very good at breaking through those fire, water, grass cores. Obviously, very good at hitting the normal types, Terrapagos specifically. We saw it put in work here, and I'm really interested to see how Jude adapts to this for Game 2.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, because that Trapagos didn't get the opportunity to do much this game. So if it comes this game, I want to know, are we going to have it on the leads? Are we going to do it in the late game? Or maybe we might opt to replace it with something else. Also, that Ogerpon Cornerstone was a bit of a missed opportunity to do damage. So I'm very curious to see what decisions Jude can make to adapt here, because you can't just let that go down to a collision course like that. There has to be some other value you can get out of Terrapagos if it comes to the matchup.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see something on lead, something maybe like the Calyrex Shadow instead. Even if you've got the support of, say, the Ogerpon, you still lose that Sturdy, but you have access to that Follow Me, and sometimes, especially in matchups like these, sometimes 1 or 2 good Astral Barrages for free are really important, and they go a long way, especially against 2 Pokemon like Weezing and Koraidon, which we're not seeing here. We're seeing an adaptation from just from Masayoshi, actually. Jude sticking with his tried and true lead, sticking to his guns. But Masayoshi bringing out the Calyrex Shadow and the Walking Wake from the get-go.
It looks like Jude believes in his Terrapagos, and he's going to lead with his Terrapagos once again. Hoping to get a few Calm Minds off maybe before we start clicking Starstorms. But I know that Pokemon is capable of dishing out a lot of damage and taking a lot of heavy hits. Without the Koraidon here, definitely a much better position here.
Yeah, the Terapagos defensively is in a much better position here. It doesn't have to be taking any collision courses. It doesn't have to be taking any taunts or maybe Will-O-Wisps that could shut down the leftovers recovery. But it does still have to face down Snarl and the potential Encore. And it doesn't want to be locked into Calm Mind. But there's the Wheezing once again. Getting rid of that boost. Even though the Flutter Mane has that booster energy boost, Wheezing comes in before, Wheezing comes in after. It still gets rid of that boost. And a massive Astral Barrage, but the Flutter Mane actually manages to hang on and get off an Icy Wind, breaking the sash on this Calyrex Shadow and dropping its speed.
Yeah, it looks like that Wheezing switch was to reverse the speed order back in the favor of the Calyrex, but missing that knockout there didn't really get maybe the value he was looking for. But now we've got the Wheezing and the Calyrex in play while the Calm Mind just came out from that Terapagos.
Yeah, and it's really interesting here. Really nicely played from Jude. Jude understanding that I know how my Flutter Mane's built. I should be taking this hit. If you switch it in, you switch it in, and I will live the hit and do what I want to do. That Icy Wind, putting him in a really good position here where instead of having to face down the potential Encore, he can Icy Wind and go for another attack, or even just go straight for a taunt onto the Calyrex Shadow to make sure that it can't go for that again. Go for an Encore and lock you into those Calm Minds.
Yeah, at the beginning of the turn, the Flutter Mane was faster, then the Wheezing switches in, the Calyrex is faster, but now with the Icy Wind, it's gone back, and that Flutter Mane is the faster Pokemon again. It looked like they went for that taunt, just like you called out there.
Yeah, so taunt coming out, Jude, Masayoshi not opting to go for that Encore, just another Astral Barrage, picking up the Flutter Mane, getting a special attack boost, and yeah, just showing the skill of these two players. Like, these first two turns have gone so well, kind of for both of them, really. They've both gotten to really take advantage of what their team can do and use it against their opponent. Jude getting off another Calm Mind there, but the Calyrex, it cannot Encore now. It is taunted for the next few turns. The Terapagos is set up and in a really nice spot. It's taunted. It's not going to be killing any more Calm Minds or Protects in the next few turns, but it's in a prime spot to be dealing damage. There is no Snarl on board. There are nothing on board that can Wide Guard. There's no stopping a big Terra Starstorm this turn. And the Calyrex Shadow has had its sash broken, whereas Jude's is still completely intact.
Yeah, it looks like with both of those Calm Minds, this Terapagos might be ready to get the revenge on that Flutter Mane earlier. So it looks like there's a lot of damage coming out, but the one thing this Terapagos really needs to watch out for, which we saw in Game 1, is going to be that Koraidon. So it looks like it cannot really go for the Starstorms if there's a Koraidon on the other side, but maybe that's what the Ogerpon's role is going to be in that matchup, being able to follow me that if we get to that position.
Yeah, and it looks like Jude's Calyrex Shadow is moving first. As we said, broken Focus Sash on the opposing, and the -1 speed from the Flutter Mane. So Icy Wind. So Jude's Calyrex Shadow was generally going to be going first there. Getting a nice knockout, bringing to the Wheezing within range of a Terra Starstorm, which knocks that out as well. And it's a really different position from Game 1. Game 1, we saw Jude early losing that Terapagos. Really kind of being on the back foot from the get-go, but now it's the complete opposite, and Jude has just taken command of this game, charging ahead. There's the Koraidon, there's the Walking Wake, but the turtle, the Terapagos, it still hasn't terastallized yet.
Yeah, so it still has this Terra Shell here, so it can't just take a collision course here. But one thing that I really want to highlight is that this Walking Wake is faster than that Koraidon because of that photosynthesis. So this Walking Wake could potentially break that Terra Shell to set it up for the collision course. So it's interesting to see what Jude's going to have to do with that information. But you can't just ignore the Calyrex, by the way, because that is still a Calyrex with a Grimnay boost.
One of the things you got to remember, though, is that it's quite likely only faster as long as the sun is up. And with Jude having the option to terastallize, there's no wheezing around to keep the sun up when the terastallization comes out. So if that Terapagos decides to Terrastella, that sun will be gone. The Walking Wake will lose a good amount of output and speed. And the Koraidon will lose a good amount of output as well, as we do see terastallization coming out from that Terapagos. So Jude, seeing this, wanting to get rid of that sun, and it also allows the Calyrex Shadow to outpace the Walking Wake and get some big damage off early as well.
Yeah, it's very good. The good call out there. The removal of the sun is just allowing this Calyrex to attack. Maybe you're not using it for the damage boost or the health boost, you're just using it to support your Calyrex here. So looks like we've got the Astral Barrage, both Pokemon hanging on there. And then we've got the return Snarl, but we'll see who moves next here. It's probably going to be that Koraidon.
Yeah, so interesting to see the Walking Wake moving before the Koraidon there, even without the speed boost from the sun. So showing a good indication of how those two are trained. Maybe this Koraidon's a bit slower, a bit bulkier. We did see both of them take the same amount of damage, or it's very similar from that Astral Barrage, and one's carrying an Assault Vest and the other one's not. So it's a good way to see that there. The Walking Wake actually managing to hang on from that Terra Starstorm with the Astral Barrage after the Snarl. But it is a very tall ask for this Walking Wake to be able to break through both of these Pokemon, especially as it is does appear to be slower than the Calyrex Shadow.
Yeah, we did see last turn the Calyrex Shadow move first, and I am quite confident that this Calyrex Shadow can pick up the knockout here. Astral Barrage, single target, maybe that makes a difference. I'm not sure.
But yeah, no, it's been a really well played, well adapted game from Jude here. Like we were saying, that first game was so controlling, so commanding from Masayoshi. The early KO of the Terapagos, not letting it kind of stick around, not letting it do what it wants to do, which is sit on the field for a long time, set up where it can, and get rid of any terrain or weather that would give its opponent an advantage. And then after that, when the Chi-Yu came in, it just clicked buttons and was taking KOs left and right. This game, we didn't actually see the Chi-Yu come out at all. It never hit the field, and Jude really well adapted, leading the Flutter Mane, not leading... he still did lead the Terapagos, but just not giving his opponent the advantages of Game 1 and really taking that Game 1 into mind. And yeah, that was just an incredibly adjusted game.
Yeah, what's interesting about that game is that Jude did the same leads in Game 1 and Game 2. So I'm curious to see if Masayoshi is going to return to the Game 1 lead, try the Game 2 lead again with some new information or different decisions, or maybe switch up and show us a different lead. Because I think that Koraidon on lead immediately put a lot of pressure on the Terapagos, but without the Koraidon, the Terapagos had a little bit more freedom to click Carmine, and with a few Carmines in play, you can start dealing with the pieces around the Koraidon, and by the time the Koraidon's in play, the Weezing is gone, which means you can remove that sun, and without the sun, we saw that it could take that collision course, but with the sun, it was a one-shot.
I think I'd like to see that Chi-Yu coming out again. Not only was it able to hit really hard in the sun, whether it's with a Heat Wave or a Snarl, we haven't seen the Snarl, but we've talked about it a lot, resisting those Astral Barrages is one of the biggest things that it has going for it. Those big Ghost type hits going into that Dark type don't do nearly as much as you'd like it to be doing. And with the Snarl, like we saw Walking Wake come in, we saw it come in into a position where it wants to click Snarl. Sun's up, it's got the speed advantage. The Terapagos terrestrializes, and all of a sudden you don't have the speed advantage. Chi-Yu's something that can have that speed advantage continually without, even if you lose Sun. There's been no Incineroar from Jude's side, there's been no knockoff. It'll be interesting to see if that's actually going to come into effect here, because the Chi-Yu put in so much work in Game 1. Koraidon did the heavy lifting and took out the Terapagos, and then Chi-Yu just cleaned up. It did the rest of the job, so it'd be good to see it.
Okay, here we are. We're going to see the leads for Game 3 here. It looks like we've gone back to our Game 1 leads on both sides. So what do you think? Do you think something different's going to happen on Jude's side here? Because I can't imagine he's going to let the Terapagos drop so easily.
I think Masayoshi here understands that Game 1, he had the advantage. He adjusted very heavily for Game 2, and it didn't work out in his favour. So it makes sense to go back to your Game 1 lead where you got it right, you got the KOs early, and you did what you needed to do. It's really important to be able to kind of gauge that. But at the same time, it's the plays that happened Game 1. Jude, at the time, let the Terapagos get hit. He didn't put it in a position where he didn't protect it, and yeah, the Weezing was so disruptive that he needed the Terra to have a chance to kind of live those hits, but you can't get rid of Sun, which it all adds up to what is the Terapagos doing here. And Masayoshi not bringing the Koraidon, not leading the Koraidon, and not bringing the Chi-Yu really set him back in that Game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see the power of the Weezing with that Koraidon. There are all these little interactions you might not initially think of when you see them together. Turning off the Terror Shell, turning off the Intimidate here on this turn with the switch in. So it looks like Jude is choosing to protect his Trapagos by switching it out, whereas in game 1 he chose to protect it. So if a collision course comes into what was that Trapagos slot, this could be a very, very strong switch from Gerard.
Yeah, and Jude absolutely making an adaptation that we kind of touched on that we hadn't seen it yet, but the Incineroar makes its first appearance from Jude here, so does have access to that knockoff and also takes those fire moves a lot better than a Fluttermane would. And on the flip side, Calyrex Shadow more than takes less damage than the Terrapagos would from a fighting move, and it looks like we see that fighting move coming out into what was the Terrapagos. Calyrex Shadow, happy to take that. And interestingly, a Play Rough goes into the Incineroar switch, so no taunts this time coming out from Masayoshi's side, possibly expecting a taunt from the Fluttermane onto his own Weezing, instead opting to get that bit of damage there.
Yeah, but also what's interesting here is we have not seen Incineroar on Jude's side until this game. Previously it had been Ogerpon. In game 1 it just switched in and took damage in game 2. So it's very interesting to see the Incineroar adaptation here.
Yeah, so he's now got Fake Out pressure in a really big situation here. So the Weezing is carrying that Covert Cloak, but the Koraidon is the big important one that you really want to be stopping it from attacking. When it attacks, whether it's a fighting move or a fire type move, it's Terra Fire, it's Insane, it's doing so much damage. Weezing opting to switch out there it is, that Chi-Yu, that defensive, offensive option into the Calyrex Shadow that we were talking about. Going to take a potential Astral Barrage very nicely. So there's the Fake Out going into the Koraidon.
But that switch out of the Weezing, it was not free because we did see that the Intimidate triggered from that Incineroar. So this Koraidon will be dealing a little bit less damage this game. Interested to see if that would be enough for a Trapagos to live if that were to come up. But at the moment, we've got this Calyrex exerting a lot of pressure right now. Maybe hoping to use that Beads of Ruin on whatever poor Pokemon is next to that Chi-Yu.
Yeah, one of the deficits of using Chi-Yu, it does affect your partner Pokemon as well. But Chi-Yu switching in, taking that Astral Barrage like a champ, it's not worried about that at all. And now is in a really nice position to start dealing some damage of its own. The Focus Sash is still intact on the Calyrex Shadow, but that Incineroar heavily threatened by something like a collision course from that Koraidon. Switching out and Fluttermane coming in its stead. It will get its boost with the sun with no Weezing there, but it's still going to hold on to that booster energy for a little later.
Yeah, it looks like Jude choosing to bring 2 Ghost types and 2 Pokemon weak to fighting today. So it looks like there are a lot of opportunities for a collision course to come into a Dark type, but if you can correctly identify them, he's always got a safe switch. And it looks like the Snarl came out from the Chi-Yu there, not choosing the Heat Wave for damage this time, instead choosing to mitigate the damage by the looks of things.
Yeah, so Fluttermane coming in here, getting a speed boost, most likely outpacing the Chi-Yu I believe we saw at last game. Game 1, sorry. But yeah, the situation is kind of similar to what we saw earlier, where if the Weezing were to switch in, that Fluttermane would once again lose that boost. Chi-Yu has the Scarf, so if Weezing comes in, there's no risk of your own Pokemon losing its speed advantage. Chi-Yu is locked into Snarl, and it is just a good move to be locked into at the moment. But it's the question of, do you make a call? Does something come in? Do you want to collision course it? But no, Masayoshi is definitely happy to switch that Koraidon off the field and get that Weezing in there. So that's Fluttermane is not moving first.
Yeah, so this Chi-Yu has regained the speed advantage and Snarl into 2 special attackers. Definitely something good. That Fluttermane is going to be dealing less damage, but crucially, it does a lot of damage to that Calyrex Shadow Rider. Now let's see how much this Astral Barrage is going to do. It's not as much as you'd like to be doing if that's your restricted Pokemon here.
No, so with that neutralizing gas, it does get rid of the Chi-Yu's Beads of Ruin, so the Weezing wasn't getting affected by it, and that's Snarl really putting in work. Weezing hanging on with over 50% HP left. But the Thunder Wave, we were talking before about how Knockoff can mitigate the Chi-Yu's speed, but we didn't talk about Thunder Wave. Thunder Wave has been there, been present since game 1. Thunder Wave on the Fluttermane, taking the Snarl, and dropping that Chi-Yu's speed by half, as well as giving it the chance of not even moving, potentially.
Yeah, this game has been a constant battle between the speed interactions where we want the Sun Up for Fluttermane to go fast, and we've got the Choice Scarf, and now we've got the Thunder Wave. That's a permanent solution to this Chi-Yu being too fast for Jude. So now he can reliably use his faster Pokemon to move before that Chi-Yu if they're threatened. For example, this Calyrex, it doesn't look like it can take much more damage here, so it wants to make sure to get an attack off before Chi-Yu attacks, maybe later in the game, because it has taken 2 Snarl Drops at this point.
Yeah, so Jude's done a really good job here of positioning himself to where the Chi-Yu is in a way mitigated. It's still hitting as hard as it ever would, but its speed is halved and it's not necessarily moving before the Calyrex, which is really the part that was giving him the most trouble. Terapagos is the switch in here. Didn't want to switch in Incineroar, saving that for later when that Koraidon potentially hits the field again, so you've got that Intimidate pressure. Terapagos taking a Snarl, taking a special attack drop, took the player off pretty comfortably. It's still at over 50% HP, and Jude still has Terrestrialization to access as well, and can go for some potential Calm Minds, even just start going for some damage. Terrestrialized Earth Power is going to be doing a lot of damage to these Poison and Fighting types.
Yeah, the Terapagos is happy to come in when there isn't a Koraidon on the other side of the field, but did have to take a Snarl for its troubles last turn. It looks like we're opting to switch the Calyrex into the Incineroar here. I think we just want to remove those Snarl Drops and hopefully get some Astral Barrages in later, or opting for a different move potentially. So now the Weezing switched out, so all the abilities are back. We've got the Beads of Ruin back, the Intimidate triggers. It's not going to do anything to this Chi-Yu because it's a special attacker, and we've got that Walking Wake back in.
Yeah, so we finally get to see that 4th Pokemon revealed for Masayoshi. It is that Walking Wake, that big assault-vested, snarling beast that we saw. Put in so much work in that game 1. But just another Snarl coming out. No Terrestrialization from Jude still. That Terapagos looking very miserable at -2 special attack.
Yeah, it looks like the Walking Wake, it came at a real cost, because for it to come to this game, the Calyrex Shadow Rider had to be left on the bench. Choosing the Chi-Yu, the combination of the Chi-Yu, the Walking Wake, and the Weezing, more valuable than the Calyrex to them, which we did see in Game 1, that Chi-Yu was very valuable.
Yeah, and I understand this decision from Masayoshi, because we saw the Calyrex in Game 2 and not in Game 1. In Game 2, the Calyrex had to contend with an opposing Calyrex with Focus Sash, a Terapagos, which it pretty much couldn't hit, and a Fluttermane that outsped it and had access to not only Taunt, but Icy Wind and Thunder Wave. It was a lot for the Calyrex to deal with, and leaving the Chi-Yu behind really showed how much it hurt. So I really like the change of not bringing it restricted. It's really cool seeing how players in Regulation I have played it like Reg G. Only bring specific restricteds to each game. You don't necessarily need to bring 2.
Yeah, if you bring both, that can really restrict your choices, and sometimes they don't line up well into the matchup. This decision could have been influenced by earlier when the Fluttermane lived that Astral Barrage. Might have been hoping that it wasn't, and that's just another thing working against the Calyrex in this matchup.
Yeah, so Jude taking his time to decide what he wants to do here. It's in a bit of a pinch because of that. There's that Hydro Steam. Incineroar wanting to Terra, wanting to switch, but nothing in the back wants to take it. Nothing wants to Terra, because then you're going to be taking more damage from this Chi-Yu. Well, Chi-Yu dropping to a critical hit. Terra Starstorm there. That big threat is now off the field. And Terapagos is still sitting at around 50%, but there's no Intimidate for the Koraidon that's lurking in the back.
Yeah, interesting. So there's no more Snarls in this game, so this Calyrex Shadow Rider might be able to position some good damage on the remaining threats, because if the Sun gets set up, remember, Jude still hasn't Terrestrialized, so he still has access to the Terrestrialization on the Terapagos. It might be less appealing given the damage, but every Pokemon on his team has taken a lot of damage here. I think he struggled to get his footing in this game. He hasn't got as many Calm Minds in as he would have liked, given how late this game has gone so far.
Yeah, it is very difficult to keep Calm Minds up against Double Snarl, because you're just not gaining enough ground, and especially when the big hits that you don't want to be taking are on the physical side, not the special side. The Calm Minds end up not being as important as just getting that damage down. We still have the potential for Snarls from this Walking Wake, but at the same time, Jude's Pokemon are kind of at a point where it might just be better to start taking KOs rather than trying to mitigate things more than you already have. The speed advantage at the moment with the Sun is there. You force a terrestrialization out of the Terrapagos if you want to get rid of that.
Yeah, it looks like Jude maybe on the back foot here. His Pokemon have just taken too much damage. They're being very heavily threatened by both Pokemon on this side here. Looks like Jude is going for the terrestrialization on that Terrapagos, removing the Sun, hopefully getting that speed order back in his favor.
Yeah, so Jude absolutely playing to the best of his ability here, getting rid of the Sun, giving his Flutterman the option of going for things like Thunder Wave, maybe even Moonblast into the Walking Wake, just trying to get more damage on board. He's still got the Calyrex Shadow in the back, very, very low though, but Astral Barrage, as we've seen before, adds up. We saw how much work it did in the last game, and it can be absolutely the thing that he needs to keep him in this game.
Yeah, but I'm worried about there is that Assault Vest on that Walking Wake. It might be quite difficult for the remaining Pokemon to get the damage into the Walking Wake in order to take it off the field. We see a big Terra Starstorm coming out here, super effective because we've seen the terrestrialization into the Koraidon, and this collision course, it looks like it is taking this this Terrapagos off the battlefield now.
So many snarls mean that even the super effective move in that Terra Starstorm against this Koraidon don't do enough. It looks like it did about 30%, and it just goes to show really how well designed Masayoshi's team is designed for this sort of team. Double Snarl does so well against the special restricted Koraidon. Not only is it a balance breaker, but it's a Terrapagos breaker. It's so good into that matchup. And with the Terra Fire, you can't just hit into it with Fluttermane. And the Aqua Jet coming out from the Walking Wake is enough to pick up the Fluttermane without the Sun that Jude removed. And that's the speed control option from Jude's side of the field gone now, leaving him with just this Calyrex Shadow that is so low. But we've seen Calyrex Shadow do some pretty insane things. And it looks like Jude's gonna leave it there, probably understanding that he's in range of the Aqua Jet there and calling it there. But yeah, so that leaves Masayoshi Kuro as our Melbourne Regional Champion after a really impressive 3-game set from both players.
And one thing I really want to call out is Walking Wake is part of the team that has won this regional, which, by the way, one of our casters did predict that at the time. We're like, Walking Wake, not sure about that, but Masayoshi, he sees the potential in the Pokemon that some of us may not see.
Yeah, and a big congratulations to both players. They've done so well to get here to where they are. Masayoshi getting that regional championship, which I believe this is his first regional championship win. So massive congratulations there, and massive congratulations to Jude as well, making it all the way to finals, playing some incredible players throughout day 1 and day 2, making it all the way here. He knocked me out of the tournament yesterday. It was great. It was his team is so good. It's so well put together. It's so bulky. It gives you loads of versatility and loads of speed control options in kind of less conventional ways than normal. You're not looking at just Tailwind. You're not looking at just Trick Room. You've got Thunder Wave. You've got Icy Wind. Like it's giving you the options that you need, and it really protects the Terrapagos well, especially with that Encore Disable on the. Sorry, not the Encore Disable. The Pollen Puff and the Will-O-Wisp on the Calyrex Shadow.
Yeah, but this Weezing looked like it was a good call for this tournament. Masayoshi really saying so many of the strongest Pokemon in the game right now, they need their abilities to be good. We said Rillaboom does more damage in grassy terrain, priority grassy glides. A lot of Pokemon are relying on their photosynthesis for the speed advantage. So he's taking the advantage out of removing the opponent's abilities whenever he wants, and then positioning his Koraidon or his Calyrex to do a lot of damage. But then also, if you want your abilities on like your Chi-Yu, for example, you can just switch your Weezing out, and then you've got your Beads of Ruin back.
Yeah, so we didn't see a lot of Chi-Yu throughout day 2. I think that Masayoshi's Chi-Yu is the only one we saw come out on stream. But like the Double Snarl, that Walking Wake put in so much work every time that we saw it. We saw the Hydro Steams coming out, that Groudon in Top Cut did so much damage to it. The Snarls, the Draco Meteor dropping the Raging Bolt. Snarls hitting the Calyrex Shadow, dropping the special attack of any special attackers that it wanted to hit. Even the Arcal Jet put in so much work, whether it was picking up final KOs, whether it was breaking a Focus Sash on a Fluttermane. It just put in work, something that pretty much no one, I think, was looking at prior. We've seen Walking Wake once, maybe twice over the last few months. He made the call and God, it worked so well. The Walking Wake, the Sun, and he played it really well with Wheezing as well. Wheezing gets rid of your photosynthesis. You've got to play around when you have Sun, when you have Wheezing out with the rest of your team, and he played that really well.
Yeah, absolutely. I know I was a big believer in Walking Wake, and the first time it was legal, I gave it a go, but I could not get a result for the life of me with that Pokemon. I just couldn't find the way to use it, and it looks like Wheezing was that key, I think.
It was, and we heard a lot about Wheezing Koraidon coming into this tournament, going into this weekend. It was kind of the boogeyman of the tournament. Everyone heard about it. Everyone was hearing that people were playing with it, but not a lot of people saw it. Anyone who saw Masayoshi definitely saw it, and after that, looks like they weren't part of the tournament for much longer. So Masayoshi playing all the way to the top, making it to finals, and playing a really impressive set to win the competition.
Absolutely. I wonder how many of Masayoshi's opponents would have put an ability shield on their team if given the chance. I know the night before the tournament, a lot of people were saying, put your ability shield on your Grimmsnarl so you can get your Prankster Reflex, because as soon as you can start living Koraidon's attacks, you can hit it back. But then, like, a lot of people just didn't expect Wheezing to actually be that represented, because an entire item slot just to keep your abilities in a single matchup, that's a big cost. Think about every other matchup you play where you bring that Pokemon and the item does nothing.
Absolutely, and it's been an amazing tournament. Through day one, we saw so many players, so many teams, everyone fighting it out. This is our last regional event of the year. This is what people were relying on for that last little push to get their qualifications for Worlds. We saw them fight it out in day one. Come to day two, we got to feature some of it on stream, which has been an incredible opportunity. We're so glad that we got to show you guys some of our amazing players, their team building, their playing skills. It's been awesome to be able to do this. And we got it all the way to the finals. Probably slightest bit unorthodox here, but Scotty, come over here. I think this is the best way to do it. Unfortunately, Paul isn't with us now. He's had to duck off. But to kind of round this stream out, another congratulations to everyone that participated in the regional. Massive congratulations to Masayoshi for winning, to Jude for making finals, for everyone who played the weekend. I'd want to give an incredible shout out to Steve, Seventh, Josh, to Mystic, to the Pokemon Go crew, and everyone that gave us this opportunity to get any of video games streamed. It's been really amazing. Mystic has been behind the scenes producing this with us and has been running the show, and this wouldn't be where it is without her. Andy Brophy, anyone who's seen me on social media or anywhere has seen me sing his praise constantly. Any of the philographic and everything you've seen in regards to that has been him. The trivia that I've heard so many people love, that was all Andy. It was his idea for that from top to bottom, and it's been done really well. And I think probably the biggest shout has to go to Scott and to Josh. Josh doing the Go streams, the community streams, it was huge. Scott reached out to him, wanting to get VG involved, and that's been kind of accumulating to where we are now. And everyone involved has done such an insanely good job, and to get to here has been awesome. And big shout out to Harry and Paul. We all had we had a blast casting for everyone, and we hope that you all enjoyed. And yeah, I guess another big congratulations and thank you to everyone. And we'll see you at the next regional.